Ed Ruth Taylor, the troublemaking son of one of the highest-ranking noble families, had once ruled the academy like a king, feared by everyone around him. He enjoyed abusing his authority without a second thought, but in a single day everything came crashing down. He was removed from the family registry, disowned by his own relatives, and thrown out of his home. It felt as though fate itself was mocking him. His life as he knew it was over. Back at the academy, the students couldn't stop whispering. Some told the others to lower their voices, worried that Ed might hear them. Others simply laughed, saying there was no reason to fear him anymore since he had already been disowned. Many believed he wouldn't even return next semester, while others claimed this outcome was inevitable after he cheated on the academy's entrance exam. The only problem was that the Ed everyone hated wasn't actually him. The real Ed was an ordinary guy who had somehow been transported into his favorite game, the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. He had expected to become the powerful protagonist, a talented noble, or at least an important side character. Instead, he was reincarnated as the game's most insignificant villain, Ed Ruth Taylor, a third-rate antagonist who gets kicked out of the dormitory almost as soon as the story begins. Out of every character in the game, he had somehow become the absolute worst choice. He couldn't understand why this had happened. In his previous life, he had lived quietly, never chasing power or causing trouble. So why had he ended up trapped inside the body of someone destined for failure? As the surrounding students continued mocking him, Ed could only stand there in silence. Later, after checking his status, he realized just how hopeless his situation truly was. His attributes were unbelievably terrible. He had only 3 stamina, 4 intellect, 7 talent, 7 willpower, and 6 luck. He was attending the most prestigious magic academy on the continent, with only 4 points in intelligence. No wonder the original Ed was nothing more than a disposable villain. Trying to remember the game's story, Ed realized that this character only appeared during the early chapters before disappearing completely. Even his memories of him were vague. Then he suddenly remembered something from the game's ending credits. Ed Ruth Taylor briefly appeared as a homeless beggar, desperately asking people for food. Considering everything that had happened, that ending made perfect sense. A spoiled noble who suddenly lost everything and knew nothing about surviving in the real world would be lucky just to stay alive. Taking a deep breath, Ed calmed himself. He had no idea why he had been brought into this world, but one thing was certain. He refused to accept that miserable ending. Somehow, no matter how difficult it became, he would survive and change his fate. The academy itself wasn't just a school. It was practically an entire city built around Arcane Mountain. After being thrown out, Ed wandered into the undeveloped forest northeast of the academy, deliberately avoiding the other students. During that long walk, he carefully analyzed his situation. Fortunately, he had arrived during the very beginning of the game's story. Although he had been disowned by his family and expelled from the dormitory, he was still officially enrolled at Sylvania Academy. That single fact gave him hope. Graduating from Sylvania guaranteed a successful future. Better yet, since he had already completed the game 5 times, he possessed knowledge of countless future events. If he stayed out of trouble, survived the academy, and graduated normally, he could live a comfortable life. Picking up a stick, he wrote one word in the dirt: graduation. That would become his new goal. Unfortunately, reality immediately reminded him of another problem: money. His tuition for the current semester had already been paid, but after that he would need to earn a scholarship. Looking at his pathetic stats, that seemed almost impossible. Still, scholarships could wait. Right now he needed something much more important: food, shelter, clothes. Opening his large suitcase, he searched through everything he owned. Inside were expensive noble clothes, a ceremonial dagger with no practical use, and an ornamental cup that served as little more than decoration. At least he had something to wear. Food and shelter, however, were another story. Thanks to the original Ed's horrible reputation, finding work around the academy would be nearly impossible. Returning to the dormitory wasn't an option either, since he had already been expelled. Left with no other choice, Ed decided to survive inside the forest. Fortunately, a nearby stream could provide fresh water. There were still 10 days before classes officially began. Until then, he would prepare himself. His first step was practicing magic. Using Windblade, he repeatedly sliced through small trees. The spell still worked, but it was incredibly weak. After cutting down only 15 tree stumps, he was already completely exhausted. As hunger began taking over, he suddenly remembered something his grandfather once told him. During times of starvation, people supposedly survived by eating tree bark. Trusting that old advice, Ed collected pieces of wood, filled his cup with water from the stream, and cooked them using fire magic. After staring at the finished result, he convinced himself it looked somewhat like chicken breast. The moment he took a bite, he immediately regretted it. Seconds later, he was violently throwing up. 2 miserable days passed. Sitting beside the stream on the 3rd day, Ed could only sigh. He officially hated his grandfather. After starving for days and vomiting repeatedly, he finally accepted one simple truth: wood was not food. It was building material, so instead of trying to eat it, he began constructing a shelter. The work wasn't easy. With only 2 hands, raising the support beams alone proved incredibly difficult. Even so, after hours of struggling, he finally managed to tie together the basic frame. It still wasn't comfortable. He spread several expensive pieces of clothing across the ground to use as bedding, despite knowing it was a complete waste. By the end of the night, he had finally finished his tiny wooden shelter. Just then, a system notification suddenly appeared. He had successfully learned the skill, Basic Wooden Shelter. The system rated it at half a star and classified him as a novice craftsman with no specialization. His crafting attributes were also displayed. Mana level 1. Gathering level 1. Surprised, Ed realized that the crafting system was active as well. The system explained that although he had grown up as a noble, he actually possessed greater talent for crafting than for magic. Honestly, that suited him perfectly. Practical survival skills were far more valuable than weak spells. With renewed motivation, Ed crafted a simple wooden harpoon and headed toward the stream. Catching fish with his current abilities should have been impossible, but hunger gave him determination. After countless failed attempts, he finally managed to spear several fish. Using fire magic, he roasted them over an open flame. Finally eating real food after days of suffering, Ed almost couldn't believe how delicious they tasted. There was only 1 week left before classes resumed. If he could survive until then, everything else could be figured out later. However, just as he prepared to eat another fish, someone suddenly approached him. A young girl calmly asked, "Are you Ed Ruth Taylor?" The moment he saw her face, Ed's heart sank. Of all the people he could have encountered, she was the absolute worst. Her name was Fania. In the original story, Ed Ruth Taylor was the first villain the player ever faced. After abusing his noble status to harass the protagonist's childhood friend, he was beaten up. Seeking revenge, he later sabotaged the protagonist's entrance examination. Unfortunately for him, his scheme was exposed by a mysterious girl hiding her true identity. That girl was none other than Fania alias Clo, the third princess of the Clo Empire. Using her unique inspection skill, she could detect lies and uncover hidden conspiracies. Every excuse the original Ed tried to make had been completely exposed, leading to his expulsion from the dormitory. Now she stood before him once again. Looking at him coldly, Fania asked why he was still here. Ed calmly replied that although he had been kicked out of the dormitory, he was still officially enrolled as a student. Fania wasn't satisfied. She declared that it wouldn't stay that way for long. Calling him shameless, she announced that she would personally speak with the academy's administration and request his complete expulsion. Meanwhile, Ed glanced toward the fire. His fish was burning. After nearly starving for 3 days, losing his meal was already painful enough. But compared to the possibility of being expelled from the academy altogether, the burned fish was the least of his worries. Ed quickly realized just how dangerous his situation was. Fania wasn't simply another student. She was the third princess of the empire, and if she truly wanted him expelled, she had more than enough influence to make it happen. Since he couldn't win through force, he decided to gamble everything on words. Looking directly at Fania, Ed calmly pointed out that the sun would soon set. At a time like this, there were no heavily armed royal guards protecting her. He casually remarked that it was rather strange for a princess to be wandering alone through such an isolated forest. Fania narrowed her eyes. Is that a threat? She warned him that if he was trying to intimidate her, he would regret it. Ed immediately shook his head. How could I possibly threaten your highness? Without hesitation, he knelt before her and respectfully thanked her inspection skill. The result was unexpected. He wasn't lying. Ed noticed the brief look of confusion on her face. The Ruth Taylor family was one of the empire's most powerful noble houses, but beneath that prestige hid a rotten legacy. They exploited commoners and secretly conducted horrific human experiments in pursuit of eternal life. Ed already knew their future. Eventually, every member of the family would be arrested and executed for their crimes. Ironically, being disowned had actually saved him. He had lost his status, his wealth, and nearly starved to death, but at least he was still alive. If he wanted to survive, he had to convince Fania without telling a single lie. The moment he lied, her inspection skill would expose him, and his life at the academy would end before it even began. While thinking through everything he knew about the game's timeline, Ed suddenly realized something. There was still 1 week before classes officially started. So why would the princess be wandering through this forest alone? After observing her simple clothes and lack of attendance, the answer immediately came to him. She was taking Professor Glast's placement examination. Professor Glast's test required students to search the forest for hidden magical pearls. The professor was infamous for designing cruel and unusually difficult entrance evaluations. Since Fania was royalty, she would naturally be competing for placement into the academy's highest-ranked Class A. Fania frowned. You're flattering me far too much. It doesn't seem like you've changed at all. She even suggested that perhaps expelling him would be the simplest solution. But Ed confidently replied, if you don't accept my help, you'll never make it into Class A. Then he added one final condition. If I'm lying, you can expel me right here. Fania silently waited for him to continue. Ed explained that deep within the southeastern lake of the forest was a tiny grassy island. At the center of that island stood a massive tree known as the Guardian of Merilda. Hidden beneath that tree was the magical pearl she needed. Trusting her inspection skill, Fenia followed his directions. To her surprise, everything he said was true. Exactly where Ed described, she discovered the golden pearl. Only 3 days earlier, Ed Ruth Taylor had been nothing more than a lying scoundrel in her eyes. Yet now the same person had genuinely helped her without asking for anything in return. She simply stood there, quietly staring at the pearl. Later, back at Sylvania Academy, Professor Glast officially concluded the placement examination and asked every student to submit the magical pearls they had collected. Many students proudly presented flashy pearls overflowing with magical energy. Yet Professor Glast calmly announced that nearly everyone would still begin in Class F. The students were completely shocked. The professor explained that the examination wasn't about collecting the strongest pearl. Even an ordinary pearl could earn placement into Class A, provided it was the correct one. Only 3 students had succeeded. The first was Zix, the second was Lortel, the third was the student who discovered the legendary pearl hidden beneath the Guardian of Merilda, the most difficult location in the entire forest. That student was Fenia. Not only did she earn Class A, but she also claimed the highest rank among all incoming students. Meanwhile, none of this mattered to Ed. Back in the forest, he stared helplessly at another burned fish. Completely exhausted, he no longer had the energy to continue hunting with a spear. Instead, he crafted a crude fishing rod to make catching food easier. At the same time, the story revealed the true nature of Fenia's unique ability. Ever since childhood, she had been surrounded by flattery, manipulation, and deception. Those experiences eventually awakened her innate skill, inspection, which allowed her to detect lies with absolute certainty. No one could deceive her. That was exactly why Ed had no choice but to speak honestly every time they met. However, another problem soon became obvious. In the original game, Princess Fenia failed Professor Glast's placement examination and was assigned to Class F. That setback became the first major turning point in her character development. But now everything had changed. Because of Ed's interference, she found the Golden Pearl and entered Class A from the very beginning. The original storyline had already started falling apart. Ed couldn't help but worry. If the game's events continued changing, then all the future knowledge he relied upon could become completely useless. Still, there was one reassuring detail. The top student was still supposed to be Lucy Merrill. As long as that remained unchanged, perhaps the future hadn't completely gone off course yet. Meanwhile, Fenia reflected on everything that had happened. Her inspection skill had confirmed that Ed never lied. The pearl truly existed. Yet she couldn't accept calling it a gift. She hadn't found it through her own ability. As a princess, she refused to receive special treatment simply because of her royal blood. More than anything else, she wanted to prove her own worth through her own efforts. Although accepting the pearl would guarantee her first place, deep down she believed she didn't deserve it. The title she would one day earn, the Princess of Love, wasn't given because of her status or abilities. It was a title she gained by always choosing the righteous path, no matter how difficult it became. Back in the forest, Ed assumed he had successfully taken the bait. Whether she accepted the pearl or not didn't really matter to him. He had spoken nothing but the truth, and that was enough. Unable to ignore the mystery surrounding him any longer, Fenia quietly decided she would keep a close eye on Ed Ruth Taylor from now on. At that exact moment, completely unaware of her decision, Ed finally caught another fish. After days of hardship, he couldn't help smiling with genuine excitement. A few days later, the long-awaited morning finally arrived. Ed hurried toward the academy, determined not to be late. The new semester at Sylvania Academy was officially beginning. Students who had completed the placement examination gathered together as the opening ceremony prepared to start. As Ed walked through the campus, whispers immediately spread among the crowd. Many students couldn't believe he had the nerve to return after everything that had happened. Others wondered if he actually intended to stay at the academy. Surprisingly, none of those insults bothered him anymore. After everything he had survived in the forest, even their poisonous words sounded almost comforting. Simply being back at the academy felt like a reward. He quietly sat down and enjoyed the academy's delicious food with perfect table manners. His goal had never changed. He didn't want power. He didn't want fame. He simply wanted to graduate and live a peaceful life. Some students continued mocking him for his disgrace during the entrance examination. However, others began noticing something unusual. If they looked closely, Ed seemed completely different from before. One student even commented that the way he ate was incredibly refined, like someone who truly belonged among the academy's nobles. Ed ignored every comment. Their opinions meant nothing to him. Soon afterward, the headmaster stepped forward and officially welcomed everyone to the new semester at Sylvania Academy. He praised the students for growing stronger during the examination period and expressed his hopes that they would continue developing as members of the academy. As the ceremony continued, Ed couldn't help remembering that he had almost been expelled before classes had even started. He hadn't expected Fenia to speak to the headmaster on his behalf, Since he was still standing there as an official student, she must have said something favorable about him. Even the notoriously grumpy old headmaster greeted Ed with a smile. Still, Ed knew this was only the beginning. From now on, he would have to be even more careful. If the story drifted too far from the original game's plot, every advantage he possessed could disappear. Fortunately, his time surviving alone in the forest hadn't been wasted. Besides improving his survival skills, he had also unlocked practical combat abilities, including proficiency with the bow, a skill that might prove invaluable in the challenges that awaited him. Besides his newly acquired survival skills, Ed had also received proper magical training as a student of Sylvania Academy. Combining magic with physical combat, he realized there was no better weapon for him than a bow. As his abilities steadily improved, he became increasingly skilled at crafting high-quality arrows, and even learned how to infuse them with magical and spiritual formulas, making each shot far more powerful than an ordinary arrow. One day, while walking through the forest, Ed noticed someone sitting peacefully beneath the guardian of Marilda tree. It was Janica Failover. She was the Academy's top second-year student and a genius spirit mage. The moment she spotted him, she smiled brightly. "So you're the funny guy Marilda told me about." Before Ed could even react, she had already appeared right in front of him with incredible speed. "You must be Ed Ruth Taylor." She introduced herself politely. "I'm Janica Failover. I'm also a second-year student, but you can just call me Janica." Ed was surprised that she already knew his name, so Janica explained the reason. The forest belonged to Marilda, a high-ranking spirit with whom she had formed a contract. Since Marilda watched over the entire forest, she always knew whenever someone entered her territory. Hearing that, Ed immediately felt guilty. After all, he had been living there for days. During that time, he had cut down several trees and hunted quite a few rabbits just to survive. Janica noticed his uneasy expression and laughed softly. She assured him that Marilda wasn't angry at all. Hunting animals for food and cutting down trees when necessary were simply part of nature's cycle. Even the Great Spirit understood that creatures had to survive. Embarrassed, Ed quietly relaxed. A moment later, Janica extended her hand. A tiny ball of light floated above her palm. "This is one of my contracted spirits," she said happily. "Would you like to touch it?" Ed froze. He immediately realized the problem. He couldn't see spirits at all. Trying to hide his embarrassment, he remained silent. Janica tilted her head. "You can't see it?" Ed admitted the truth before quickly turning away. "I should go look for food." Without waiting for another question, he hurried off. In reality, Ed had deliberately avoided getting close to her. Janica Failover was one of the most important characters in the original game. If he wanted to preserve his knowledge of future events, staying away from her was the smartest decision. Meanwhile, Janica quietly watched him leave. Everything Marilda had said about him was true. He really was fascinating. Even though he couldn't see the spirit, he somehow knew it had taken the form of a giant wolf. Who exactly was Ed Ruth Taylor? He had spoken to her rather coldly, yet somehow he didn't seem like a bad person. Although she assumed they probably wouldn't meet again, she decided she would investigate him more carefully in the future. As the days passed, Ed settled into a brutal routine. The distance between his shelter and Sylvania Academy was enormous, forcing him to leave before sunrise every morning and sprint across the forest just to arrive on time. Ironically, the exhausting commute gradually increased his physical abilities. At the academy, he focused entirely on studying. If he wanted to earn a scholarship and continue attending school, he couldn't afford mediocre grades. Since he had no proper notebooks, he copied everything he learned onto stone slabs, using pieces of burnt wood. He regularly borrowed books from the academy library, carried them back to his shelter, and studied late into the night. Every evening, he washed his clothes in the nearby lake, hoping they would dry before dawn. Then he gathered firewood, collected fresh drinking water, checked his stockpile of dried meat, and prepared enough supplies for the following day. By the time everything was finished, he only managed to sleep about 4 hours each night. Yet surprisingly, none of that was his biggest problem. His biggest problem was Janica. She had started following him everywhere. One day, after noticing her once again trailing behind him, Ed finally stopped walking. "How much longer are you planning to follow me?" Janica looked completely surprised. "So you knew the whole time?" Ed sighed. "It would be stranger if I hadn't noticed." He then reminded her exactly who he was. "I'm Ed Ruth Taylor. People say I'm the worst kind of person imaginable." Even after hearing that, Janica simply continued walking beside him. "That's only what other people think," she replied with a gentle smile. "I haven't decided for myself what kind of person you are." Hearing those words, Ed suddenly remembered something important. Janica had always been this kind of character. On the surface, she appeared innocent, cheerful, and slightly absent-minded, but beneath that gentle smile hid an incredibly dark heart. More importantly, she was the final boss of the first act of the original game. She was also the only person who continued smiling at him despite knowing he belonged to the infamous Ruth Taylor family. Ed wanted nothing to do with someone that important. Unfortunately, fate seemed determined to keep bringing them together. Finally giving up, he decided to ask her for one favor. "My life is a complete mess," he admitted honestly. "I've been disowned by my family, and I'm barely managing to survive." Then he awkwardly asked, "Could you lend me some money? I'll definitely pay you back." Janika's smile became awkward. Although she received a scholarship every year as the top student, it wasn't because she lived comfortably. She came from an extremely poor family. Without that scholarship, she wouldn't even be able to remain at the academy. Money was one thing she simply couldn't spare. "I'm sorry," she said apologetically. "I really can't help." Inside his mind, Ed immediately crossed another dangerous character off his list. Janica eliminated. 3 days later, Ed reflected on everything that had happened. He honestly felt guilty for trying to use her like that. Still, he couldn't risk becoming involved with important characters whose actions shaped the game's story. The less contact he had with them, the safer his future would be. At least, that was what he believed. Returning to his shelter that evening, Ed suddenly froze. Someone was already inside. His heart nearly stopped. Compared to Janica, this person was even more important. Sleeping peacefully inside his tiny shelter was Lucy Merrill. She was the greatest genius in the entire academy and, without question, the strongest character in the original game. After a few moments, Lucy slowly opened her eyes and let out a sleepy yawn. Ed stared at her in complete disbelief. Why was she sleeping inside his shelter? Of all places in the entire mountain, why here? Before he could even ask, Lucy lazily complained that he was being too noisy. Completely confused, Ed asked what he had done. Lucy casually pointed behind him. "It isn't you. It's the enormous wolf standing behind you." Ed turned around but saw absolutely nothing. The giant spirit was apparently trying to communicate with him. Since he couldn't see spirits, Lucy kindly translated its message. It says that one day, no matter what happens, you must save Janica. Ed was completely stunned. Even if the spirit was speaking directly to him, he couldn't hear or see a single thing. Before he could ask any more questions, he suddenly remembered something else. Why was Lucy sleeping alone in the middle of the forest? Lucy simply yawned again, ignored his confusion completely, curled up comfortably, and went right back to sleep. "That's my shelter." After calming down, he finally realized the truth. Lucy was incredibly small and agile. She could leap enormous distances, climb almost anywhere, and treated rooftops, towers, and cliffs as perfect places for afternoon naps. His hidden campsite happened to be quiet, peaceful, and almost impossible for other students to find. Without realizing it, he had built the perfect sleeping spot for Lucy. In other words, this was entirely his own fault. The following day, Ed decided he had to solve the problem before it affected the original storyline. Lucy was so powerful that she casually cast advanced magic while sleeping. If she kept visiting his shelter, the future could change beyond recognition. His first solution was setting a rank D trap. It failed. The next time Lucy appeared, she calmly asked if she could eat some of his dried meat. Ed immediately refused. Lucy ate it anyway. At that point, Ed realized they weren't communicating on the same wavelength at all. No matter what he tried, Lucy continued returning to his shelter again and again. Running out of options, Ed finally remembered the only thing that consistently worked on her. The next time she appeared, he calmly said, "The castle maids have been looking for you." The moment those words left his mouth, Lucy's expression changed. The moment Ed mentioned the dormitory maids, Lucy's sleepy expression vanished. She immediately panicked, claiming she had just remembered something incredibly important. Before Ed could say another word, she shot into the sky like a rocket and disappeared. Ed let out a sigh of relief. He knew he could never defeat Lucy through strength alone. However, there was one tiny detail hidden deep within the game's lore that almost every player ignored. Lucy absolutely hated the dormitory maids. The women who cared for her like loving mothers constantly chased after her to make sure she ate properly and followed a normal schedule. Escaping from them had become part of her daily routine. Satisfied that he had finally solved the problem, Ed returned to his usual work, believing the incident wouldn't have any lasting consequences. Unfortunately, he couldn't have been more wrong. Soon afterward, the Academy announced its next major event, the Joint Combat Training. The training took place inside a massive arena surrounded by spectators. Although it looked like a real tournament, its purpose was simply to allow students to gain combat experience while avoiding serious injuries. To keep everyone safe, only practice weapons were allowed. Mages were restricted to basic elemental spells, while alchemy students were forbidden from using dangerous potions or advanced techniques. The tournament brackets were decided entirely at random. As Ed studied the list of participants, he immediately realized why this event was so important. Every major character in the story would participate: Princess Phinia, the Golden Daughter, Lortel, the Rising Spear Ziggs, the Spirit Mage Janica, the Lazy Genius Lucy, the Ambitious Clavius. Almost every important figure in the game's story would appear here. Still, there was one person Ed cared about more than anyone else: Taylor McLaw, the Failed Swordsman. Having completed every possible route in the game, from the tragic endings to the true ending, Ed had watched Taylor struggle countless times. Not a single one of his journeys had ever been easy. Without realizing it, Ed had grown attached to him. This time, he genuinely wanted Taylor to succeed. As he waited for the matches to begin, Janica appeared beside him once again. Even after he had shamelessly asked her for money, she continued following him around. "The tournament brackets have been posted," she said cheerfully. Ed shrugged. "I'm not interested." "You aren't curious about your opponent?" Her question caught him off guard. His opponent. Ed suddenly remembered something important. In the original story, Ed Ruth Taylor had already been expelled by this point. He shouldn't even be participating. His expression changed as he looked at the bracket. Damn, his opponent was Fenia. Before his own match, however, Taylor's battle was scheduled first. Ed watched silently as Taylor stepped into the arena and politely declared that he would give it his best. No matter who Taylor faced, Ed intended to watch every second of the fight. Then something unexpected happened. Lucy never appeared. The officials repeatedly called her name, but there was no response. Ed immediately guessed where she was. Walking over to a nearby storage crate, he opened the lid. Sure enough, Lucy was sleeping inside. Without hesitation, Ed grabbed her shoulders and shook her awake. "It's your match." Lucy rubbed her eyes and complained that she was hungry. "Do you have any dried meat? You can eat after the fight." A few moments later, the announcer introduced the competitors, the Academy's strongest first-year student, Lucy Merrill, versus Taylor McLaw, a young man who had never held a sword before entering the Academy. According to the original story, this duel was supposed to become the turning point of Taylor's life. During the battle, Lucy would become careless and accidentally cast a forbidden mid-level spell. As punishment, she would be disqualified. Taylor would earn his first official victory, finally gaining confidence in himself and beginning his journey as a true swordsman. Ed knew this scene by heart. But the battle unfolded differently. The judge gave the signal to begin. Taylor charged forward with brass knuckles instead of a sword. Lucy casually fired a spell. Taylor was blasted backward before he could even get close. The audience stared in disbelief. The fight looked completely one-sided. Still, Taylor refused to stay down. Despite everyone's pity, he slowly stood back up. His entire body trembled, yet he refused to surrender. Ed couldn't help smiling. That was the Taylor he knew. No matter how many times he fell, he always stood back up. Taylor rushed forward once more. This time, even Lucy looked surprised by his speed. Ed waited for the familiar lightning spell. Instead, a sphere of wind suddenly surrounded Lucy. Taylor's attack was completely blocked. Moments later, another powerful gust erupted into a miniature tornado, sending him flying across the arena. He slammed headfirst into a stone pillar before collapsing onto the ground. The referee immediately declared the match over. Lucy Merrill was the winner. Ed froze. This wasn't supposed to happen. The spell Lucy had just used wasn't ordinary wind magic. It was wind's protection, a defensive ability granted only through a contract with a high-ranking wind spirit. In the original timeline, Lucy and Marilda had never formed such a close bond. But because Lucy kept visiting Ed's shelter inside Marilda's forest, their relationship had grown much stronger than it ever should have. Ed's own actions had accidentally changed the future. As Lucy cheerfully asked whether she could finally have some dried meat, Ed ignored her completely and sprinted away. His next opponent was supposed to be Fenia. She even called out to him, but Ed ran straight past her without stopping. Watching him disappear, Fenia stood there in complete confusion. Meanwhile, Ed finally caught up with Taylor. The young swordsman looked completely devastated. His confidence had been shattered. Ed immediately tried to encourage him. "You fought well. Your opponent was simply too strong. Don't let this defeat break you." Deep inside, Ed understood the terrifying truth. If Taylor failed to recover from this loss, his entire future could collapse. The original protagonist's path had already started changing. At the same time, the story revealed the true origin of Princess Fenia's famous ability, inspection. Contrary to popular belief, it wasn't a divine blessing. Growing up within the imperial family meant living among endless conspiracies, betrayal, and deception. To survive that ruthless environment, Fenia unconsciously sharpened her instincts until they evolved into an extraordinary ability, capable of detecting lies. She trusted that power more than anyone else. Returning to the arena, Ed finally prepared for his own match. Facing Fenia, he smiled awkwardly. "Please go easy on me." She smiled back. "I intend to." Around them, the audience whispered among themselves. Many students believed Ed had only encouraged Taylor to mock him after his defeat. Others called him cruel and disturbing. Even Fenia briefly wondered if that was true. After all, the old Ed Ruth Taylor had abused his status, manipulated weaker students. Yet, when she remembered the desperate expression on his face while encouraging Taylor, something didn't feel right. Using her inspection ability, she sensed that his concern had been completely genuine. The referee announced the start of the duel. Without hesitation, Fenia launched a powerful water spell directly toward Ed. She already knew he specialized in wind and fire magic. She wanted to see how he would respond. Would he dodge, counterattack, or reveal another hidden trick? Instead, Ed did absolutely nothing. The spell struck him head-on and blasted him clean out of the arena. He never tried to block it, he never attempted to dodge. He didn't even raise his weapon. Lying on the ground, Ed calmly sighed. I lost. Phineas stared at him in disbelief. What are you doing? You didn't even try. The audience erupted with laughter. Some mocked him for being defeated in a single attack. Others loudly cheered for Phineas' effortless victory. Ignoring everyone's reactions, Ed simply smiled politely. Thank you. It was a valuable learning experience. Phineas became even more confused. Nothing about this man made sense. Ever since stepping onto the battlefield, he hadn't looked her in the eyes even once. It was as if the duel itself meant absolutely nothing to him. The referee officially declared Phineas the winner. Before anyone could stop him, Ed stood up and immediately ran out of the arena. There were far more important things to worry about than winning a meaningless match. Right now, changing the future back onto its original path mattered far more than his own pride. Ed knew he had to be extremely careful when dealing with Princess Phineas. She was one of the central characters of the game's story, and any unnecessary interaction with her could cause the timeline to drift even further from its original course. Right now, his biggest priority wasn't the princess. It was Taylor. After everything that had happened during the tournament, Ed had to find him as quickly as possible. As he hurried through the academy's corridors, someone suddenly called out from behind. It was Phineas. She had actually chased after him. Surprised, Ed asked why she was walking around without her royal escort. Phineas ignored the question completely. Instead, she looked him straight in the eyes. Who are you, really? Ed blinked in confusion. What do you mean? Phineas stepped closer. She couldn't understand his behavior during their duel. He had calmly admitted defeat, thanked her for the fight, and claimed he had learned something from it, despite making absolutely no effort to win. Looking back, she realized he had only wanted to leave the arena as quickly as possible. Unable to hold back any longer, all the frustration she had been suppressing suddenly burst out. She complained about everything that had been weighing on her mind. The greedy merchant Lortel was constantly trying to expand her influence over the academy. Professor Glast made every class more exhausting than it needed to be. Even the palace servants never stopped lecturing her about proper royal etiquette and how a princess should behave. Her head was already overflowing with responsibilities, and now there was one more mystery she couldn't solve. Ed Ruth Taylor. She demanded to know who he truly was. For the first time, Ed realized she wasn't acting out of anger alone. She was simply exhausted. Seeing her on the verge of breaking down, he gently placed his hands on her shoulders. Take a deep breath. Phineas looked at him in surprise. Inhale slowly and exhale. Without thinking, she followed his instructions after repeating the breathing exercise a few times. The tension in her body gradually disappeared. She finally calmed down. Then, as the silence settled in, she suddenly realized what had just happened. Her face immediately turned bright red. Completely embarrassed, she covered her face and asked Ed to forget everything she had just said. Ed simply smiled. It's fine. Thinking the conversation was finally over, he prepared to leave. Unfortunately, Phineas still had more questions. She admitted that she had a terrible habit of overthinking everything, because she had spent her entire life surrounded by lies and political schemes inside the imperial palace. She constantly tried to analyze other people's intentions. Meanwhile, Ed could only think about one thing. Please let me go find Taylor. Ignoring his impatience, Phineas continued speaking. She presented her own theory. According to her, Ed had willingly cut ties with his family because he already knew about the darkness hidden within the Ruth Taylor household. She even believed he had deliberately provoked Taylor so that his own family would disown him. Ed carefully considered her words. Ironically, she wasn't entirely wrong. The Ruth Taylor family truly was hiding horrifying secrets. However, this wasn't the right time to reveal any of them. Keeping his expression calm, Ed simply answered, I don't know what you're talking about. Inside his mind, he knew it was still far too early to involve himself in the Empire's political conspiracies. Phineas frowned. That doesn't make sense. She couldn't understand his actions. Why had he encouraged Taylor during the match? Why had he cheered him on so passionately? Had he actually started sympathizing with him? Ed knew he couldn't answer honestly, so he forced himself to lie. I was only making fun of him. He shrugged casually. Everyone already hates me. If I pretend to support Taylor, maybe people will start thinking I'm not so bad. The moment he finished speaking, Phineas stared directly into his eyes. No. She shook her head. That's a lie. Her inspection ability had already exposed him. She demanded that he repeat those words while looking directly at her. Ed stubbornly insisted he was telling the truth. But the more he lied, the more frustrated Phineas became. She couldn't understand why he kept hiding his real intentions. Ed hated doing this. He knew lying to someone who could detect lies was pointless. Still, he believed it was the only way to preserve the original storyline. Finally, Phineas let out a long sigh. I can't do anything. She admitted she had no proof to support her suspicions. Then she quietly stepped aside. I'll let you go. She had noticed him glancing toward the hallway throughout their entire conversation and understood that something important was waiting for him. Ed thanked her politely and started walking away. As he left, he couldn't help reflecting on everything that had just happened. That was the first time he had seen such a vulnerable side of Princess Phinia. As one of the story's central characters, she carried an overwhelming number of responsibilities. Politics, noble expectations, academy life, and countless hidden conspiracies all rested on her shoulders. Ed couldn't help wondering if her emotional outburst had happened because of his interference. Had he already changed the story that much? Just before disappearing around the corner, he stopped and turned back toward her. "There is one thing I'd like to say." Phinia looked up. "My problems are nothing compared to yours." He smiled gently. "It may not be my place to say this, but you look exhausted." For a brief moment, Phinia was left speechless. No one had ever looked past her title as a princess, and simply noticed how tired she truly was. Standing alone in the corridor, she quietly watched Ed disappear, unable to stop thinking about the mysterious man who continued to defy everything she believed she knew. After all, Phinia wasn't just another student. She was a princess, burdened with the responsibilities of the imperial family. Even so, Ed believed that while she was at Sylvania Academy, she deserved at least a little peace. For her entire life, Phinia had devoted herself to seeing through other people's lies. Ironically, this was the first time someone had seen through hers. Ed immediately realized he had already wasted too much time. Taylor was still his top priority. Without another word, he sprinted through the academy corridors, calling out Taylor's name. Before he could find him, however, someone blocked his path. It was Eliatris. She was the main heroine of the game and Taylor's childhood friend. Stepping in front of Ed, she raised her hand to stop him. "Don't come any closer." Her voice was firm. "Ed Ruth Taylor, you've bullied Taylor long enough. Leave him alone." Behind her, Taylor slowly approached. He looked at Ed with caution. "So, you're still attending the academy?" The moment Ed saw him, he noticed something important. Taylor's fighting spirit had returned. While Ed had been occupied with Phinia after the tournament, Eliatris had immediately rushed to comfort Taylor, just as she always did in the original story. She encouraged him, reminded him of his strengths, and assured him that one defeat didn't define him. Now standing before Ed once again, Taylor looked far more composed. "Did you want to say something?" Taylor asked. Ed smiled inwardly. As long as Eliatris remained by Taylor's side, he could fall 100 times and still find the strength to stand up again. Looking directly at him, Ed simply said, "Your swordsmanship is impressive." Taylor frowned. "Is this another joke?" Ed slowly shook his head. "No, I'm serious." After saying those few words, he quietly turned around and walked away. As he left, he finally admitted something to himself. Originally, he had planned to let Taylor save the world while he focused solely on surviving as Ed Ruth Taylor. He was prepared to accept the miserable fate of living as the game's most insignificant villain. But now, none of that mattered. Seeing Taylor regain his determination brought him genuine relief, not because the original storyline had been restored, but because someone he had spent countless hours playing as was finally back on his feet. For Ed, that alone was enough. Taylor and Eliatris silently watched him leave, unable to understand why he seemed so carefree. Ed couldn't blame them. From their perspective, his actions made absolutely no sense. As he continued walking, a tremendous explosion echoed across the academy. A towering pillar of flames shot into the sky. Ed immediately recognized the scene. It had finally begun. This was one of the most unforgettable moments in the entire game. A powerful fire spirit was being summoned. Almost instantly, an enormous wave of ice crashed into the flames. A red-haired girl stepped forward. It was Lortel, the Golden Daughter. Standing opposite her was Janica Failover, the spirit sorceress. Lortel's freezing magic temporarily sealed the blazing spirit. For a brief moment, everyone thought she had won. Then, cracks spread across the ice. The imprisoned spirit shattered its frozen prison and erupted with overwhelming force. Ed smiled. Although several events had already changed, this battle still captivated everyone just as it had in the game. The massive flaming dragon continued rampaging while Janica calmly maintained control over the summoned spirit. Even Lortel's incredible magic couldn't suppress it for long. In the end, Janica emerged victorious. Thunderous applause filled the arena. Students surrounded her, celebrating as though she were a famous hero. Meanwhile, Academy medics rushed toward Lortel. She had suffered severe injuries during the battle. Watching the medical staff carry her away, Janica lowered her head. Unlike everyone else, she wasn't celebrating. She only felt guilty for hurting her opponent. Ed quietly reflected on how different everything had become. Originally, Lucy's duel against Taylor was supposed to become the highlight of the joint combat training. Instead, Janica had stolen the spotlight completely. She had become the symbol of Sylvania Academy's strength, protecting the pride of the upperclassmen against the talented newcomers. Although Janica was already surrounded by countless friends, her life was about to become much more complicated. Oddly enough, Ed considered that a good thing. Every time he got too close to one of the story's major characters, another unexpected problem seemed to appear. 2 weeks passed peacefully, During that time, Ed deliberately avoided all of the main characters and focused entirely on surviving. He improved his shelter, crafted a fishing net, and no longer had to worry about finding food. His hard work also paid off in the form of improved stats. His stamina increased to 6. His intellect rose to 5. His willpower reached 8. His luck remained at 6. Looking at his stronger physique, Ed felt satisfied. Still, he knew it was far too early to relax. One morning while training near his shelter, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Janica had appeared once again. The moment she noticed him without a shirt, her face instantly turned bright red. "Do you always walk around like this?" Ed sighed. "You're the one who keeps coming here." Then he asked the question that had been bothering him for weeks. "What exactly is so interesting about this forest?" Janica smiled innocently. "It feels like a secret fortress." She looked around the shelter with sparkling eyes. "Every time I come here, it's like discovering another adventure." Then her expression became more serious. "I actually wanted to ask your advice. Out of everyone at the academy, why would she ask him?" Janica explained that he had left the arena before the joint combat training ended. Because of that, he hadn't seen everything that happened afterward. She quietly admitted that during her battle with Lortel, she had seriously injured her opponent. Ed remembered the fight. Lortel had violated the rules first by using an intermediate-level spell. Objectively speaking, Janica wasn't entirely responsible, but none of that mattered to her. She couldn't stop blaming herself. "I've tried to forget it," she confessed, "but I can't. I lost control. My friends all tell me it wasn't my fault, but I still don't know whether I should apologize." Ed thought for a moment before answering honestly. "If you truly believe apologizing is the right thing to do, then you should apologize." His answer was simple. It wasn't meant to comfort her. It was simply the truth. Ed looked at Janica thoughtfully. She was cheerful, kind, adorable. Everyone adored her. Whenever she blamed herself, countless friends immediately rushed to reassure her that she had done nothing wrong. But even surrounded by that kindness, her own guilt never disappeared. Perhaps that was exactly why she had come to him instead. Janica smiled gently. "As expected, you never take my side just because everyone else does." Ed became slightly flustered. "I wasn't trying to offend you." She shook her head. "It's the opposite. I actually like that." She explained that ever since the beginning of the semester she had noticed how much he had changed. Even when he desperately needed money, he hadn't begged or acted pitiful. Instead, it almost felt as though he was intentionally telling people not to become involved with him. That version of Ed was completely different from the person everyone described. "I've never met someone who speaks to me the way you do." Her smile grew even warmer. "Being around you makes me feel strangely comfortable." The following day, Ed hurried through the academy corridors with a serious expression. The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous. The Failed Swordsman of Sylvania was considered a masterpiece. Yet only a handful of players had ever reached its true ending. Most players encountered one of the many bad endings long before finishing the game. Ed mentally reviewed several of them. In one route, the player rescued a girl during a kobold ambush. Later, during the class ranking examination, that decision exposed one of Lortel's hidden secrets. As a result, assassins were sent to kidnap and kill the player. That was bad ending number 3. In another route, Taylor died during a monster combat training exercise after being assassinated. If the player abandoned his childhood friend Eliatris and chose to support Lortel instead, bad ending number 7 was triggered. Eliatris fell from a cliff because Taylor wasn't there to save her. There was yet another route involving Janica's summoned fire spirit, Tarkin. If the player protected Lortel during that incident, he was burned alive by the spirit's flames. That route also led directly to another tragic bad ending. Remembering all those failed scenarios, Ed couldn't help feeling uneasy. The story had already begun changing, and if those changes continued, he had no idea which ending awaited him anymore. Ed knew he couldn't afford to waste another second. Just as he was about to run off, someone suddenly stepped in front of him. It was Lortel Keslam, the daughter of one of the greatest business families in the Empire. Within the academy, she was known as the Golden Daughter. Among experienced players, however, she was remembered for something entirely different. She was the 4th heroine of the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania. At the beginning of the game, Lortel appeared to be an ambitious, manipulative villain who cared only about money and influence. Only much later did players discover the painful truth hidden beneath her cold exterior. By the end of her route, many players found themselves divided over whether to support her or Princess Fenia. Seeing her now, Ed immediately tried to walk past without stopping. Getting involved with Lortel was the last thing he wanted. Unfortunately, she had no intention of letting him leave. "I'd like to buy 2 hours of your time." Ed didn't even slow down. Lortel quickly lowered her offer. Then, "Just 1 minute." She stepped in front of him again. "I've been watching you. Even after losing everything, you continue studying and improving yourself. It doesn't matter whether people call you arrogant or strange. I simply want to talk." Then she took out 3 gold coins. "I'll pay you." 3 gold coins. For most people, that was equivalent to an entire month's salary. Ed finally stopped walking. Looking directly at her, he asked, So the Golden Daughter buys relationships with money too? Lortel smiled calmly. Without waiting for permission, she slipped the 3 coins into his inner pocket. Keep them. The more allies you have, the better. Ed immediately understood what was happening. Lortel already knew that a political struggle with Princess Fenia was inevitable. She wasn't simply making friends. She was recruiting allies. Ed slowly removed the coins from his pocket. He reached out his hand instead. Let's just shake hands. Lortel accepted the handshake. As she watched him return the money, she couldn't help thinking about the wealthy people she had seen lose everything. Most of them broke completely. Faced with poverty, they abandoned their pride, their dignity, and sometimes even their own families just to survive. She had expected Ed to become exactly that kind of person. Instead, he quietly gave back enough money to completely change his current life. Without another word, Ed turned around and walked away. Deep down, he knew those coins would have solved countless problems, but accepting them meant becoming entangled with Lortel, Fenia, and Janika all at once. That wasn't survival. That was walking straight toward destruction. That evening, Lortel thought carefully about what had happened. Surprisingly, she didn't feel insulted by Ed's rejection. As a businesswoman, she always evaluated every situation logically. Losing one opportunity simply meant searching for another. Soon afterward, she found Janika walking through one of the academy's hallways. Janika smiled warmly. Your hair looks beautiful today. Lortel greeted her politely before apologizing for everything that had happened during their duel. She explained that she had wanted to apologize much earlier, but never found the opportunity. Janika noticed the bandages covering Lortel's body. You still haven't recovered. Lortel smiled. I'll be fine soon. At first, Lortel assumed Janika was the type of innocent girl who could easily be manipulated. Then Janika suddenly asked, Did you talk with Ed? Lortel froze. Why do you ask? Janika giggled. When something interesting happens, spirits love spreading gossip. She casually explained that the spirits had overheard every conversation that took place in the northern forest, including the one where Lortel tried to persuade Ed to get closer to her. Lortel couldn't hide her surprise. Janika smiled gently. You already know that sincerity can't be bought with money. If you really want to get close to Ed, you'll need something much more genuine. Realizing she had spoken a little too confidently, Janika immediately scratched her cheek in embarrassment. This is actually the first time I've been in a position to lecture someone. Since I'm finally a second-year student, it feels a little awkward. Before leaving, Janika mentioned that she was preparing to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit. Recently, many people had placed their hopes in her. Because of that, she wanted to work even harder. Then she paused. Oh, and I'm sorry about the injuries from our match. I hope you recover soon. With that, she quietly walked away. Watching her disappear, Lortel slowly realized just how badly she had misjudged her. Despite understanding the darkness hidden within the world, Janika had somehow managed to preserve her kindness. As the door closed behind her, Lortel couldn't help smiling. That brief conversation had taught her something valuable. If she wanted people to look at her the way they looked at Janika, she still had a long way to go. Meanwhile, Janika walked away feeling equally motivated. Being surrounded by people who believed in her made her want to become someone worthy of their expectations. At the same time, deep inside the forest, Ed was hanging his freshly washed clothes out to dry. Nearby, Lucy suddenly sniffed the air. Her sleepy expression instantly disappeared. Someone was approaching. A moment later, the bushes parted. Standing there was Belle Maya. She was the head maid of Ophilis Hall, the prestigious dormitory reserved for Sylvania Academy's wealthiest students. She was also the very woman who had personally thrown Ed out of the dormitory along with all of his belongings. Ed instinctively tried to explain himself. Before he could finish, Belle Maya smiled softly. I already know everything. She admitted that Janika talked about him constantly. However, she had never imagined he was living under such miserable conditions. Even so, she was genuinely happy that he had continued moving forward instead of giving up. Ed looked around his tiny shelter. He honestly couldn't understand what part of his current situation qualified as improving. Belle Maya's calm voice somehow carried incredible authority. It felt powerful enough that even someone unable to hear could understand every word she said. The story then explained why. The maids of Ophilis Hall were considered an elite group. They handled every aspect of the students' daily lives, from cleaning and laundry to preparing meals worthy of the Empire's highest-ranking nobles. The basket Belle Maya carried was undoubtedly filled with ingredients that ordinary people would never even have the chance to taste. Ed realized this was exactly the kind of information that never appeared anywhere in the game. As he observed her, another thought crossed his mind. Unlike the Academy's major characters, Belle Maya wasn't directly involved in the main storyline. Perhaps interacting with her wouldn't cause the timeline to change. Belle Maya noticed how formal he was acting and smiled again. You don't need to be so polite. We're outside the dormitory now. You can speak normally. Ed respectfully shook his head. I can't. You work harder than almost anyone else. Then his eyes drifted toward the basket she was carrying. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked, What exactly do you have in there? For the first time since arriving in this world, Ed began thinking that perhaps there was someone outside the game's main cast with whom he could become genuine friends without risking the future. As the days passed, Ed's survival skills continued improving at an incredible pace. The system constantly rewarded his hard work. After gathering various fruits, mushrooms, and medicinal herbs throughout the forest, he unlocked new crafting knowledge related to cooking and survival. He built a proper meat drying rack to preserve food for longer periods and upgraded his fishing equipment with a much larger net, making hunting far more efficient. While heating water with his fire magic to prepare a cup of herbal tea, another system notification appeared. Both fire magic and windblade had reached level 10. Although he only knew 2 basic spells, he had used them so frequently for everyday tasks that they had reached an exceptionally high level. Simple activities like cooking meals, boiling water, and preparing firewood had steadily increased both his survival skills and his magic proficiency. By the time he finished preparing everything, the sun hadn't even set. Looking around his campsite, Ed couldn't help smiling. Without realizing it, he had become far more capable than when he first arrived. For the first time since entering this world, he was actually enjoying himself. Suddenly, a strange shadow appeared overhead. Before he could react, something crashed directly into his campsite. The impact sent him flying across the clearing. Ed immediately panicked. His carefully built camp, his precious shelter, it had been completely destroyed. When the dust finally settled, he looked toward the crater. Lying in the middle of the wreckage was Lucy, still wearing her pajamas. She slowly sat up, rubbing her head. "I almost died." Ed stared at her in disbelief. "What could possibly have almost killed you?" Lucy answered with a completely straight face. "Bel Maya." Ed blinked. "What?" Lucy explained that she had skipped class again, just like always. Unfortunately, Bel Maya had been in an unusually bad mood that day. Instead of her usual gentle lecture, she had chased Lucy with a clenched fist. The attack happened so quickly that Lucy instinctively teleported away, landing directly on top of Ed's campsite. According to Lucy, the punch looked far more painful than the landing itself. Ed could only sigh. So it really was Miss Bel Maya. Looking closer, he noticed a tree branch tangled in Lucy's hair. Then he glanced around at the remains of his camp. "So you destroyed my entire house." Lucy quietly rubbed the bump on her head. For once, she actually looked hurt. Ed found that strange. Normally, she was always protected by powerful defensive magic. Lucy explained that she had completely exhausted her mana during the emergency teleport. Realizing she had no magical energy left, Ed slowly raised his hand. "This is for my ruined camp." He flicked it again and again. Lucy quietly accepted every hit without resisting. After calming down, Ed looked at the destroyed shelter and reached an important conclusion. A flimsy campsite made from branches simply wasn't enough anymore. Next time, he would build a real house, one made from proper lumber. A sturdy home capable of surviving disasters like this. To prepare, Ed visited the academy library. His schedule had become incredibly busy, so he made full use of every opportunity to learn new skills. This time, he borrowed books about architecture, construction materials, and woodworking techniques. As he studied, he carefully planned how to smooth wooden beams and design a roof sturdy enough to withstand harsh weather. Completely absorbed in his work, he lost track of time. Eventually, someone approached his table. "The library is closing." Ed looked up in surprise. Standing before him was a young girl. She smiled warmly. "You really work hard." Embarrassed, Ed quickly apologized for staying so late. The girl simply shook her head. "It's fine. Watching you study motivates me to work harder too." She politely introduced herself. "My name is Elka Islan. I'm a first-year student in the College of Magic." Ed noticed she was waiting expectantly for him to introduce himself as well. "I'm Ed Ruth Taylor." The moment she heard his name, her eyes widened. Ed sighed inwardly. He had already become accustomed to people's shocked reactions. After all, the original Ed's reputation had been absolutely terrible. To his surprise, however, Elka smiled. "You're nothing like the rumors." She explained that over the past several days she had repeatedly seen him reading one technical book after another. He had already finished 6 specialized books in a row. Everyone claimed he was arrogant, lazy, and aimless. Yet the person sitting before her was hard-working, sincere, and constantly trying to improve himself. "I don't think those rumors are very trustworthy anymore." She smiled brightly. "Honestly, I'm rooting for you." Ed couldn't help feeling surprised. He quietly thanked her for the encouragement. As they prepared to leave, Elka explained that she would stay behind to help clean the library. She wished him a safe trip home. Just then, the entire building suddenly shook violently. Shelves rattled, books crashed onto the floor. The ground trembled as though an enormous earthquake had struck the academy. Ed's eyes widened. One of the towering bookshelves tipped toward Elka. At the same time, outside the academy, an enormous pillar of magical light pierced the night sky. It looked as though the world itself was ending. Ed immediately recognized the scene. This was the final chapter of Episode 1, the confrontation with Glaskin. Meanwhile, it was already 11:30 at night. Inside the Academy's Student Center, a temporary evacuation camp had been established. Thanks to Taylor and his companions, many students had successfully gathered inside the protective barrier. Nearly 2 hours had passed since the disaster began. Looking toward the glowing sky, Eliatrice suddenly remembered something she had once read in a book about spirit magic. That's a summoning rune. Her voice trembled. It belongs to Glaskin, the greatest of the dark spirits. Hearing those words, Fenia's expression immediately darkened. If that's true, then the only person capable of forming such a powerful spiritual connection would be Janica Failover. Silence filled the room. Taylor finally stepped forward. This is bad, but standing here worrying won't solve anything. He explained that if Eliatrice was correct, the barrier protecting them was only delaying the inevitable. Once Glaskin fully manifested, countless students would lose their lives. Taylor immediately ordered everyone to gather inside the student center. Some students argued that anyone outside the barrier would surely notice the disaster. Sooner or later, the academy professors or even the Imperial Guard would arrive to rescue them. However, an alchemy student disagreed. If Glaskin truly was a high-ranking dark spirit, then the barrier surrounding the academy had to be unbelievably powerful. Outside reinforcements might never reach them in time. With the headmaster currently away from the academy, they would have to solve the crisis themselves. She suggested that if everyone combined their strength, they might still have a chance. Before anyone could agree, Clavius immediately objected. His face had turned pale. This is suicide. He pointed out that they would first have to defeat countless mid-level spirits before even reaching Janica. Even then, they would still have to face multiple high-ranking spirits. Among them were Tarkin, the great fire spirit, and the terrifying dark spirit, Velasphere. There is no way I'm joining that. Lortel quietly frowned. She couldn't believe Janica possessed enough power to summon Glaskin while simultaneously controlling so many powerful spirits. Another student explained that most of the power likely belonged to Velasphere. Janica herself was merely acting as a conduit. Dark spirits naturally preyed upon spirit mages. The stronger the mage, the more attractive they became to such entities. Because Janica possessed extraordinary talent, Velasphere had chosen her as the perfect vessel for its summoning. Before the discussion could continue, another student interrupted. It doesn't matter how this happened. What matters is what we're going to do now. Everyone instinctively turned toward Princess Fenia. The room fell silent. They waited for their leader to make the decision. For a brief moment, Fenia remembered something Ed had once told her. He had said that life at Sylvania Academy didn't have to be so heavy, that she didn't need to shoulder every burden alone. A faint smile crossed her face. If only things were truly that simple. Taking a deep breath, Fenia finally made her decision. We move out in 1 hour. Only she, her royal guard Claire, and the highest-ranked students from each class would participate in the operation. They were the only ones strong enough to confront the spirits directly. She looked around at everyone gathered inside the student center. Prepare yourselves. I'll take full responsibility for everything that happens from here. Just as everyone was preparing to move out, another student rushed into the student center with an urgent report. After inspecting the academy, they had confirmed that the faculty members were unable to assist. The dormitories and the potion archive had both suffered critical damage, leaving the staff occupied with rescue efforts. Fenia quickly understood the situation. At that moment, only the students gathered there were capable of taking action. Before anyone could respond, another girl came running in. There are still people trapped inside the library, she explained that one of them was her close friend, Elka Islan, while the other was a second-year student. Hearing Elka's name, one of the students immediately panicked. Elka is still inside? The girl nodded. Elka had become a library apprentice to study advanced grimoires, but unlike the academy's stronger students, she had almost no ability to defend herself. We have to save her immediately. Lortel stepped forward and tried to calm everyone. The library is too far away. Our priority has to be stopping Janica. Fenia silently agreed. Then she remembered one important detail. The girl had mentioned there was another second-year student trapped alongside Elka. Fenia took a deep breath. We'll have to trust that student. He'll protect her until we arrive. Ziggs wasn't convinced. Still, he reluctantly accepted her decision. Fenia turned back toward the girl. Are you absolutely certain someone else is with Elka? The girl hesitated. Seeing her reaction, Ziggs narrowed his eyes. What are you hiding? After gathering her courage, she finally answered. The other student is Ed Ruth Taylor. The atmosphere instantly changed. Several students began whispering among themselves. Even Ziggs' expression darkened. The girl hurriedly explained that Ed had simply been studying late in the library. She admitted she had felt uncomfortable around him because of his terrible reputation, so she had left before the disaster began, unintentionally leaving Elka behind. Although Elka ignored the academy's rumors, everyone else knew exactly what kind of person Ed Ruth Taylor was supposed to be. The room filled with murmurs. That loser, he's the one trapped in there, as shameless as always. Ziggs clenched his fists in anger. Before he could move, however, Fenia stopped him. For a brief moment, she remembered everything that had happened since meeting Ed. Then she calmly spoke. Perhaps it's time we put a little faith in him. Nobody responded. No one there truly trusted Ed. Without saying another word, Zig suddenly disappeared. Using incredible speed, he charged toward the library. The hostile spirits blocking his path were sliced apart one after another. As he ran, he made a silent promise. If Ed had harmed Elka, he would never forgive him. The story then shifted to Zig's past. Calling his life a journey from rags to riches wasn't enough to describe the miracle he had experienced. Long before entering Sylvania Academy, Ziggs had lived on the Empire's northern plains. Those lands were beyond the Empire's control. There were no laws, no protection. Every single day ended with one simple question: would you still be alive tomorrow? Born into a nomadic tribe, Ziggs was abandoned when he came of age. Without realizing it, his own family had left him behind. To survive, he learned how to hunt long before he ever learned how to read. Before earning money, he survived by scavenging supplies from corpses abandoned along the roadside. One day, while dragging the body of a dead traveler through town, a young girl suddenly stopped him. "What is your name?" "Jay." The girl quietly smiled. "You look just like a wolf walking on two legs." Those simple words changed everything. For the first time, Ziggs realized what his life had become. He wasn't simply surviving. He was nothing more than a lonely wolf cub abandoned by his own pack. Unable to hold back his emotions, he burst into tears. That same girl, Elka, together with her father, she welcomed him into their home without asking for anything in return. For the first time in his life, Ziggs experienced genuine kindness. The lonely wolf gradually became a man. Now, to protect the person who had once saved him, he was willing to become a beast once again. Slashing through every spirit that stood in his way, Ziggs sprinted toward the library. Along the way, he remembered every rumor he had heard about Ed Ruth Taylor. People claimed he was a bully, a liar, someone who insulted princesses and constantly tormented weaker students. By the time he reached the library, his anger had reached its limit. Inside, he found Ed sitting against a wall, covered in injuries. "Where's Elka?" Ed looked up calmly. "Third floor, the reading room." Without another word, Ziggs shoved Ed aside and rushed upstairs. Throwing open the door, he froze. Elka was sleeping peacefully. Someone had carefully covered her with a jacket. Relief washed over him. Then he noticed something strange. Several bookshelves had been deliberately repositioned around her, forming a protective barrier. The curtains had been tightly closed to keep wandering spirits from entering the room. Beside her lay a handwritten note. It calmly instructed Elka not to panic after waking up. If the danger had already passed, she should leave immediately. If she encountered any spirits, she should run without looking back. Only then did Ziggs notice the bloodstains covering the jacket wrapped around her. His heart sank. The blood wasn't Elka's. Looking around the room, every clue pointed toward the same conclusion. Someone had protected her without worrying about their own safety. That person was Ed Ruth Taylor. Ziggs slowly lowered his head. Why would someone with such a terrible reputation risk his own life to save another student? Meanwhile, downstairs, Ed quietly thought to himself, "I was so close." The story then rewound to reveal what had happened 3 hours earlier. When the earthquake first struck, Elka had already lost consciousness. Without hesitation, Ed threw himself forward and caught the massive bookshelf before it crushed her. As he struggled to hold its enormous weight, he couldn't help appreciating all the physical training he had endured over the past several weeks. Even so, he immediately realized something was wrong. Everything was happening much earlier than it should have. Looking outside, he saw the gigantic summoning rune burning across the night sky. The confrontation with Glaskin had already begun. Without wasting another second, Ed closed every curtain inside the library. Taylor would handle the main battle. Ed had no intention of interfering with an event involving so many important characters. As far as he was concerned, the future still wasn't something he should try to change. His priority was survival. Knowing that low-level spirits would soon flood the academy, Ed hurriedly began transforming the library into a temporary fortress. He dragged heavy bookshelves across the floor, blocked every entrance, and reinforced every possible access point. Compared to his tiny forest shelter, the library was a far better place to survive the coming disaster. While working, another thought suddenly crossed his mind. Janika's greatest strength wasn't simply her magical power, it was her deep understanding of spirits and the extraordinary bond she shared with them. The more a spirit mage communicated with spirits, the stronger that connection became. Unfortunately, someone like Ed possessed almost no spiritual talent. He could barely see spirits at all. Under normal circumstances, improving those abilities would have been nearly impossible. Then, Ed suddenly stopped moving. Something had changed. Slowly lifting his head, he stared into the empty air. For the first time, he could actually see the spirits surrounding him. Janika had summoned countless spirits right in front of Ed. Although the sight irritated him, he silently thanked them for the opportunity and immediately unleashed his windblade. One after another, the spirits were sliced apart until the entire group had been wiped out. Only after the battle ended did Ed realize how quickly everything had happened. By defeating the spirits, both his spiritual understanding and spiritual connection had risen to level 7. He was getting closer to his goal. If both attributes reached level 15, he would finally be able to form a contract with a spirit. Completely exhausted, Ed struggled to catch his breath. At that moment, Ziggs appeared carrying Elka in his arms and asked why Ed was still there. Ed was completely confused. In his mind, he wondered what Ziggs meant. Couldn't he see that he was utterly drained? Even so, Ed simply answered that he had been training. Ziggs didn't believe that explanation for a second. He thought only a fool would accept such an excuse, but instead of questioning him, he nodded. At that moment, he felt he finally understood what kind of person Ed really was. Ziggs respectfully bowed his head. "Senior Ed, I owe you a great debt. One day I'll repay this favor." Hearing those words, Ed suddenly remembered something obvious. Elka was the love of Ziggs' life. She meant everything to him. How had he forgotten such an important detail? Ziggs was also Taylor's closest friend in the original story, a character whose role was vital to the main plot. After analyzing the situation, Ed realized Ziggs had probably rushed over from the student center. Now that he knew Elka was safe, he needed to return immediately. Ed also understood that he wasn't supposed to be involved in this part of the story. Without wasting another second, he told Ziggs to go help Taylor. Ziggs looked surprised. "You mean Taylor McClaw? Why are you speaking so highly of him? You two barely even know each other." Ed explained that Taylor was the only one capable of injuring Tarkin because he would soon learn the elemental slash. That technique was essential for defeating the monster. If Taylor mastered it in time, they could still win. Ziggs thanked him for the advice, but Ed cut him off before he could continue. "There isn't time. Just go." Once Ziggs left, Ed collapsed onto the ground again, completely drained. As he rested, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Had he interfered with the story again? Then another realization struck him. He remembered that Ziggs and Taylor weren't actually friends yet. In the original story, during the end-of-semester evaluation in Act 1, the two had fought each other. Taylor had been completely overwhelmed, but during that battle he awakened the elemental slash and used it to break through Ziggs' magic. That determination earned Ziggs' respect, and the two became close friends. The problem was that event should have happened an entire month ago. Because of all the changes Ed had caused, that duel never happened. As a result, Ziggs and Taylor were still strangers. Without their friendship, Taylor had never learned the elemental slash. Without the elemental slash, nobody could injure Tarkin. Ed finally understood the terrifying truth. Without realizing it, he had completely shattered the original storyline. Later, back at the temporary headquarters, Ziggs finally arrived and apologized for being late, saying he was ready to fight. "Forget it. Even if you had been here from the beginning, we still would have failed." Their first assault had ended in complete defeat. One of the knights admitted they desperately needed reinforcements because nobody could even get past Tarkin. Everyone looked toward Phinia, placing the burden of leadership on her shoulders. She quietly reflected that they were fortunate everyone had survived, even though Claire had been left behind and Clavius had suffered serious injuries. Despite everything, Phinia calmly declared that they still had to find a way to remove Tarkin from their path. Suddenly, someone interrupted. "We don't have time for that." Everyone turned around in shock. "If we waste time defeating every spirit, the ritual will be completed. We have to head straight for Tarkin." Phinia froze. The person speaking was Ed Ruth Taylor. Although he didn't want to interfere any further, Ed had finally accepted that he had no choice. From this point onward, he would have to step directly into the game's main storyline. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Clavius even thought it had to be some kind of joke. However, Ziggs stopped everyone. "Let's hear him out." Ed quickly explained his strategy. Their first objective wasn't to defeat Tarkin, it was to get past him and reach Velasfair, who had possessed Janica. Everyone already knew Tarkin's scales made him nearly immune to ordinary attacks, so wasting time trying to kill him was pointless. Instead, they would divide into two groups. One team would distract Tarkin, the second team would slip past him and confront Velasfair directly. Lortel immediately rejected the idea. "The last time we escaped was pure luck. If both Tarkin and Velasfair notice the same group, every one of us will die." Ed calmly answered that risks could only be judged by comparing them with another plan. Their true objective wasn't Tarkin. It was Janica. If they defeated Janica, Tarkin would disappear along with her. Ziggs then asked the obvious question, "So who's going to be the bait?" Another student laughed bitterly. "So, who's volunteering to commit suicide?" Taylor immediately raised his hand. "I'll do it." Ed instantly refused. "No, you're part of the combat team." Taylor argued that he was fast enough to survive, but Ed shook his head. "You're completely misunderstanding the situation." He explained that the two teams didn't need equal numbers. A smaller bait team would be enough. He, Clavius, and Lortel would distract Tarkin. Clavius immediately protested, "I don't want to die." Lortel also politely declined the assignment. The entire group began arguing. Ed sighed. There was no longer time for debate. Finally, Phinia stepped forward. "I don't fully understand your plan, but I believe you're telling the truth." As the third princess of Cloel, she officially divided the teams. Taylor, Ziggs, Alvira, and Aelia would infiltrate the training grounds and stop Janica. Ed, Clavius, and Lortel would serve as the bait team and keep Tarkin occupied. Before everyone departed, Phinia gave them one final order. Don't die. With that, the operation began. Inside the corridor leading to the nail hall, Lortel asked Ed how he planned to distract a gigantic fire dragon. Ed simply replied that she only needed to follow his instructions. If everything goes according to plan, we'll win. The three of them rushed directly toward Tarkin. Ed reassured Clavius not to panic. Although Clavius was famous for being cowardly and lacking confidence, he was actually the strongest first-year student in the combat department when it came to close-range fighting. Ed knew exactly how capable he really was. Clavius, however, couldn't understand why Ed sounded so confident. As they approached, Tarkin immediately sensed their presence. Behind the massive creature lay the training grounds where Janica was performing the ritual. Remembering Phinia's encouragement, Clavius tried to gather his courage. He clenched his fists and prepared himself. Then he witnessed Tarkin's overwhelming power firsthand. His confidence instantly disappeared. The battle's starting, but how are we supposed to distract something like that? When he turned around to ask Ed, he suddenly froze. Both Ed and Lortel were gone. Even Tarkin looked momentarily confused. The next second, the giant dragon charged straight toward Clavius. Terrified, he screamed and ran for his life while shouting that he'd been tricked. He cursed everyone, declared he hated the entire world, and sprinted through the hallway with Tarkin chasing right behind him. Meanwhile, Lortel stood safely outside the corridor, letting out a quiet sigh. Earlier, while Clavius had been psyching himself up, Ed had secretly instructed Lortel to leave. The real plan had always been to lure both Clavius and Tarkin deep into the hallway. The plan worked perfectly. Lortel looked at Ed and asked whether Clavius had truly been chosen as the sacrifice. Ed calmly shook his head. It isn't a sacrifice. He's the strongest student in his class. He'll survive. Then he reminded her that there was something far more important she needed to do. Standing outside the training grounds, Lortel closed her eyes and began gathering an enormous amount of magical energy. Ed explained that Lortel's role was simple but crucial. She had to create an opening for the other group. He told her not to believe the rumors surrounding him. He knew everyone doubted him, but he was certain she was the perfect person for this job. Without hesitation, Lortel gathered her mana and unleashed several massive ice crystals. They slammed into the wall with tremendous force, blasting open a huge passage. The path is open. Hurry, she shouted. As she watched the others rush through the opening, she couldn't help but think how ridiculous the situation was. During what was supposed to be a joint training exercise, she was demolishing entire walls with intermediate-level magic. That was exactly why Ed had entrusted this task to her. For a brief moment, Lortel smiled. Ed Ruth Taylor truly was someone who inspired others. Now that the escape route had been secured, only one task remained. She looked toward Clavius, who was still running for his life while loudly cursing both Ed and Lortel. Ignoring his complaints, Lortel remembered every instruction Ed had given her and quietly prepared her next spell. Just then, Tarkin caught up to Clavius. Meanwhile, Ed calmly analyzed the situation. Tarkin remained at that location for one reason. He was the guardian of the training grounds and would never willingly abandon his post. If he couldn't be lured away, then he simply had to be trapped. Thanks to his nearly indestructible scales, direct attacks were useless. Lortel reminded Ed that she had already fought Tarkin once during training. No matter what anyone tried, nobody had managed to leave even a scratch on the monster. Instead of arguing, Ed simply revealed a special item. This will deal with the scales. At the same time, he sprinted through another corridor. Lortel wasn't wrong. Nobody could truly overcome Tarkin's scales through brute force alone. Right then, Lortel slammed both hands onto the ground. An enormous wall of solid ice erupted from the floor, completely blocking Tarkin's path. The monster roared before smashing through the frozen barrier with overwhelming strength. Just as Tarkin burst through, Ed kicked open a nearby door and disappeared inside. He knew exactly where he was going. He had memorized the Academy's map long ago and had taken this route countless times in the game. Behind a hidden entrance, Lucy was exactly where he expected. She was peacefully sleeping. Ed sighed in disbelief. How could someone be taking a nap in the middle of such complete chaos? Then he remembered Lucy had lost her usual shelter after it was destroyed. With nowhere else to rest, she had climbed onto the rooftop, her favorite place to sleep. To be more precise, she had remained asleep because, in the original story, she had been completely removed from this chapter. Janica's unstable condition had angered Belmaya, forcing Lucy to run away and hide. The developers had probably excluded her simply because she was too powerful. Suddenly, Lucy's nose twitched. "I smell dried meat." Ed immediately pulled out an entire bag of jerky, stuffed it into her mouth, and told her she could have all of it. Then he carried her onto the balcony. Looking into the distance, he took a deep breath. This should work. Without another thought, Ed threw Lucy through the air like a character from Angry Birds. At the exact moment Tarkin was about to kill both Clavius and Lortel, Lucy screamed in outrage. "Ed, you're the worst!" The next instant, her magic activated. Divine punishment. An overwhelming storm of lightning erupted from her body, creating a gigantic explosion that engulfed everything nearby. The blast was so devastating that Lortel immediately erected a protective barrier around herself and Clavius. Even Ed was nearly blown away by the shockwave. As he watched the lightning consume Tarkin, he realized this was the turning point. Tarkin was an extremely high-level fire spirit. His scales had been so durable that even an entire squad couldn't harm him. But Lucy's divine punishment completely shattered that defense. Now, Tarkin could finally be injured, and the person who would finish him would be Ed himself. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, the original story continued. Janica remembered her mother's gentle voice telling her she was proud of her. But everyone else who had praised her talents had only wanted to exploit her abilities. Their betrayal shattered the image of kindness and love she had once believed in. A massive explosion echoed throughout the area, but the strike team had already reached her. Bound by countless shadows, Janica forced herself to smile despite everything. Behind her, Velisfair quietly gathered enormous magical power, preparing to erase everyone before him. Elsewhere, Ed continued running. He could feel that terrifying energy growing stronger. Dawn was approaching. The scenario was reaching its conclusion. Fortunately, he wasn't too late. Tarkin was still chasing Clavius. Ed immediately asked where Lucy had gone. Lortel shrugged. She's probably rolling around asleep somewhere. Lucy had already exhausted herself and wouldn't be able to finish the battle. Ed nodded. Then we'll do it. Lortel admitted she had already spent most of her mana opening the passage for the others. Ed didn't hesitate. We only need one clean strike to his neck. He knew her ice magic lacked the precision needed for such an attack, so he would handle it himself. Lortel suggested letting Clavius finish the monster with his sword instead. However, they both knew he wouldn't make it in time. Ed stepped forward. I'll take responsibility. I'm betting my life on the support you can give me. Lortel smiled faintly. That's easy to say. In reality, this is nothing but a gamble. Ed calmly shook his head. No, this isn't a gamble. It's an investment. Those words immediately caught Lortel's attention. Investments were her specialty. Smiling warmly, she admitted that she liked Ed far more than the princess. After all, he had risked his own life for her. Now, she would do the same. Gathering every remaining ounce of mana, Lortel created countless floating ice crystals. A new spell slowly took shape. Ed inhaled deeply. Here I go. Nearby, Clavius was barely standing. His entire body was covered with cuts and bruises from running nonstop, yet he continued watching the battle unfold. Without hesitation, Ed charged directly toward Tarkin. The giant fire spirit immediately prepared its flames to incinerate him. Ed ignored the danger. He only needed to get a little closer. Suddenly, Clavius shouted. A gigantic demonic hand descended from the sky. Ed recognized it instantly. Glaskin's right hand. This was the exact moment when Taylor was supposed to save everyone. The timing couldn't have been worse. Ed still had to finish Tarkin first. Just as Tarkin reached out to burn him alive, a gigantic ice crystal slammed into the monster. Lortel had timed her attack perfectly. Ed never doubted her. He knew she wouldn't make a mistake at the most critical moment. Tarkin tried to recover. It was already too late. Ed closed the remaining distance in an instant. He had cast the spell thousands of times throughout the game. There was no chance he would miss now. Windblade activated. With one flawless slash, Tarkin's head was severed from its body. The system immediately acknowledged the victory. Tarkin had been defeated. Ed's spiritual understanding and spiritual connection increased dramatically. At last he had reached the requirements to form a contract with the spirit. Looking into the distance, Ed saw Taylor making his own move. Taylor shot through the sky like a falling meteor. A brilliant flash illuminated the battlefield. Glaskin's right hand exploded into countless fragments. As Taylor slowly descended, his hair had turned completely white. Watching him, Ed couldn't help but smile. That really was the protagonist. For some reason, he felt as though they shared a strange connection. With both enemies defeated, the massive dome of dark magic surrounding the battlefield finally shattered. As dawn arrived, peace returned to the academy. Later, everyone rested beneath a large tree. Lucy, of course, was sleeping peacefully again. Lortel looked up at the bright morning sky. I've met many people willing to risk their lives, but most of them were cowards. Ed looked at her with complete indifference. So what? Lortel blinked in surprise. So what? We just survived a life-and-death battle together, Senior. Your little heart is seriously lacking emotion. She then formally introduced herself. My name is Lortel Ketchelm. Ed accepted her handshake. As their hands met, he noticed 3 gold coins hidden in her palm. Lortel smiled mischievously. I finally caught you off guard. I still owe you a favor. See you next time, Senior. She walked away, leaving Ed completely confused. He honestly didn't want to become any more involved with someone like her. Soon afterward, another familiar face approached. Taylor activated his swordsmanship before bowing respectfully. You saved my life. Thank you. Before Ed could answer, Clavius shouted from the background, Why is everyone thanking him? I almost died because of that guy. The entire group immediately told Clavius to be quiet. He could only stand there crying while everyone ignored him. Phinia then stepped forward. Ed Ruth Taylor, you've done a great deal for everyone today. I can personally recommend you to the student council. Ed politely declined. There won't be any need. He knew the real heroes were Lucy, who had broken Tarkin's defenses, and Taylor, who had destroyed Glaskin's right hand. They deserved the recognition, not him. One of the alchemists laughed. You're being far too modest. Everyone knows how much you've done. Just then, Ziggs reminded everyone to show proper respect toward Elvira, since she was their senior. As Ed quietly watched the group interacting, a warm feeling filled his heart. Until now, he had deliberately kept his distance from all of them, because he didn't want to interfere with the original story. But seeing everyone together, he couldn't help smiling. He had watched every one of them struggle, grow stronger, and overcome impossible challenges. Taylor would become the greatest hero. Aelia would continue growing alongside him. Phinia would establish herself as a true ruler. Ziggs would finally find his place among people. Clavius would slowly gain the confidence he had always lacked. Elvira would learn that life wasn't only about having fun. And Lortel, who had spent her entire life chasing wealth, would eventually discover that her own life was worth more than all the gold in the world. Every one of them had a role to play. Every one of them had a future waiting ahead. Ed knew that better than anyone, and that was exactly why he had always tried to stay away from them. Later, Ed returned to the ruined training area. After clearing away the rubble, he forced open the entrance and made his way toward the old arena. Hidden inside was a small cabinet. Ed stopped in front of it. There was still one thing missing. One person he had to find. Someone whose future would become essential. As he slowly opened the cabinet door, he found Janica curled up inside. Looking at her, Ed remembered that Janica's role in the story had always been to remain behind the scenes after this incident. His mind drifted back to a conversation he once had with Lortel. Curious about how someone as talented as Janica had fallen so far, he had asked for her opinion. Lortel had told him about something she witnessed one night. Around midnight, she had entered Janica's dormitory room. Everything inside reflected Janica's sincere personality. Her large desk was completely buried beneath countless gifts. There wasn't even enough room to open a single book. Every wall was covered with dozens of handwritten sticky notes from people thanking her. The obvious solution was simple. She could have stored the presents somewhere else and removed the notes from the walls, but she never did. Janica had become obsessed with repaying every act of kindness she received. Whenever someone showed her gratitude, she felt obligated to return it with even greater sincerity. Day after day, she pushed herself harder and harder, believing she had to live up to everyone's expectations. Ed knew that was exactly what destroyed her. Valus Fair hadn't created her weakness. He had simply taken advantage of it. Janica's emotional collapse had been inevitable. The only strange part was the timing. Everything had happened an entire month earlier than it should have. In the original story, Taylor was supposed to defeat the enemy and become the hero of the event. Instead, he lost. Because of that, Janica unexpectedly became the center of attention, earning admiration and countless new friends. Taylor's defeat had happened because Lucy formed a contract with the high-level wind spirit, Marilda. Lucy only managed to make that contract because she frequently visited the northern forest. Ironically, the peaceful napping spot Ed had unknowingly created for her was what allowed that encounter to happen. But someone had to pay the price for all those changes. That person was Janica. Inside the cabinet, Janica let out a small laugh. I understand now why Lucy likes sleeping here. It's really comfortable. She admitted she never expected Ed to find her, especially while everyone outside was still dealing with the aftermath of the disaster. After everything that had happened, she simply hid herself away. She waited, hoping someone would come looking for her. But nobody did. Eventually, she accepted it. I think I'd like to stay hidden a little longer. Ed quietly asked why. She lowered her head. Because I've been acting like such a crybaby. Ed looked at her silently. At that moment, he remembered the message the wolf spirit had given him. No matter what happened, save Janica. Ed believed he was the only person who knew the future. Perhaps the spirit knew it as well. While everyone else blamed Janica or expected something from her, Ed had deliberately kept his distance. The truth was, Janica had always been someone worthy of trust. Yet her story still ended in tragedy. She desperately tried to form a contract with a high-ranking spirit, but because she rushed the summoning ritual, a dark spirit took advantage of the opening. The academy was destroyed. Her future collapsed. Every single night she stayed awake studying magic. She always smiled at her teachers. She smiled at her friends. She smiled at anyone who showed her kindness. To everyone around her, she looked like the perfect student. No one realized how much she was suffering alone. Perhaps that was why her failure felt so heartbreaking. She had tried harder than anyone else. Ed gently smiled. There really isn't anyone who worked harder than you. Those simple words finally broke the wall surrounding her heart. Tears streamed down Janica's face. For the first time, someone acknowledged her efforts instead of her failures. Ed quietly reflected on the strange contrast of the story. On the grand stage stood the heroes, proudly receiving everyone's praise. Behind the curtain, everything was silent. The first act's villain quietly left the stage just as the true protagonist stepped into the spotlight. Ed had watched this chapter countless times while playing the game, yet only now did he truly understand how beautiful it really was. As he looked around, something changed. Before, he had never been able to see them. Now, dozens of spirits surrounded Janica. At that very moment, Ed finally understood how this story would eventually end. His spiritual understanding and spiritual connection both reached level 10. The system immediately displayed a new notification. Every spirit present had become interested in him. Among them, the high-level wind spirit Marilda showed an especially strong interest. 10 days later, Janica stood before the Academy's disciplinary committee. She admitted every mistake she had made and calmly accepted whatever punishment awaited her. During the first meeting, the Academy attempted to expel her. However, both students and teachers stood up in her defense. They refused to abandon her. At the second hearing, Phinia personally testified that Janica had been completely possessed by Valisfair. Because of that, she could not be held responsible for attempted regicide. Lortel also spoke during the proceedings. Representing the Alte Merchant Association, she announced that the organization would cover every expense required to repair the academy. They asked for nothing in return. Well, almost nothing. The agreement included one small condition. The academy would reduce customs fees on educational supplies and future trade deals. After all the discussions, Janica still received several punishments. She lost every privilege given to the academy's top students. Her awards and honors were revoked. She also lost the right to stay in the dormitory during the following semester. However, 20 days later, the harshest punishment of all was officially canceled. Her expulsion was revoked. The entire academy celebrated. Everyone felt as though justice had finally prevailed. To welcome Janica back, her friends prepared a beautiful afternoon tea. Before she arrived, one of them reminded everyone not to mention the Glaskin incident. They didn't want Janica to relive those painful memories. When everything was ready, they welcomed her with warm smiles. The atmosphere quickly became cheerful. Then, out of nowhere, Janica asked an unexpected question. What's the difference between liking someone and loving someone? Her friends exchanged puzzled looks. Why would she suddenly ask something like that? Trying to hide her embarrassment, Janica explained that she was asking for a friend. Of course, nobody believed that. She began describing the dream. In the dream, she was making the flower crown in a beautiful garden. Then someone appeared. It was Ed. He looked like a prince riding a magnificent horse. She gently placed the flower crown on his head and told him she had made it just for him. Afterward, the two happily ran through the endless field of flowers together. Janica stubbornly continued, insisting it was only her friend's dream. Her friends could only smile. It was painfully obvious she was talking about herself. Curious, Clara asked what happened next. Janica replied that her friend couldn't stop thinking about someone's face. Even while sitting alone in her room, that person's image kept appearing in her mind over and over again. It almost felt like love. The instant Clara heard that, she abruptly stood up. I just remembered something important. She immediately fled the scene, leaving Janica alone with Anissa. Anissa nervously wondered how she was supposed to handle such a delicate topic. After thinking for a moment, she spoke honestly. Maybe you're making this too complicated. Whether you like someone or not is already mysterious enough. You should just be honest with your own feelings. Janica slowly nodded. I think you're right. The conversation became slightly confusing afterward, as the names were mixed up. The person speaking at that point was actually Clara, not Anissa. Clara gently warned Janica to be careful. Even if it's only a dream, rumors can still spread. It wouldn't be good for your reputation. Janica thoughtfully agreed. She had only just recovered. Creating unnecessary gossip would only cause more trouble. After thanking Clara for the advice, she announced she was heading back to the dormitory. Clara smiled and waved goodbye. The moment Janica disappeared, Clara slammed her forehead onto the table. This is all Anissa's fault. She left me alone in the most awkward conversation imaginable. Meanwhile, Ed quietly walked through the forest. After everything that had happened, he had finally managed to save a decent amount of money. Thanks to a petition submitted by Phinia, he had also been exempted from paying next semester's tuition. Using the gold he had saved, Ed bought several new tools for his shelter. As he walked home through the woods, he suddenly spotted Janica. For the entire first act, Ed had intentionally avoided getting close to her in order to preserve the original story. But now, Act 1 was finally over. Janica was no longer one of the central figures driving the plot. Perhaps for the first time, the two of them could simply meet as ordinary people. Ed decided that there was no reason to keep avoiding Janica forever. At the very least, he could say hello. He walked over with a gentle smile. It's all over now, you're free. Janica jumped in surprise. She instinctively took a small step back before forcing a smile. Yes, everything's fine. At the same time, the words her friends had told her echoed through her mind. Be honest with your feelings. Her face immediately turned red. Unable to handle the embarrassment, she hurriedly made up an excuse. I have something to do back at the dormitory." After saying a quick goodbye, she practically ran away. Even Ed, who had encouraged her to be honest with herself, was left standing there in complete confusion. Still, he didn't think much of it. He had far more important things to do. It was finally time to build a proper home. On the very first day, Ed searched the forest until he found the perfect location for his cabin. The area was spacious, surrounded by sturdy trees that provided plenty of shade, yet secluded enough that it wouldn't attract unwanted attention. Once he found the ideal spot, he immediately got to work. By the third day, he had already collected a huge supply of lumber. Thanks to his growing mastery of windblade, cutting trees had become incredibly efficient. The construction progressed far faster than he expected. On the sixth day, however, he temporarily stopped gathering wood because the academy released the semester examination results. To his surprise, his grades were excellent. His scores on the theoretical exams ranked among the best of the freshmen. Despite that achievement, Janica still seemed to avoid him whenever they crossed paths. Even stranger, her friends kept giving him mysterious looks whenever they saw him. By the 18th day, Ed had almost finished gathering every log he needed. At one point, he even wondered if anyone in the entire game world had ever trained Windblade to the level he had reached. On the 20th day, the academy officially entered its vacation period. With no more classes to worry about, Ed devoted all of his time to building the cabin. Then another unexpected incident occurred. While checking one of the traps he had set to catch food, he discovered Lucy sleeping peacefully inside it. Ed let out a helpless sigh. Maybe using dried meat as bait wasn't such a good idea after all. Lucy simply loved it too much. On the 27th day, the head maid Belle Maya visited him carrying herbs and freshly gathered mushrooms. After handing them over, she casually asked how things were going with Janica. When Ed honestly replied that Janica probably hated him, Belle Maya could only stare at him in complete confusion. 3 days later, disaster struck. The central support pillar of his cabin collapsed. Within seconds, the entire structure came crashing down. Ed quickly realized that perfectly fitting the wooden joints together wasn't enough. Without proper structural support, the entire building would remain unstable. Later that day, while visiting a bakery, he unexpectedly ran into Janica and her friends. The moment Janica noticed him, she turned bright red and immediately ran away again, leaving her poor friends behind to awkwardly face Ed once more. On the 37th day, Ziggs arrived to help with construction. As they worked together hammering the roof into place, Ziggs casually commented that Taylor really seemed like a good person. Ed immediately replied that he wasn't. Deep down, however, he smiled. If Taylor and Ziggs became close friends just as they had in the original story, then perhaps the timeline was finally correcting itself. Ziggs pointed toward one side of the roof. "Should we hammer this part too?" Ed shook his head. "No, that's where the chimney will go." Day after day, more pieces fell into place. Finally, on the 45th day, Ed set down his knife. He quietly stepped inside his newly completed cabin. Sitting on the wooden floor, he looked around. There were no decorations, no furniture, nothing luxurious. But there were solid walls, a sturdy roof, a proper door. Even insects could no longer wander inside. For the first time since arriving in this world, Ed truly felt at home. The system displayed a notification. Construction complete. Log cabin successfully built. A faint smile appeared on Ed's face. He finally had a place he could call home. Outside, hidden behind the trees, Janica nervously gathered her courage. Meanwhile, Ed lay comfortably inside the cabin, mentally planning the next improvements. The walls, floor, and fireplace were already complete. Next, he wanted to build a fence, create a firewood storage area, and make a few finishing touches. Suddenly, something landed on the roof. It was Lucy. Naturally, she had climbed up there and fallen asleep. A moment later, another voice called out, "Ed." Janica stood outside, looking incredibly nervous. Surprised, Ed opened the door. "How did you find this place?" Janica remembered a recent conversation with Belle Maya. The head maid had mentioned visiting young Master Ed's camp in the forest. "The cabin?" Janica had asked. Belle Maya looked surprised. "You've seen it?" "I noticed it from a distance while walking through the forest." Belle Maya smiled. "Ed built it all by himself. Honestly, it's much sturdier and prettier than I expected. I never imagined he had talent for construction." Then she invited Janica to visit the cabin herself. Janica curiously asked whether Belle Maya was also interested in things like that. Belle Maya laughed. "Of course. I'm human too. When someone builds such a beautiful cabin with their own hands, anyone would naturally become curious." That conversation gave Janica an excuse. Now, standing outside the cabin with flushed cheeks, she awkwardly explained herself. "I was just passing by to visit Marilda, and since I happened to see your cabin, I thought I'd stop and take a closer look. It's only natural to be curious." Ed nodded without suspicion. "I suppose that's true." Janica looked around before smiling. "It looks wonderful." Ed thanked her. "I only finished building it today. Weren't the spirits talking about it?" Janica hesitated before answering. They mentioned it a little. They said you've become really muscular. They talked about your broad back, strong arms, and rough hands from building the cabin. The moment she repeated those words, she became so embarrassed that her face turned completely red. She quickly tried changing the subject. I only heard the basics. Pretending not to notice her embarrassment, Ed invited her inside. It isn't much yet. You might be disappointed. Janica shook her head immediately. No, I'd love to see it. Inside the cabin, she looked around in amazement. You built all of this by yourself? That evening, the two sat quietly beside the campfire. Janica slowly sipped her tea before speaking. So many people have helped me. The princess, Lortel, my friends, they've all sacrificed so much for me. How am I ever supposed to repay all of them? Ed smiled gently. They helped because they wanted to. If you can't repay them, then don't. Your friends aren't loan sharks. Janica blinked. She had never considered that possibility. Ed quietly understood why. This was simply the way Janica lived. Her overwhelming sincerity had become the very thing weighing her down. Even after receiving financial support, tuition assistance, and countless acts of kindness, she voluntarily moved out of the luxurious Ophilis dormitory simply because she wanted to owe everyone a little less. Ophilis offered private rooms and the finest facilities in the academy. Instead, Janica chose the far more crowded Dex dormitory, where 8 students shared a single room. Living there was uncomfortable. Being surrounded by constant envy made her feel trapped, almost like she was living inside a prison. But even sacrificing her own comfort couldn't solve the real problem. The cycle simply continued. Looking at her, Ed quietly spoke. If you ever want to be alone for a while, you can come here. I don't mind. Janica smiled softly. For the first time in a long while, she felt completely at ease. Then, if you ever feel overwhelmed, if there's something you can't handle alone, you can rely on me. No matter what happens, I'll help you. Ed smiled as he looked up at the night sky. Overwhelmed, he softly repeated the word. Then his expression became serious. The second semester was approaching. Act 2 was about to begin. Everything would start because of one small worn-out book, the sealed grimoire of the sage. Written by the legendary sage Sylvania, the grimoire contained records of advanced spectral magic, powerful spells capable of altering the very laws of nature. It looked like nothing more than an old book, yet it would soon unleash a storm across the academy, a storm that would consume everything in its path. When Lortel first saw the grimoire, she simply smiled. It smells like money. Ed quietly thanked Janica for her kind words. Still, he doubted he would ever need that kind of help. The one who truly had countless trials ahead was Taylor. Even if those events had nothing to do with him directly, Ed silently wished for Taylor's success. And so, Episode 2 of the Extras Academy Survival Guide began. Its title was The Occupation of Ophilis Dormitory. The Ophilis Dormitory was reserved for the Academy's honor students. Its residents lived almost like nobles. They enjoyed priority seating in class, greater freedom during meals, personal maids, and countless privileges unavailable to ordinary students. But those very privileges would soon become the center of the next conflict. As the vacation ended, torrential rain struck the southwestern region of Valeries. To ensure the honor students returned safely, the Academy prepared luxurious carriages and boats to transport every resident of the Ophilis dormitory back to campus in comfort. Meanwhile, the students from the Dex dormitory were forced to return on foot through the raging storm. Even under such terrible conditions, they still had to reach the dormitory before the deadline or lose valuable points. Furious over the blatant unfairness, the Dex students gathered in front of Ophilis dormitory and began a full-scale protest that looked ready to ignite a war. At the same time, Lortel calmly sealed a letter and gazed out the window at the pouring rain. Everything was unfolding exactly as she had predicted. Ed understood that moments like these were where merchants truly demonstrated their worth. One of Lortel's agents had already contacted the representative of the lower-ranked students, but the young man wasn't interested in compromise. He simply wanted to destroy both the academy and Ophilis dormitory. The dissatisfaction among the common students had already reached its breaking point. All they needed was a reason that everyone could rally behind. That spark came from William, a student famous for his manipulative speeches and provocative nature. He became the one who ignited the rebellion. The chosen justification was simple and effective. Regular students were being discriminated against by being forced to walk back through a disastrous storm, while others enjoyed far better treatment. Soon afterward, a proposal was submitted suggesting that the return deadline should be extended because of the weather. The head educator of Ophilis dormitory, along with several members of the academy's administration, openly sided with Lortel. At that point, it didn't even matter whether the proposal would be accepted. Simply bringing the issue into public discussion was enough to fuel the anger of the common students and turn the controversy into something much larger. The academy also revealed that Ophilis dormitory contained priceless decorations donated by noble families. The paintings, carpets, wooden furniture, and countless ornaments had all been crafted by renowned artisans. From Lortel's perspective, the more damage the rebels caused to these expensive items, the better. Every broken masterpiece would become another devastating blow to the Academy's already fragile finances, which had yet to recover from the disastrous Glaskin incident. Meanwhile, negotiations regarding the sealed grimoire were still ongoing, allowing the Elte Commercial Association to strengthen its bargaining position. Standing by the window, Lortel quietly wondered when the rain would finally stop. Not a single ray of sunlight pierced the dark clouds overhead. Looking at the gloomy sky, she realized it reminded her of the slums where she had grown up. Strangely enough, that thought brought her a small sense of comfort. Sylvania Academy was often romanticized as a paradise of knowledge and brilliance, but to Lortel, the dirty streets of the slums felt far more real than the Academy's dazzling image. The countless documents filled with conspiracies scattered across her desk were proof of that reality. She reflected on the path she had walked throughout her entire life. She had survived by hiding her true feelings, betraying others whenever necessary, and trusting no one. While countless people desperately struggled just to stay alive, she had become someone who relied on deceit above all else. Deep inside, she believed nothing could ever wash away that filthy nature. Perhaps that was why she constantly searched for someone like herself. In a place overflowing with talented, honest, and radiant students, she hoped there might exist at least one person capable of recognizing the miserable existence of a rat covered in filth. She never stopped searching. Even while clinging to that hopeless wish, she remained alone because she firmly believed that a person's true nature could never change. To survive such a miserable reality, Lortel continued playing the same role she always had. She became the curtain that concealed the darkness lurking behind the stage. That was why everyone knew her by a single title, the Veil of Shadows. Meanwhile, the revolution finally erupted in front of Ophilis Dormitory, and the merchant who had orchestrated everything watched the chaos unfold from the shadows. Ed recalled that, in the original story, this incident centered around the protagonist fighting his way through the lower-ranked students who had been manipulated into opposing Lortel. As the hero climbed from the first floor to the fifth floor, he would face a series of mid-bosses blocking his path while simultaneously helping the rebels occupy the dormitory. The first of those bosses was Tate. Ed immediately remembered him. Tate had once mocked Taylor by calling him a worthless loser. After Taylor's friends beat him up, Tate developed a deep grudge against them. Eventually, Lortel bought his loyalty. His assignment was incredibly simple. He only needed to disable the maid's security on the first floor and unlock the entrance. The moment the doors opened, the angry students would storm straight into the dormitory. According to the original storyline, Tate would then stand in the protagonist's way as the first-floor boss while the occupation continued. The merchant asked if Tate was the subordinate Lortel had recruited. Ed nodded. That's right. He's the one responsible for the first floor. Then an unexpected truth surfaced. In the original timeline, the person who had filled Tate's role wasn't Tate at all. It had been Ed Ruth Taylor himself. Ed was completely confused. He couldn't understand how he had somehow become nothing more than a secondary boss during the second act of the story. To understand what happened, they had to go back 2 days earlier. At that time, Ed was fully focused on improving his hunting abilities. He spent every day practicing with his bow while sharpening his instincts in the forest. Even he admitted that the original Ed's body simply wasn't built for combat, but he continued using the bow on every hunt in the hope of eventually acquiring at least one worthwhile combat skill. More surprisingly, his isolated life in the forest was attracting more visitors with each passing day. Sometimes it felt like living alone in the woods made him even more popular than staying in the dormitory. Ed mentally listed his 3 most frequent visitors. Visitor number 1 was the Academy's genius mage, Lucy. She appeared whenever she pleased and usually ended up sleeping on the roof of his cabin. Every tiny improvement fascinated her. One day, she noticed he had finally installed a proper door and excitedly asked if he planned to build a chimney next. After Ed chased her away, she simply pointed at the window without any glass and innocently asked whether it was supposed to be a skylight. Ed couldn't help thinking that Lucy was unbelievably clueless, but also strangely entertaining. After all, he wasn't building an artistic cabin. He was just poor. Visitor number 2 was Janica. Unlike everyone else, Ed genuinely welcomed her visits. She always brought him something useful, helped with household chores, and even communicated with the surrounding spirits. To Ed, she was easily his favorite guest. Curious one day, he asked why she always went so far out of her way to help him. Janica immediately looked away, her face turning bright red as she became completely flustered. Ed simply stared at her in confusion. Huh, what's wrong with her? Trying to change the subject, Janica asked how often Lucy visited him. Ed casually replied that Lucy showed up from time to time and could sometimes be a little dangerous. That was all there was to Visitor B. The reason Ed had been thinking about all of this was because Visitor C had finally arrived. It was none other than the Golden Daughter herself, Lortel. Ed immediately realized why she had come. As the mastermind known as the Veil of Shadows during the second act, she was gathering allies to launch the occupation of Ophilis Dormitory. However, Ed had already made up his mind. This time, he refused to get involved. No matter what offer Lortel made, he intended to reject it. At least that was his plan if events continued following the original storyline. Then Lortel informed him of something completely unexpected. Tate, the person originally assigned to carry out the operation, had suddenly fallen ill for reasons no one could explain. Ed immediately asked what had happened and why Tate had suddenly collapsed. Lortel explained that, in the original story, Tate was supposed to fight Taylor. Although Taylor beat him up, his injuries were never serious enough to keep him out of action. However, events had changed. This time Tate had gone too far with his insults. He claimed that Taylor was even worse than that useless insect named Ed Ruth Taylor. The moment those words left his mouth, Ziggs punched him so hard that he blacked out on the spot. Afterward, Ziggs even scolded him for daring to speak about Ed that way. Lortel admitted she wasn't sure whether Ziggs had become furious because Tate insulted Taylor or because he insulted Ed. Either way, no one had ever seen Ziggs lose his temper like that before. Ed could only sigh. Human emotions really weren't something you could ever predict. Lortel then explained the task she wanted him to perform. It wasn't difficult. All he had to do was obtain headmaid Alice's key, unlock the entrance to Ophilis dormitory, and allow the lower-ranked students to enter. Many people were capable of completing such a simple job, but there was one problem. No matter how much money she offered, they might betray her afterward and report everything to the Academy's investigators. If someone exposed her as the mastermind behind the entire incident, everything she had built would collapse. She couldn't trust anyone. Ed quickly realized why she had chosen him instead. His reputation had already been destroyed. Since he had been expelled from the dormitory, people would naturally assume he wanted revenge against the Academy. Lortel calmly pointed out exactly that. Ed honestly admitted that revenge wasn't something he cared about anymore. Then Lortel casually offered him 20 gold coins. Deal. Ed accepted without the slightest hesitation. In his mind, he wasn't doing anything wrong. He was simply restoring the story to its original path. With only one day remaining before the occupation of Ophilis dormitory, Ed sat beneath the roof of his cabin while rain continued pouring outside. He slowly walked around the campfire as he organized everything he remembered about the future. The dormitory occupation happened before the conflict over the sealed grimoire. Lortel's scheme to cripple the Academy financially would succeed exactly as planned. According to the original story, she would later establish an organization known as the Market, an influential commercial group that rivaled Princess Phinea's student council. From that point onward, the Academy's narrative split into two opposing factions. One represented ideals and justice. The other represented realism, commerce, and profit. As for Ed, he had absolutely no intention of choosing sides based on principles. He would simply wait, watch who emerged victorious, and join the winning faction. Of course, he had to survive long enough to make that decision. Just then, Janica arrived at his cabin. Even though she was completely soaked by the rain, she squeezed the water from her clothes and smiled. She admitted she had expected the rain to stop by now before commenting on how amazing Ed really was. To her, his cabin looked no different from an ordinary campsite, yet he managed to live there comfortably even during storms like this. Ed simply smiled. You get used to it. Janica then mentioned that perhaps it was finally time for her to leave Ophilis dormitory. She explained that she would soon be moving into Deck's dormitory, which was much smaller. Because of that, she would have to throw away many of her belongings. Before leaving, she asked if Ed needed any furniture. He replied that he would let her know if anything came to mind. Janica immediately began listing everything she could give him. She had clocks, extra pillows, lanterns, daily necessities. She felt it would be wasteful to throw them away, so she wanted Ed to have them instead. Ed happily accepted. That made Janica beam with excitement. She promised that once the semester officially began, she would bring everything to his cabin. A moment later, she casually asked how often Lucy came to visit him. Ed shrugged. Every now and then. Ironically, Lucy was already there. She lay quietly on the roof of the cabin, allowing the rain to soak her without the slightest concern. Ed couldn't help reflecting on her strange life. Lucy possessed overwhelming magical talent, but that incredible power had come with its own burden. She had spent years hiding from the destiny everyone expected her to fulfill, using laziness as an excuse to avoid reality. No matter how absent-minded she appeared, moments like rainy days always seemed to make her quietly reflect on her life. Ed had grown so accustomed to the sight that he barely paid attention anymore. Janica noticed how indifferent he seemed toward Lucy and found it oddly amusing. Rather than continue the conversation, Ed quickly changed the subject. There was something much more important. Janica was still living inside Ophilis dormitory. The semester hadn't started yet, and the occupation would begin the very next night. If she stayed there, she could easily become trapped in the chaos. Without revealing the truth, Ed decided to help her indirectly. He asked her for a favor. The following evening, around 9 o'clock, could she meet him near the rose garden beside Ophilis dormitory? Janica froze. Her face instantly turned bright red. To her, it sounded suspiciously like an invitation to a date. Ed, meanwhile, was only trying to lure her away from the dormitory before the rebellion began. Unable to hide her embarrassment, Janica quickly agreed before hurrying away. Watching her disappear into the rain, Ed let out a long sigh. He quietly looked toward the cloudy sky. Soon the semester would begin. The rain would finally end. Autumn would fill the forest with its familiar scent. His peaceful vacation was almost over. The following night, at exactly 9 o'clock, Ziggs was busy training. As he exercised, he reflected on yesterday's events. Perhaps he had gone too far when he punched Tate. He needed to control his emotions better. He certainly hadn't expected Elka to become so furious over what had happened. As he walked downstairs, something outside caught his attention. Through the window, he spotted Ed sprinting toward Ophilis' dormitory. Meanwhile, Ed slipped inside the building and immediately met one of the maids secretly working for Lortel. He asked where everyone else was. The maid explained that every other servant had been gathered inside the meeting room. The head maid had arranged a lengthy meeting as an excuse to keep them occupied and far away from the entrance. She then handed Ed a bucket filled with a strange liquid before informing him that everything had already been prepared. Ed nodded. Every piece was now in place. The occupation of Ophilis' dormitory was finally about to begin. Outside, a massive crowd of students had gathered with burning torches in their hands. Their angry voices echoed throughout the academy. "We won't accept this unfair treatment anymore. There must be equal justice for everyone." William, the representative of the lower-ranked students, stepped forward and urged everyone to stand together before leading the crowd toward the entrance. Then, the front door suddenly swung open. The students froze for a brief moment. Then they surged inside like a tidal wave. William smiled as he looked at Ed. So Ed Ruth Taylor really accepted the job. Everything had already been arranged. Even the maid waiting near the entrance was secretly cooperating while pretending to be a hostage. She silently nodded to confirm it. William became emotional. He admitted that he had always agreed with Ed's complaints about the Academy's unfair privileges. Looking back, he regretted believing all the rumors surrounding him. "I shouldn't have judged you. You're actually a good person." Ed, however, had no interest in listening. Yeah, just keep moving." As William eagerly led the students deeper inside the dormitory, Ed watched him leave with mixed feelings. Unfortunately, William would become the scapegoat for everything that happened that night. Ed honestly felt a little guilty. Meanwhile, the maid quietly slipped away. No one stopped her. After all, every person capable of receiving her report had already been locked inside the meeting room. Head maid Alice, the one responsible for controlling the dormitory's protective rune system, had already fallen into Lortel's hands. The defensive runes activated throughout the building. One after another, every student's room was sealed shut. Everything was proceeding exactly as it had in the original storyline. Every step of the operation had been carefully orchestrated by the Veil of Shadows herself. Lortel calmly approached Ed with a satisfied smile. "You finished much faster than I expected." She praised him for handling the operation so efficiently before glancing down at her soaked stockings with visible annoyance. "I really hate this kind of weather." Ed looked at Lortel and asked if she had been watching everything from the beginning. Walking calmly beside him, Lortel nodded. "The academy staff will move in soon to suppress the students," she said. "We need to finish before they arrive." Ed simply nodded. "Go ahead." However, before leaving, Lortel suddenly stopped. "There is something I've genuinely wanted to ask you." After a brief pause, she quietly asked, "Have you ever killed anyone?" Ed remained silent for a moment before answering, "No, I've never killed anyone." Lortel lowered her gaze. "Neither have I." Then after another brief silence, she added, "But I've done things that aren't much different." She confessed that in order to survive, she had ruined countless lives. To avoid being betrayed, she always betrayed others first. She had lived her entire life carrying the weight of those choices, convincing herself they were necessary. Deep down, however, she knew they were only excuses. By dragging countless people into a sea of greed and sin, she had earned the title of the Daughter of Gold. Yet no one understood better than Lortel herself that she deserved neither admiration nor sympathy. Perhaps that was why she constantly searched for someone who could truly acknowledge her. Looking directly into Ed's eyes, she quietly asked, "Could you ever be kind to someone like me?" Ed studied her expression. For a brief moment, she looked less like the calculating merchant everyone feared, and more like an incredibly lonely person. Whether someone was good or evil, loneliness eventually reached everyone. People trapped in darkness instinctively searched for others crawling through the same mud, hoping to find even the smallest fragment of understanding. Perhaps that tiny connection was all they considered redemption. But Ed slowly shook his head. "No, you have to take responsibility for the choices you've made." More importantly, he wasn't the person she was searching for. Lortel quietly lowered her head. I suppose that was a pointless question. She realized that Ed was fundamentally different from her. Without another word, she regained her usual composure. "There isn't much time left. I should finish what I came here to do." As she walked away, Ed unconsciously let out a sigh of relief. Now Lortel would meet with head maid Alice to complete the final stage of the operation. Once the dormitory's defensive runes fully activated and chaos spread throughout the building, control of the magical barrier would eventually pass to William. the leader of the lower-ranked students. At that point, the story would enter its next phase. Empowered by the dormitory's defensive system, William would become the stage boss of this chapter. According to the original storyline, Taylor would eventually defeat him. As for Ed, his role was much simpler. He only needed to stall for time until Taylor arrived, fight him just long enough to fulfill the scenario, and then deliberately lose. After that, Taylor would continue climbing to the second floor while the story unfolded exactly as it originally had. It was a necessary sacrifice. Meanwhile, in the Rose Garden, Janica patiently waited. She noticed a carriage arriving unusually late at night and wondered whether something important had happened. Looking around, she quietly asked herself why Ed still hadn't arrived. At least he had left her a note explaining that he might be late. That alone made her believe he must have prepared something special. In truth, Janica barely paid attention to everything happening around the academy. Likewise, Ed wasn't particularly concerned about what she was doing either. The only thing that mattered to him was keeping her safely away from Ophilis dormitory when the occupation began. Still, during the past 3 days, Janica had found herself thinking about Ed constantly. Although she felt guilty for it, she continued asking Marilda about him whenever she had the chance. That was how she learned Lucy wasn't the only person visiting Ed's forest cabin. Belle Maya, Princess Phinia, Ziggs, even Lortel herself, all of them had visited him recently. The nearby spirits quietly whispered among themselves that by pure coincidence, every single visitor happened to be a female student. Fortunately, they never mentioned that to Janica. It probably would have broken her heart. Completely unaware of those conversations, Janica continued waiting. She even worried about whether she looked presentable enough when Ed finally arrived. Eventually, she decided to return to the dormitory for just a moment. She told herself she only wanted to freshen up a little. In reality, she wanted to grab a prettier hair accessory. Without realizing it, she walked straight back toward Ophilis dormitory. At almost the same time, Taylor and his companions arrived. Their goal was simple. They intended to stop the situation before it spiraled completely out of control. Among the group was Elvira, the academy's top alchemy student. The moment she arrived, she became anxious about the herbs stored inside her room. "Do you have any idea how valuable those herbs are?" The others advised her to leave everything to the academy staff. Elvira immediately refused. "If I don't cast preservation magic soon, they'll lose all their medicinal properties." Taylor was already losing his patience. He asked someone to stop her before she rushed inside alone. Ayla calmly suggested waiting to see what happened. After all, Elvira was the strongest student in the alchemy department. She could probably protect herself. Taylor immediately shook his head. That's exactly the problem. She's not the one in danger. Everyone else is. If Elvira lost control of her alchemical reagents, the entire dormitory could become a disaster zone. He tried one last time to stop her. Elvira ignored him completely. "I'm done talking." She marched toward the 4th floor where her room was located. Taylor called after her. "You're really only going to check your herbs?" She nodded. "But if anyone tries to stop me, I'll force my way through." Without hesitation, she kicked the door open. The room beyond was completely wrecked. Furniture had been overturned. Footprints covered the floor. Everything was in ruins. Then she noticed someone quietly sitting beneath the staircase. Ed Ruth Taylor. Taylor immediately frowned. "What are you doing here?" Everyone's eyes turned toward Ed. Elvira glanced around the destroyed room before smiling with interest. "Well, this is unexpected." She looked back at Ed. "Are you planning to stop us?" Ed slowly stood. "I'm sorry, but none of you can go upstairs." Elvira laughed. "You actually think you can stop us?" She had already heard from Ziggs that Ed possessed respectable magical talent. Even so, she considered him nothing more than a second-year student capable of using only basic spells. On her side stood Taylor, an outstanding swordsman, Ayla, a skilled mage, and herself the academy's best alchemist. The difference in strength was overwhelming. Taylor stepped forward. "Explain what's happening upstairs." Ed remained silent. Seeing no other option, Taylor charged. Ed instantly hurled a piece of furniture into his path. Taylor sliced straight through it. Elvira noticed something interesting. Even while throwing the furniture, Ed had secretly cast a basic spell. She assumed his first target would be Taylor. She was wrong. Ed suddenly unleashed a wind blade straight upward. The spell sliced through the chandelier hanging above them. The massive fixture crashed toward Taylor. He barely managed to leap out of the way. At that exact moment, the dormitory's defensive runes began malfunctioning. Panic spread throughout the building. Students shouted from every direction, asking if everyone was all right. Ayla reassured them while trying to assess the situation. Then another wind blade flashed across the room. It narrowly missed Elvira's neck. Instead, it sliced through part of her hair and tore open her bag. Her expression immediately changed. This wasn't a bluff. Ed was genuinely trying to stop them. More importantly, if he was willing to fight this desperately, then something extremely important had to be happening upstairs. Before she could react, Ed had already repositioned himself. She instinctively reached for her alchemical bag. Ed was faster. Ignition. Flames erupted between them, forming a blazing wall that completely blocked her path. Ed quietly thought to himself. The battlefield was finally ready. Elvira's face darkened. This was bad. She had completely underestimated him. His decisions were fast. His timing was flawless. Ziggs had given her terrible information. Ed's magical ability was far beyond what she had expected. As the Academy's greatest alchemist, she possessed incredible combat potential. Unfortunately, without her chemical reagents and specialized equipment, that strength dropped almost to zero. Most alchemists carried enchanted rings or necklaces as backup equipment. Confident in her own talent, Elvira had never bothered. Only then did she realize what Ed had done. First, he dropped the chandelier, then he created a wall of fire. Both actions prevented her from reaching her equipment. Still, something didn't add up. If taking away her bag had truly been his objective, he could have simply stolen it. Instead, he left it where it was. What a bastard. Even so, she smiled. She still had one hidden trump card. Reaching into her pocket, she pulled out a prepared formula and summoned a spirit that had been strengthened with fire-resistant enhancements and physical reinforcement. Within seconds, the spirit transformed into a massive monster. Meanwhile, Isla began preparing a large-scale water spell to extinguish the flames. Before she could finish chanting, another wind blade wrapped in fire shot directly toward her. Taylor reacted instantly. With one slash, he intercepted the attack. Don't stand still. He knew Isla possessed excellent magical theory, but almost no real combat experience. As attacks continued raining toward them, he had no choice but to protect her. The two of them became trapped in the middle of Ed's carefully prepared battlefield. Ayla looked at Taylor. If I create an opening, can you defeat him? Taylor answered without hesitation. Leave it to me. Immediately, Ayla sent her grotesque muscular rabbit spirit charging toward Ed. The creature smashed through the battlefield, creating the opening Taylor needed. Taylor's eyes sharpened. Now was the time to end this. At the same moment, Elvira made her move. Ignoring the flames engulfing her cloak, she dashed straight through the fire and finally recovered her chemical supplies. With a confident grin, she looked at Ed. Miss me. Ed meanwhile dodged the giant spirit's attacks before preparing another wind blade aimed directly at Elvira. She was already ready. Throwing a chemical reagent into the spell's path, she triggered a violent reaction. A thick cloud of smoke exploded across the hallway. The smoke rapidly extinguished the flames while suppressing magical activity throughout the area. As the fire died down, Ed swiftly finished the giant spirit with a single strike from his dagger. The creature collapsed onto the floor. Elvira smiled. So, what exactly does a mage do after losing the ability to use magic? You've been awfully confident. And unlike you, we still have a swordsman. Taylor immediately charged forward. He couldn't understand why Ed kept retreating. Ed deliberately knocked another piece of furniture into his path. Balanced on top of it was a bucket filled with oil that had been prepared earlier. The moment Isla saw it, her face turned pale. Are you insane? If that catches fire, people could die. Taylor didn't slow down. It doesn't matter whether the flames come from magic or oil. My elemental slash can cut through either one. Before anyone gets hurt, I'll put out the fire. Ed had carefully prepared everything before the battle even began. As the smoke spread through the room, Elvira interrupted everyone, pointing out that the windows were already open wide enough for the smoke to escape. She also noticed that the flammable rug had been removed and that there were no other combustible objects nearby. That was when a disturbing thought crossed her mind. Had Ed predicted every step of this situation from the very beginning? Before she could stop him, Ed had already drawn his bow. Taylor immediately rushed toward him, believing that a single arrow wouldn't be difficult to deal with. However, as the arrow flew through the air, he realized its trajectory wasn't aimed at him at all. It was heading straight toward Alia, who at that moment was completely unable to use magic to defend herself. Taylor shouted a warning, but before the arrow could reach its target, Elvira stepped in. Using a chemical formula, she summoned a mechanical hand, a magical device capable of intercepting small projectiles. The mechanical hand caught the arrow effortlessly. As she examined it, Elvira frowned. The arrow was wrapped in cloth, making it incapable of seriously injuring anyone. If this wasn't meant to hurt someone, then what was its purpose? She wondered. Her instincts immediately told her something was wrong. She warned Taylor to stay alert because she was certain Ed still had another trick prepared. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Taylor charged straight at Ed while, above them, a loud noise echoed from the upper floor. Ed quietly smiled to himself. The time has finally come. The boss of the second floor had been released. Even Clavius, the coward who had been hiding until now, had finally appeared. Knowing his objective had been fulfilled, Ed stopped resisting and deliberately allowed Taylor to defeat him. Watching the entire scene, Elvira couldn't understand his actions. Later, even Taylor questioned whether Ed had completely lost his mind. No one would go that far without a reason. But Elvira couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. The entire battle had felt like a performance. If Ed had truly wanted to win, he never would have confronted them directly. He would have remained hidden in the shadows, dropping the massive chandelier onto them or using countless other deadly traps. Instead, he had stood openly before them like he wanted everyone to watch. Even during the fiercest moments of the fight, he never showed any genuine intention of killing anyone. It was almost as if he had simply been acting. Ed looked at Taylor and calmly asked, "Are you done?" Then he sat down, completely exhausted. "If the fight's over," he said, "you can stop yelling at me." Taylor stared at him in confusion. He couldn't understand how someone who had fought so intensely only moments ago could suddenly surrender without hesitation. At that same moment, loud noises began echoing from the second floor. Elvira finally voiced the conclusion she had reached. Ed lost on purpose. Alia looked at her in confusion. "What do you mean?" Taylor also began putting the pieces together. "Are you saying he was holding back against us?" Elvira nodded confidently. "I'm not leaving this place until I get an answer. I know he restrained himself during the entire fight." Silence filled the room as everyone stared at one another. Then, suddenly, the door opened. Janica stepped inside. Just moments earlier, she had been walking alone, nervously wondering whether she should change her hair accessory before meeting Ed. She worried someone might laugh at her for caring so much over such innocent feelings. Still, imagining a happy future with him was one of the few comforts she allowed herself. Unfortunately, reality proved far crueler than imagination. The boy she had been looking forward to meeting was lying on the floor, covered in blood after being attacked by a group of suspicious people. Her expression immediately changed. "What did you do to Ed?" she demanded. Deep down, Janica had already felt something was strange. Perhaps Ed had simply been caught off guard, but she knew him far too well. During the Glaskin hunt, she had witnessed how practical and resourceful he was. No matter how impossible the situation became, Ed always found a solution. Maybe, just this once, he had failed. She remembered offering to help him, but Ed had refused. Instead, he had specifically told her to stay away from the dormitory that night so she wouldn't become involved or get hurt. While she had been worrying about her appearance, he had been risking his life. Looking around at everyone, she asked again, "What are you doing to him?" Taylor quickly answered, "I'm actually glad you came. Some students seized control of the dormitory, but Ed stopped them from advancing." Alia immediately corrected him. "That's not entirely true." Then she looked directly at Janica. "You're our enemy now." Janica's expression didn't change in the slightest. "I don't care." The moment those words left her mouth, an overwhelming amount of magical energy exploded from her body. An incredibly oppressive aura filled the entire room. Ed immediately tried to stop her. "It's okay," Janica replied calmly. Then she began summoning spirits. Countless spirits. "It'll only take a minute," she assured him. Alia watched in disbelief. Janica had summoned intermediate spirits of all 4 elemental attributes. She had practically created an entire magical army. Realizing how hopeless the situation had become, Alia warned Taylor, "You won't get past her. Leave while you still can." Even Elvira admitted the truth. If we were already struggling against one aristocrat, imagine fighting the Academy's strongest second-year magic student. She looked at Taylor. "Face reality. Thankfully, we still have time to run." Taylor sighed. "You're right." Ed's strange behavior had already convinced him that something about the takeover of Ophilis dormitory wasn't normal. The students upstairs were still in grave danger. Even so, Taylor wasn't the type to give up simply because the situation looked impossible. He asked Elvira if her herbs could help somehow. Before she could even answer, disaster struck. One of Janica's attacks came crashing toward him. Taylor froze. Ed's eyes widened in panic. Without hesitation, he grabbed Taylor by the collar. "When I tell you to run," Ed shouted, "run!" He threw Taylor out of the attack's path just before the devastating blow landed. Standing firmly between everyone and Janica, Ed declared that he would hold her back while the others continued toward the second floor. Alia couldn't understand him anymore. "You were the one stopping us this entire time. Why are you helping us now?" Even Elvira questioned his plan. "Are you seriously going to stop all those spirits?" Instead of answering seriously, Ed lightly flicked her forehead. "Just grab the chemicals." Then he casually apologized for cutting her bag earlier. Although surprised by his commanding attitude, Elvira still obeyed. She ran away alongside Taylor and Alia. Janica watched everything in complete shock. "Ed, you don't have to push yourself like this," she pleaded. "You're already injured. You can explain everything later. I'll handle this." Knowing his next request might sound disrespectful, Ed looked at her awkwardly. "Could you calm down a little?" Janica froze. Her face instantly turned bright red. Wait, are you touching me?" Ignoring her embarrassment, Ed continued, "Please send the spirits back. The wind they're creating is so strong I can barely stay on my feet." Janica looked around. Only then did she realize how excessive her magic had become. "You're right," she admitted with an embarrassed smile. "I completely overdid it. I'm such an idiot." She immediately dismissed every spirit she had summoned. The violent winds disappeared. Everyone watching stood there in complete disbelief. Ed had actually managed to stop Janica. He signaled for everyone to continue toward the upper floors. Then, the moment they moved, his body finally gave out. Ed collapsed unconscious. ED, Janica screamed as she rushed to catch him. Later, while treating his injuries, Janica couldn't hide her frustration. Why didn't you tell me anything? Ed smiled weakly. This time everything happened too quickly, but next time I promise I'll tell you. Janica sighed. Those people really went too far. Ed quietly shook his head. I'm pretty sure the next time they see me, they'll be even angrier. Janica looked straight into his eyes. Promise me you won't get hurt like this again. Okay. And thank you for worrying about me. As he rested, Ed reflected on everything that had happened. His plan hadn't gone perfectly. Still, he had successfully fulfilled his role as the boss of the first floor. Now he could finally return to his camp and rest. However, Janica suddenly remembered something important. While passing through the garden, she had seen an enormous carriage decorated with a golden crown. That crest belonged to the leader of the Merchant Association, Lortel's adoptive father, the man responsible for killing her biological father, the infamous Golden King, Alte. In the original story, he was the false final boss who disappeared for most of the game before reappearing during the sealed grimoire arc. The problem was, he had arrived far earlier than he was supposed to. Ed's expression immediately darkened. That could only mean one thing. Something beyond everything he knew was already changing the story. Meanwhile, on the 5th floor of Ophilis dormitory, Lortel walked through the hallway beside the head maid. With a faint smile, Lortel remarked that everyone knew that suspicious-looking young man. The head maid asked if she was referring to the young master living at the camp. Lortel confirmed she was talking about Ed. The maid commented that he certainly didn't seem like the type of man Lortel usually liked. Lortel chuckled. He is kind of cute. Then her smile faded. But that's not what matters. The truth was that she felt exactly the same as the head maid. For the first time in a long while, she had allowed herself to become emotionally vulnerable in front of someone. Now she couldn't decide whether to believe the things Ed had told her. He had reminded her that every action carried responsibility. Then, after saying those words, he had abandoned her without the slightest hesitation. Lortel simply laughed bitterly. I'll have to get used to it. That's just how life is. The story then reveals the identity of Alice, the head of Ophilis dormitory. She had worked there for over 20 years, beginning as an apprentice maid at just 15 years old, before eventually becoming the dormitory's manager through years of dedication and hard work. That dormitory was also where Lortel had invested most of her wealth and effort. For years, she had tried to tempt Alice away from her unwavering integrity. Those attempts had cost Lortel enormous financial losses, leaving significant gaps in her accounting records. Even so, she never considered those investments wasted. Because, in that place, she searched for people willing to abandon their beliefs and principles for nothing more than a handful of gold coins. Those were the people she understood. The people who reminded her of herself. Growing up in the ghettos and among merchants who gambled their lives for every single coin, Lortel had learned one harsh lesson. If you didn't stab first, someone else would stab you. Despite all the tragedy she had experienced throughout her life, the story makes one thing clear. Lortel wasn't a villain because of her past. She had always possessed the heart of a hidden villain from the very beginning. At that moment, Lortel turned to Alice and calmly explained that Willen would soon take control of the 4th floor. Once he gained access to the dormitory's magic control system, the entire hall would collapse from the inside. Since everything would appear to be an accident, no one would ever suspect that they were responsible. Satisfied that everything was proceeding according to plan, Lortel said it was time for her to head to the storage room. There, she would simply pretend to be an innocent student who had become frightened and fled to safety. Before she could leave, however, Alice suddenly drew her sword. Since we're being honest, Alice said coldly, I should tell you something. You're definitely not the kind of person I admire. Meanwhile, on the 2nd floor, Taylor and the others had successfully subdued Clavius after he completely lost control. They tied him up, and despite everything that had happened, he reluctantly became part of their group. Not long afterward, Kelly, the guardian of the 3rd floor, was also defeated. Although the group found it strange that one of the twin maids was wandering around alone, they didn't have time to investigate. They continued climbing and unexpectedly reached the 4th floor without much resistance. Looking back, everyone realized something surprising. Out of every floor they had cleared so far, the only one that had truly challenged them was Ed's. As soon as they reached the 4th floor, however, the atmosphere changed completely. Terrified screams echoed throughout the corridor as students ran in every direction, desperately trying to escape. Willen was standing at the center of the chaos, shouting for help. I can't control the magic. The crystal sphere that controlled the dormitory's magical defense system had been placed directly in the middle of the room. This was the trap Alice and Lortel had carefully prepared. The countless defensive magic circles engraved throughout the building, originally designed to repel outside invaders, had begun activating at random. It was like handing a loaded weapon to a child. Willen had completely lost control. Wild magical blasts fired in every direction without pause. The entire dormitory trembled violently, and no one could even tell whether the building was collapsing from the inside or from the outside. Realizing the structure might fall at any moment, several students leaped from the windows in a desperate attempt to survive. The situation rapidly descended into complete catastrophe. Taylor turned toward Elvira. "Do you have any reagent that can stop this?" She quickly analyzed the situation. The night butterfly reagent can disrupt a target's magic. Then she shook her head. "But the rune covering Willen blocks its effects. It won't work." Even so, she immediately reached for another solution. Throwing a reagent called Fisherman's Weed into the hallway, she created a magical barrier. This should block at least part of the attacks. "It's the best I can do." Without wasting another second, she shoved Clavius outside the barrier. "You and Taylor handle the rest." Clavius stared at her in horror. "Why me?" Meanwhile, Willen could barely remain standing. Chaotic streams of destructive magic ricocheted throughout the corridor, destroying everything they touched. Tears streamed down his face as he completely lost control of himself. Then, a massive explosion shook the entire dormitory. Every window shattered one after another. Outside, Ed and Janica watched the destruction unfold. Janica looked at Ed with concern. "Why are we still here? If you keep pushing yourself like this, your wounds are going to reopen." Ed calmly replied that he was fine. "Most of that blood isn't even mine." Even so, his thoughts were focused elsewhere. Something wasn't right. Everything had unfolded far too perfectly. Not far away stood an elegant carriage. Inside sat one of the most influential men in the Empire, the Golden King, Alte. Normally, someone of his status would travel with more than a dozen escort carriages. This time, however, he had arrived almost alone. That alone was suspicious. Alte was Lortel's adoptive father, and according to the original story, the false final boss who would eventually die after being stabbed by Lortel during the sealed grimoire arc. He wasn't supposed to be at the academy yet. More importantly, why had he remained here for so long? Ed suddenly wondered if Alte had been waiting for the dormitory to collapse. Then another detail caught his attention. Standing beside Alte was Shani, the maid responsible for managing meals on the third floor. Shani was one of the orphans Alice had raised personally. Alice herself had originally been purchased by Lortel, and Shani had eventually risen to become the chief maid of the third floor. Seeing Shani accompanying Alte, Lortel's sworn enemy, made no sense at all. Ed found it almost impossible to believe Shani had betrayed Alice's trust. The two of them had been purchased together and had spent years supporting one another. Then an even more horrifying possibility entered his mind. What if Alice herself had been working with Alte all along? If that were true, then this could become the future where Lortel died. Ed knew just how important Lortel would become later in the story. During Act 3, she would become deeply involved in the political conflict against Fenia. She would also become the protagonist's greatest ally in the battle against the Rothschild family. By Act 4, Ed had already struggled enough to replace Tota as an intermediate boss. If Lortel disappeared now, the entire future would change. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Ed turned toward Janica. "I need a favor. It's something I can't do alone." "I didn't want to involve you." Janica immediately interrupted him. "That's fine. Just tell me what you need." The story then explains the truth behind Lortel's relationship with Alte. Although the world believed she was the obedient adopted daughter of the honorable president of the Alte Trading Corporation, the reality was completely different. For years, Lortel had secretly planned to overthrow him. She knew Alte had murdered her biological parents. Seeking revenge, she had slowly manipulated the corporation's directors and influential merchants, carefully preparing the perfect trap. The negotiations involving the sealed grimoire were merely bait to lure Alte to Sylvania Academy. Once he arrived, the growing crisis within his own company would prevent him from responding before it was too late. Unfortunately, several unexpected events had exposed the truth. Now Ed possessed an official document capable of proving Lortel's betrayal. However, he also understood how this world worked. Loyalty could always be purchased. Lortel might offer someone a mountain of gold, but another person only had to offer slightly more to buy that same person's betrayal. Meanwhile, Alice slowly felt her vision fading. The recent accident had also nearly robbed her of her hearing. She knew this would be her final year serving as the head maid. As the only person who knew the complete truth, the decision she made now would determine everyone's future. Attached to Alte's letter was a document listing every institution secretly controlled by Lortel, along with the enormous flow of money she had been moving behind the scenes. After carefully considering everything, Alice trusted her own judgment. She pointed her sword toward Lortel. "Don't move." She informed her that Lord Alte was already on his way to the dormitory. Watching Lortel's expression carefully, Alice couldn't hide her disappointment. "I thought you were more mature than this." She believed Lortel's true objective had always been revenge against her adoptive father. Although Lortel denied it, Alice simply sighed. "I'm sorry, but in my eyes, you and Alte aren't that different. You both want the same thing." Before either of them could say another word, a tremendous explosion shook the hallway. Taylor's group burst into the room while carrying the unconscious Willen. Immediately, they assumed Alice was responsible for everything. Elvira pointed at her. "She's holding someone hostage." "Everyone be careful." Alice froze in surprise. Meanwhile, Lortel instantly recognized the opportunity. Pretending to be another victim, she threw herself toward Ed's group. She intended to use the confusion to frame Alice. However, someone suddenly looked at her face. "Why do you look like that?" Lortel desperately tried to maintain the perfect expression of fear. Unable to keep the act going any longer, she abruptly turned around and fled. She knew Alti was already approaching. She also knew he trusted no one, not even his own subordinates. That was exactly why he had personally come. Her plan was almost complete. Once everything unfolded, Alte would be blamed for enormous financial crimes as well as the destruction of the dormitory. Fortunately, he hadn't forced his way inside yet. Now all Lortel needed to do was contact the authorities. She secretly prepared a carrier pigeon. "If I can send this, everything will be over." As she hurried through the corridors, exhaustion began overwhelming her. She repeatedly reassured herself that everything would be fine. Even so, a painful thought entered her heart. No one in this world truly understood her. She had always expected betrayal, but knowing it would happen didn't make it hurt any less. Tears slowly rolled down her cheeks. Still, she kept running. She had to reach her room before Alte did. As long as she could send that pigeon, her entire plan could still succeed. Meanwhile, Alte finally arrived at the dormitory's main entrance. Standing directly in his path was a single student. Alte looked at him with annoyance. "Who are you? It's dangerous here. Move aside." The student calmly refused. Because the building is at risk of collapsing, no one is allowed inside until the academy staff arrive. That student was Ed. Alte narrowed his eyes. "Did the academy send you?" Ed calmly shook his head. "No. I'm acting on my own." As the two faced each other, Ed quickly organized everything in his mind. At this moment, only 3 people knew the complete truth. Lortel, who sought revenge against Alte himself, who intended to destroy Lortel's plans while obtaining the sealed grimoire, and Alice, the woman at the very center of the entire conspiracy. Even now, Ed still didn't fully understand why the future had changed so drastically. He knew Lortel was somewhere on the 5th floor. For a brief moment, he considered abandoning everything and going after her himself. Then he remembered Taylor and the others were already up there. He had witnessed Taylor's abilities firsthand. Trusting them, Ed decided to remain where he was. There was nothing else he could accomplish by chasing after Lortel now. His role was to stop Alte from moving forward. Alte had planned everything from the very beginning. As long as everyone outside was kept away from the dormitory, the events unfolding inside would proceed exactly as intended. Realizing this, Ed suddenly changed his attitude. He looked at Alte with an exaggerated expression of surprise. "Oh my, you're the great Alte himself? The president of the Alte Mercantile Organization?" His voice dripped with sarcasm. "I'm sure someone as important as you has a very good reason for being here, but with everything happening at the academy right now, perhaps it would be better if you didn't involve yourself." Alte immediately understood what Ed was trying to do. "So," he said, narrowing his eyes, "you're siding with Lortel." The story then flashes back to 10 minutes earlier. Ziggs had blasted a massive hole through one of the dormitory walls. Ed walked into the room looking outside at the chaos. "The situation out there is a complete mess," he said. Then he turned toward Ziggs. "Why are you still here?" Ziggs shrugged. "I didn't want to get involved. If I lose control, I might accidentally collapse the whole building." After thinking for a moment, he casually added, "Though even that probably wouldn't be enough to kill me." Ed stared at him in disbelief. This kid had far too much confidence in his own strength. Meanwhile, Ziggs looked at the enormous hole he had created. Now it's going to be freezing at night. Ed couldn't help wondering whether this guy actually believed he was some legendary archmage. At that moment, he noticed Janica standing nearby. She smiled awkwardly. "This is probably the first time we've properly introduced ourselves. Our first meeting during the Glaskin incident didn't exactly go well. I'm sorry about that." Ziggs glanced back and forth between them. "So, are you two dating?" Janica's face instantly turned bright red. "No, absolutely not." Then she nervously looked toward Ed. "Did that bother you?" Ed sighed. "It's Ziggs' fault for asking such a rude question." Ziggs dramatically bowed in apology. Sorry. Then he looked back at Ed. "So why were you both looking for me so desperately?" "I need a favor," Ed replied. "I'll repay you later." The story then returns to the present. Hidden nearby, Janica and Ziggs silently listened to the conversation between Ed and Alte. Ed calmly continued speaking. "If you head to the Academy's administrative building, you'll receive a proper welcome. There really isn't any reason for you to force your way into the dormitory." Alte simply smiled. "You're definitely working with Lortel." Then he laughed. "Did she charm you with that pretty face of hers? Instead of gambling on gold you haven't even received yet, why not enjoy the rewards already standing in front of you?" He shook his head. "Lortel has fox blood. I raised her myself. No one knows her better than I do." Then Alte made his offer. "Step aside, I'll give you a much better deal." Ed smiled politely. "Thank you for the generous offer, but I'm not willing to sell myself for a handful of gold coins. Besides, what's the point of simply doubling the payment? Alti understood that negotiation had failed. His expression instantly became cold. If words won't convince you, perhaps blades will. At his command, the guards rushed toward Ed. Without hesitation, Ed turned around and ran. Trying to escape? Alte shouted. Before the guards could catch him, however, a powerful gust of wind slammed directly into them. It was Ziggs. His wind magic scattered the advancing soldiers. Ed, he shouted. Ed glanced back. I'll come back after I check the situation. I'll repay my debt later. Janica smiled. That's fine. Ziggs scratched his head. Honestly, I'm the one who owes him. Watching the two students fight together, Alte couldn't help but acknowledge their strength. They're only students, yet they're far more troublesome than expected. He immediately ordered his guards to attack with full force. Meanwhile, Ed sprinted through the dormitory, kicking open door after door. There was only one person he needed to find, Lortel. When he finally found her, he stopped immediately. Why are you still here? Couldn't you use the back entrance? Or can you no longer run? Without waiting for an answer, he grabbed her hand. Run. As fast as you can. The story then explained something about Lortel's view of the world. To her, every act of kindness always had a hidden motive. The receptionist of the Sharo Trade Guild always treated her warmly because he hoped she would accidentally reveal valuable business information. Caden from the marketing department was always excited to see her because she regularly warned him about important market changes. Even Tenny, the Academy's beloved bird, stayed close to her because she constantly fed him the finest food. In Lortel's eyes, no kindness was ever free. Everything came with a price. As the two of them ran through the corridors together, Ed spoke without slowing down. There's no time to explain everything. I just need one answer. Did Alice betray you? Lortel remained silent. Guilt consumed her heart. She believed everything happening now was the result of one foolish mistake. Her thoughts drifted toward Janica Failover. Unlike herself, Janica had been raised surrounded by love, kindness, and sincerity. Naturally, she returned those feelings to the world without hesitation. Lortel was different. The day she had first approached Ed with her proposal, she had seen genuine warmth in his eyes. For the first time in her life, someone seemed to care about her without greed, without manipulation, and without expecting anything in return. That single moment made her believe perhaps she could experience a relationship like that too. Because of that hope, she trusted too much. She revealed her plans to Alice. She never realized that her hopes were already being crushed. For her entire life, she had believed trusting no one was the only correct way to survive. Yet after meeting Ed, she forgot who she really was. Someone raised in darkness. Someone stained by greed and betrayal. She should never have dreamed of living a happy romantic life. Originally, Lortel had hired 5 people to seize control of Ophilis dormitory: the head maid Alice, the twin maids Senny and Kelly, Waylon, the representative of the lower-ranking students, and finally, the fallen noble, Ed. Now everything had fallen apart. Alice, Senny, and Kelly had sided with Alte. Waylon also appeared ready to abandon her. Soon, Ed would probably do the same. Ain't able to keep running, Lortel suddenly stopped. I'm sorry, she whispered. I can't guarantee the 20 gold coins I promised you anymore. My entire plan has fallen apart. Even as she spoke, she couldn't understand why she was saying those words. It was as though she had completely lost control of herself. Ed immediately lost his patience. Who asked? Without another word, he grabbed her wrist and pulled her forward. This isn't the time to argue. If Alti catches you now, you die. We'll deal with everything else later. Right now, we escape. Lortel froze. Everything she believed about trust suddenly began to crumble. She had always lived by one rule. Every act of kindness had a hidden motive. If you couldn't see that motive, you should never trust anyone. That was supposed to be an absolute truth. Yet, for the first time in her life, she chose to trust someone anyway. Looking at Ed, she finally revealed the truth. My father, he's manipulating the market. She explained that after the great monster hunt in the eastern mountains, armor prices had fallen dramatically. Alte secretly purchased enormous quantities of armor and monopolized the market. Then he began trading those supplies internally, artificially increasing their value. It was a classic manipulation scheme. To execute it successfully, however, he required an enormous amount of cash in a very short period. That was why he became interested in the sealed grimoire. He believed selling it would provide the funds necessary to complete the operation. That was also why Lortel had been sent to Sylvania Academy. Her mission had always been to steal the grimoire. Ed quietly nodded. That's enough. I already understand. The story then explains how the scheme worked. Several merchants secretly purchased huge amounts of a cheap product. Instead of selling it immediately, they repeatedly traded those goods among themselves, creating the illusion that demand was rapidly increasing. As prices climbed higher and higher, ordinary merchants believed supplies were becoming scarce. Panicked, everyone rushed to buy before prices increased even further. Then, at the perfect moment, the conspirators sold everything at outrageously inflated prices, earning enormous profits. However, the entire scheme depended on trust. If even one merchant sold their stock too early without informing the others, the market would immediately collapse. Prices would crash. Anyone who had invested everything into the monopoly would lose everything. To guarantee absolute control, Lortel had spent years quietly purchasing shares and bonds connected to the 6 major merchants involved in the scheme. Only when Alte left Sharo headquarters could those ownership rights legally be transferred. After hearing the entire explanation, Ed finally understood the true purpose behind the dormitory incident. The occupation of the dormitory was meant to create a financial crisis inside the academy. That would force the academy to purchase the sealed grimoire, and Alte would have no choice but to leave headquarters to obtain the necessary funds. While he was away, you planned to sell all the stored armor. Lortel stared at him in complete disbelief. How did you figure that out so quickly? Ed ignored the question. We only have one option now. We have to send a letter to headquarters. Tell them to sell every piece of armor immediately. Lortel nodded. I have a carrier pigeon in my room. It's my direct line to the people inside headquarters. But my father probably expects that. He may already know exactly who the infiltrators are. Ed thought for a moment before making a decision. Listen carefully. From now on, you stay hidden. If I were Alte, I would have already surrounded both the academy and the island. If you try to escape now, they'll notice immediately. He quickly outlined a new plan. She needed to contact the knights stationed in the quarters and ask them to send an empty carriage toward the arcane mountains. It would create the illusion that she had escaped in that direction. Lortel looked at him. Then where am I supposed to hide? I have a cabin in the forest, Ed answered. You can stay there for 3 days until everything settles down. I'll send the carrier pigeon myself. I'll write something simple. Sell immediately. Your trusted people will understand the rest. Lortel quietly agreed. Just then, Ed suddenly stopped. His eyes narrowed. Someone was waiting outside the back entrance. Without hesitation, he grabbed Lortel's shoulder. Someone's guarding the exit. I'll deal with them. You stay inside. Don't move until I tell you the path is clear. Watching him calmly organize everything in just a few moments, Lortel couldn't help but feel amazed. Ed handled every problem with remarkable speed and precision. It was almost as though he was thinking several moves ahead for both of them. Ed snapped Lortel out of her thoughts and told her to stay focused. She nodded. I understand. Before stepping inside, however, she hesitated. Why are you helping me so much? Only then did he realize he had never actually explained himself. There isn't any special reason, he answered awkwardly. Just do exactly what I told you. Without waiting for another question, he closed the back door behind her and walked away. Left alone, Lortel slowly sat on the floor. A loud rumbling echoed through the dormitory. She couldn't tell whether the sounds were coming from the battle on the upper floor or somewhere much closer, perhaps even the entrance hall itself. Her heart pounded uncontrollably. Outside, someone suddenly spoke. I wasn't expecting you to come out of that door. It was Shawnee. Ed sighed. For the final obstacle, you're pretty disappointing. Without another word, he prepared for battle. Meanwhile, on the top floor of Ophilis dormitory, the final confrontation was reaching its climax. Every rune engraved throughout the building had been transferred into a single magical cube. Whoever possessed that cube controlled the entire dormitory. The magic swordsman Shink had managed to keep the combat department students at bay, while Alice continuously supported him with powerful spells from the rear. Even with both of them fighting together, however, they still couldn't overcome one person, Taylor McLaurer. After all, he was the story's main protagonist. As the building continued collapsing around them, the final battle on the top floor officially began. Outside, Ed and Shawnee faced each other in silence. Neither of them moved. Ed quietly assessed his condition. He had almost exhausted all of his mana. At most, he could cast only 2 or 3 more spells. Without warning, Shawnee lunged forward. Using her swordsmanship, she aimed a lightning-fast thrust directly at Ed's leg, but Ed effortlessly dodged. He already knew her opening move. He knew every one of her attack patterns. Stepping on her blade, he stopped the thrust completely. Without hesitating, Shawnee reached toward the knives strapped to her thigh and threw them toward him. Ed immediately grabbed her arm before she could complete the motion and knocked every knife far into the distance. He knew her speed. He knew her habits. He knew exactly how she fought. Shawnee's eyes widened in shock. Then she activated her special ability. She and her twin sister possessed a unique gift from birth. Once each day, either sister could temporarily borrow the other's ability. At that moment, Shawnee borrowed her sister's telekinetic power. The knife she had already thrown suddenly changed direction and flew straight back toward Ed. Several blades pierced his body. Believing she had won, Shawnee finally relaxed. Then, Ed remained standing, like an immovable wall. Without showing the slightest expression of pain, he calmly pulled one knife from his chest. So even with your sister's ability, this is all you've got. One by one, he removed every blade from his body. Then he stepped on Shawnee's arm and kicked her sword out of reach. It's over, he said calmly. There's no point continuing. Shawnee refused to surrender. Desperately struggling, she shouted, I can't disappoint Miss Alice. Just go away. Alice has already lost. Those words only made Shawnee angrier. What do you know about Miss Alice? Do you have any idea how much she's suffered? Do you know how many battles she's fought? Fueled by desperation, she activated the dormitory's rune system. A violent magical explosion engulfed the area, filling everything with smoke. Inside the thick fog, Ed quietly reflected. He didn't know much about Shawnee herself, but he knew the original Ed very well. Suddenly, the explosion came to an abrupt stop. Taylor burst through the smoke with his transformation fully activated. His target, Alice. Already weakened, Alice could barely react. Another massive explosion erupted on the dormitory's top floor. Outside, Ed pinned Shawnee to the ground, pressing his knee firmly against her back. He looked down at her without emotion. Even if I understood your entire story, it wouldn't change anything. It's not my problem. Unable to move, Shawnee glared at him with hatred. I'll never forgive you, or Lortel. Moments later, she lost consciousness. Rain slowly began falling from the sky. Ed stood silently beneath it. He realized there were countless stories in this world that he would never know. Many side characters carried painful histories that would never be revealed. Thinking about everything Shawnee had done throughout her life, rescuing orphans, helping countless people, and living according to her own unwavering beliefs, Ed couldn't help but respect her. People like her lived lives that truly mattered. But his own goal had never changed. Ever since awakening inside this body, everything he did had been for one purpose alone: survival. Just then, the system appeared before him. Target incapacitated. New skill acquired. Pain resistance. Ed blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected to gain a new skill. Without wasting any more time, he smashed through a nearby window and climbed into the dormitory. Looking around, he noticed the room was incredibly luxurious. Even so, everything inside was arranged with strict practicality. Books and documents covered the desk. This must be Lortel's room. Opening one of the cabinets, he quickly found the carrier pigeon. He immediately wrote a short message addressed to headquarters. Sell all stored armor immediately. As the pigeon disappeared into the sky, Ed quietly thought, when it returns, it'll bring Alte's downfall. Covered in blood, he slowly walked through the rain. His wounds were far more serious than he had first believed. Perhaps they wouldn't heal anytime soon. He reflected on everything that had happened. Without Zig's help, without Janika's support, Lortel would already have been captured by Alte. Her downfall would have been immediate, and Ed himself would likely already be dead. Fortunately, the decoy carriage had already departed. Alte had no choice but to pursue it. Even if he captured the coachman and learned that Lortel had never actually left the dormitory, it was already too late. By now, the carrier pigeon had almost certainly reached headquarters. Everything was proceeding exactly according to plan, which meant Lortel should already be waiting safely inside the forest cabin. As Ed continued walking, he suddenly stopped. Standing before him was Lortel herself. Ed forced a weak smile, quite the warm welcome. Then his expression changed. At that moment, a terrifying realization struck him. He had become complacent. The true mastermind behind everything had never been Alte. It had always been Lortel. Looking back at everything that had happened, every event fit together perfectly. From every possible angle, she had orchestrated every single move. Now they were completely alone in an isolated forest. It was the perfect place to commit the perfect crime. Lortel was the true villain. Ed desperately tried to think of a way to survive, but his body no longer obeyed him. Lortel slowly approached. It really is over, he thought. Then, instead of attacking him, she pulled out a knife and cut a strip from her own clothing. Using the torn fabric, she hurriedly wrapped his wounds, creating a makeshift tourniquet to stop the bleeding. Why are you hurt this badly? She desperately tried to save him. The rain had already stopped. She lit the fireplace inside the cabin. Then she gently helped Ed sit beside the warmth. Stay close to the fire. You need to warm yourself. After resting for a while, Ed quietly asked, Did everything go according to your plan? Lortel smiled playfully. Who exactly do you think I am? She explained that she had convinced one of the knights to deliberately draw everyone's attention toward himself. Ed couldn't understand how she had managed it. He even jokingly wondered whether she had taken the knight's family hostage. Lortel only gave an ambiguous smile. She neither confirmed nor denied it. If everything succeeds, I'll gain complete control of the Alti Merchant Association. Although she admitted she owed Ed an enormous debt, his reaction remained surprisingly dull. None of that interested him. He simply didn't care. Even so, Lortel smiled softly. Thank you. I'll never forget everything you've done for me, Ed answered without hesitation. I just want the 20 gold coins you promised. Nothing else. Lortel laughed. You'll get them. But before that, I want to ask you something. Ed immediately assumed she wanted to talk about Alice. Instead, she shook her head. I'll deal with Alice myself. What I wanted to ask is about Janika. She looked directly at him. You two seem very close. Ed nodded. She's a good person. Lortel agreed. She is. She's a kind upperclassman. Curious, Ed asked why she suddenly brought Janika up. Lortel took a deep breath. Then she quietly said, Janica isn't as gentle as she appears. Meanwhile, back at Ophilis dormitory, Alti received a report from one of his subordinates. After hearing it, he completely lost interest in the dormitory and immediately left. Elsewhere, Ziggs was still fighting. Ironically, the greatest obstacle he faced wasn't Alte's mercenaries. It was Janica herself. Her overwhelming magic was destroying everything around her. Completely bewildered, Ziggs shouted, "What happened to you? Why are you so angry?" At that moment, a tiny spirit dove landed gently on Janika's shoulder. Without even looking at him, she calmly replied, "Who said I was angry?" The following day, Ed couldn't even attend class. His uniform had been completely destroyed. Ziggs brought him a spare one while explaining everything that had happened after the battle. In the end, Willen accepted full responsibility for the destruction of Ophilis dormitory. As for Alice, even after being captured, the head maid remained completely silent. After everything that had happened, one of the scenario's key figures had successfully prevented Lortel from leaving the stage. Since Alte still hadn't made a move, all the signs pointed to one conclusion. The plan had worked. With everything unfolding according to schedule, Ed expected good news to arrive soon. Unfortunately, the recent incident had taken a heavy toll on his body. Every movement caused him pain, and even simple physical tasks had become exhausting. Checking his status window, Ed noticed he still had 2 empty crafting skill slots. He had already decided exactly what he wanted to learn. The first was Spiritual Formula Infusion, a skill perfectly suited for spiritual sorcery. The second was Magical Engineering, which would allow him to create both practical tools and powerful combat equipment. Learning Spiritual Formula Infusion required forming a contract with a spirit. Once he successfully created an item infused with spiritual awareness, the skill would unlock automatically. Magical Engineering worked differently. He only needed to successfully assemble and disassemble a magical device of the required level at least once. Since both skill slots were still empty, Ed decided there was no reason to waste any more time. For now, forming a contract with even a minor spirit would be enough. Just then, Janica arrived at his cabin. Ed looked surprised. "Shouldn't you be in class?" Janica smiled sheepishly. "My body still hurts. I wanted to rest for a while out here in the forest." Ed immediately became concerned. "Did you get hurt while helping me?" Before she could answer, Janica looked toward the cabin. "What about Lortel?" "She's fine," Ed replied. "She's resting inside." Janica quietly glanced toward the cabin. Meanwhile, Ed reflected on the situation. The Ophilis dormitory incident had finally come to an end. However, there was still unfinished business. For the next 3 days, Lortel needed to remain hidden inside the cabin while preparing for the negotiations involving the purchase of the sealed grimoire. Those 3 days felt incredibly long to her. Living in hiding filled her heart with anxiety. Still, it wasn't entirely unpleasant. Whenever she was around Ed, her heart raced. His kindness, his trust, the sense of safety he gave her to Lortel, those feelings were worth far more than mountains of gold. She never wanted to lose them, especially not to Janica. In Lortel's eyes, Janica had always lived a blessed life. She grew up surrounded by kindness, friends, and family. Lortel wanted that kind of happiness too. At least now, for the first time in her life, she decided she wouldn't give up. She would fight for Ed. After all, winning people's hearts was one of her greatest talents. Spending 3 entire days living together with him was an incredible advantage. For a moment, she even imagined burying the cabin in piles of gold just to impress him. Then she immediately realized how ridiculous that idea was. Besides, she didn't even have that much money. Maybe she could offer to pay his tuition instead. The mere thought of saying those words out loud made her face burn with embarrassment. Unable to contain herself, she repeatedly bumped her forehead against the cabin wall. Lortel had never had a boyfriend before. Perhaps that was why she felt so hopelessly awkward. Suddenly, the cabin door opened. "Move. That's my spot." Lortel blinked in confusion. Standing there was Lucy. Half asleep, Lucy yawned before casually explaining that this cabin was her favorite place to nap. Lortel stared at her. "What are you doing here?" Just then, Ed walked in. Without saying much, he picked Lucy up and carried her to a nearby abandoned cabin. After setting her down, he returned and apologized. "Sorry." Lucy snuck in again. "Now you can rest peacefully." Still confused, Lortel asked, "Does she come here often?" Ed sighed. "Don't think too much about her. She's basically a wild animal that occasionally wanders over to sleep in that corner." Lortel quietly processed those words. Then another thought crossed her mind. "So, I have another rival." Determined, she made a silent promise. "I'll settle this within 3 days." The following morning, on the second day, Lortel woke up excited. She planned to spend some time alone with Ed. Unfortunately, by the time she arrived, Janica was already there. Naturally, Lortel wasn't pleased. To make matters even worse, Lucy was still sleeping peacefully on the floor. All Lortel wanted was a few quiet moments alone with Ed. Meanwhile, Ed was admiring his newest project. Using handmade bricks he had crafted himself, he successfully built a proper brick fireplace inside the cabin. Lortel sniffed the air. The barbecue smells amazing. Did you season it? Ed nodded. Belle gave me some basil and a few other spices yesterday. Lortel smiled. If nothing unexpected happened this morning, then it's safe to assume our plan succeeded. Ed agreed. That's good news. But we still can't lower our guard. Lortel nodded before changing the subject. I still owe you your reward. Would you rather receive gold coins or goods? Ed thought for a moment. Construction materials would help. But do you happen to have any spare magical engineering tools? As they discussed business, Janica quietly watched from nearby. She clearly wasn't happy. A moment later, Ed turned toward her. I need another favor. He explained that he wanted to begin learning spiritual magic. If possible, I'd like to form a contract with at least a minor spirit. Can you help me? Janica's eyes sparkled. Of course. I'll be your teacher. I can even help you form a contract with an intermediate spirit. Proudly, she summoned her contracted spirit, Cherish. She asked the spirit to communicate with Ed. However, Cherish immediately shook its head. It won't work. Ed frowned. I can barely hear something. Cherish floated closer. Your spiritual sensitivity is still too low. Then it continued reading something invisible. According to your weekly report, your daily schedule is far too full. You have way too many tasks. Janica suddenly panicked. Wait. She looked at Ed nervously. Did you hear that? Ed nodded. I heard something about a weekly report. Janica's face instantly turned bright red. Before the conversation became even more awkward, Lortel smoothly stepped in and changed the subject. She returned to discussing the magical engineering tools. Turns out I have more stock than I expected. I can provide everything you need. Ed smiled. Could you give me a discount? I'd like to settle the matter of those 20 gold coins as soon as possible. Lortel pouted. A discount? That's practically giving them away for free. Those are valuable resources. Then she smiled. It might be difficult, but if you visit the Merchant Association every 3 days, I'll make sure you get a very fair price. She paused for a moment before casually adding, and while you're there, we could have tea together. Janica finally reached her limit. She immediately stood up. You can't just keep giving him things. He didn't even help you that much. Lortel calmly folded her arms. I'm a merchant. This is simply business. Janica frowned. That's just an excuse. The two girls immediately began arguing. Meanwhile, Ed quietly continued eating his meal. Watching them bicker, he casually thought that perhaps he could learn both magical engineering and spiritual formula infusion at the same time. Just then, Belle suddenly appeared outside the cabin. I'm sorry for dropping by without warning. I have more news. She informed everyone that Maya had officially become the new head maid. Then she handed Lortel a letter. It was from Alice. Elsewhere, back at the dormitory, laundry fluttered gently in the breeze. A student quietly approached Belle and Maya. Please don't tell anyone. It's a huge secret. She leaned in and whispered, I think Janica likes Ed Ruth Taylor. Belle blinked. For a moment, she wondered whether pretending to be surprised would simply be the polite response. Looking at Clara, she asked, Are you worried about Janica? Clara sighed. I just don't understand how she could fall for a thug like him. And that's not even the biggest problem. Earlier, Janica also mentioned another girl, Lortel. Both girls had skipped the semester's opening ceremony. Both had also missed the very first class. To Clara, it looked exactly like a tug-of-war over Ed. At this rate, Janica doesn't stand a chance. She shook her head. Honestly, I don't understand Ed either. Is he just a cunning wolf, or does he simply have a frozen heart? Belle tried to defend him. Maybe he's just going through a difficult time. He might not have room in his life for romance right now. Clara immediately rejected the idea. No, I'm convinced he's taking advantage of both of them. Belle remained silent. Then she quietly reflected on the situation. Luck really was a relative thing. Poor Ed was surrounded by a clever merchant capable of stealing anything, a kind-hearted girl powerful enough to accidentally destroy the academy, and another girl who spent most of her time sleeping. That didn't seem particularly lucky. Just thinking about it gave her a headache. At that moment, Lortel entered the room. What's going on? Belle handed her the letter. It's a message from former headmaid Alice. As night fell, Janica finally returned to the academy. Belle also carried the still-sleeping Lucy back to the dormitory. That bothered Ed slightly. Belle now knew exactly where Lortel was hiding. Even so, the situation remained manageable. Soon afterward, the carrier pigeon finally returned. Its message contained excellent news. The proposal to remove Alte as president of the Merchant Association had been reviewed. His dismissal was now almost guaranteed. Ed smiled. Looks like it's finally time to go back to class. Lortel nodded. If things have reached this point, my father is probably making his final stand at headquarters. But it's already hopeless. He won't have time to worry about me anymore. Ed remained cautious. Could Alte still have another trump card? Lortel thought for a moment. He's an incredibly clever man, so the possibility isn't zero. Even Islog, who wants to become the next president, is having a difficult time. At this point, all I can do is trust him. She sighed quietly. My biggest concern was Alice, but that problem also seems to have resolved itself. Ed looked at her seriously. What if Alice tells everyone that you were the one who orchestrated everything? Lortel calmly smiled. She doesn't have many options. After all, I already paid her in advance. Alice's only goal was to stand beside the eventual winner, whether that turned out to be Lortel or Alte. The letter Belle and Maya had delivered wasn't a threat at all. Instead, it contained a detailed list of every orphanage Alice personally supported, along with their annual maintenance costs and instructions on how to keep them operating. Alice had been carrying an overwhelming workload for years. Her health deteriorated day by day, yet the academy ignored every complaint she made. Eventually, her condition became so severe that she could no longer continue working. Without her, the orphanages she had spent years protecting would lose their support. She had gambled her own life to keep everything together. Unfortunately, almost no one realized how desperate her situation truly was. Only those closest to her understood the burden she had been carrying. After reading the document, Lortel calmly explained that Alice had sided with her because victory seemed inevitable. Even so, rebuilding Alice's trust would not be easy. She also emphasized that the list of orphanages wasn't meant as blackmail. It was simply proof of what Alice had been protecting all this time. Ed quietly looked through the documents. He couldn't help but think that the world of merchants had no room for sympathy. The moment someone made a mistake, everyone treated them like a fool. No one understood that harsh reality better than Lortel. There's nothing for Alice to gain by exposing the truth, she explained, so she'll simply go with the flow. In business, there are no permanent allies, and there are no permanent enemies. After finishing their discussion, Lortel announced that it was time for her to leave. Before going, she asked whether Ed would stop by the Merchant Association to sign their contract. He nodded. Then he handed her a torch. It should last a long time. Lortel accepted it and quietly stared at the flame. Ed noticed her unusual expression. What are you thinking about? She looked up at him. You're taller than I expected. Ed blinked in confusion. Why are you saying that all of a sudden? Lortel smiled faintly. Sometimes, winning requires taking risks, and you understand that better than anyone. As she spoke, she stepped closer and gently straightened his tie. The essence of every relationship is knowing when to keep your distance and when to get closer. Just like adjusting a tie. Ed looked down at his clothes. Does my outfit really bother you that much? Lortel shook her head. Not at all. It's simply important for academy students to look presentable. Then, without any warning, she grabbed his collar and kissed him, right on the lips. When she finally pulled away, she smiled mischievously. The raspberries we ate were delicious. Just remembering them makes me happy again. Completely caught off guard, Ed immediately tried to create some distance. Control yourself. Lortel pouted. You're so boring. Then she smiled once more. Next time, I'll get a little closer. After all, I also need to practice keeping my distance. With those teasing words, she turned around. Holding the torch Ed had given her, she disappeared into the forest using magic. Ed remained standing in place. His face slowly turned red. He couldn't help sighing. No matter how hard he tried to avoid becoming involved with the story's main characters, life never followed his plans. Instead of quietly staying in the background, he kept getting dragged toward the center of every major event. All he wanted was a peaceful life. His goals were simple: graduate from the academy, improve his stats, take care of the tasks necessary for his survival, and live quietly without getting involved in the world's biggest conflicts. Unfortunately, reality had other ideas. Time passed quickly. Before he even realized it, summer ended. Autumn had arrived. Meanwhile, Janica was spending time with her contracted spirits. One of them suddenly announced, Lortel kissed Ed. The spirit cherish immediately panicked. We have to do something. We can't just stand here. Janica blinked in confusion. What are you talking about? Another spirit, Tarkin, nodded. I saw it too. That redhead loves playing with other people's hearts. Janica nervously asked, how did Ed react? Tarkin folded his arms. He built a wall between them. She kissed him, and he responded with absolute indifference. It was so cold that even I felt embarrassed. According to him, there were only two possible explanations. Either the guy is completely impotent, or he simply doesn't see Lortel as a woman. Hearing that, Janica secretly felt relieved. Unfortunately, Tarkin wasn't finished. Men are usually good at attacking, not defending. And trust me, that redhead is incredibly attractive. If Ed really isn't interested in her, that's fantastic news for you. Janica frowned. I thought the spirit said his reaction was only lukewarm, not completely cold. Tarkin immediately challenged her. So, are you really going to let that redhead steal him? The other spirits quickly dragged Tarkin away before he could say anything worse. Even while being carried away, he continued shouting, Janica, you should kiss Ed too. Another spirit immediately objected. Don't listen to him. You're already charming exactly the way you are. Still, someone quietly asked, don't you want something a little more exciting with Ed? Janica smiled softly. I just want a moment where we can support and care for each other. Meanwhile, Ed was busy feeding Lucy. After taking one bite, Lucy slowly opened her eyes. This tastes awful. Ed couldn't even argue. Without seasoning, there's no way it tastes good. Lucy glared at him. I'm not your guinea pig. The story then explains that Ed's cooking skill had only reached level 6. Everyday skills were heavily influenced by a person's core attributes. For Ed, dexterity was his most important stat. However, focusing on only one attribute made overall growth incredibly inefficient. He understood that every stat needed to develop together. The problem was, he simply didn't have enough time. Between classes and everything else, he only had 5 or 6 hours each day to devote to improving his chances of survival. Even after cutting down on sleep and forcing his body to adapt to constant exhaustion, he still worried that he wasn't using his time efficiently enough. Even so, he couldn't ignore the main story. Every day he continued observing the Academy's most important students. Taylor, who studied in the combat division, rarely appeared, but seemed to be progressing steadily. His companion Alia continued fulfilling her support role without any issues. Princess Phinia also appeared to be doing well for the time being. However, Ed knew her inevitable conflict with Lortel was approaching. He would have to keep a close eye on both of them. As for the next heroine, Clarice, she wouldn't even enroll until the following year. There was no reason to worry about her yet. Naturally, Ed also continued watching Lortel. Although Alte had been removed from power much earlier than expected, it remained impossible to predict how that would change her future actions. One thing, however, hadn't changed. She still intended to obtain the sealed grimoire. The reason Ed had become even busier lately was because it was finally time to investigate the Academy building itself. After all, the final boss of this arc was Professor Glast. During his investigation, Ed also discovered another disturbing fact. Someone had secretly guided the takeover of Ophilis Dormitory from behind the scenes. Elsewhere, Professor Glast spoke with his assistant teacher, Claire Elfin. If your instincts are telling you that, you're probably right. Your intuition has always been excellent. Then his expression turned serious. But be careful. Don't overlook anything important. For example, the divine science thesis I asked you to find. Claire nodded. I'll search for it tomorrow morning. Meanwhile, inside Ophilis Dormitory, Claire's office was overflowing with investigation materials. Her assistant, Anise, informed her that every document related to the dormitory incident had finally been collected. Claire, who looked like she hadn't slept for nearly 5 days, thanked her. She knew this case demanded her full attention. Even though the investigation was almost finished, she was completely exhausted. No matter how many times she reviewed the evidence, one detail refused to make sense: Ed Ruth Taylor's involvement. The more she investigated him, the stranger everything became. Later, Ed visited the Alte Merchant Association. Lortel personally welcomed him. She smiled apologetically. I've been so busy lately that I completely forgot about our contract. You'll have to come back next week. To make up for it, I prepared some tea. She also informed him that all the magical engineering equipment he requested was ready for pickup. Ed narrowed his eyes suspiciously. If you've really been that busy, why did you spend so much time dressing up? Lortel blinked. Because I had a very important appointment today. Then she smiled. What do you think? Ed tilted his head. Important appointment? For just a moment, Lortel looked visibly flustered. It's nothing you need to worry about. She immediately changed the subject. So, how's the cabin coming along? It's almost finished, Ed replied. I only need furniture now. But I don't need anything expensive. Lortel nodded thoughtfully. I can't simply give things away. That would violate my professional ethics. Then she looked around. You work with wood, don't you? Ed nodded. Without another word, Lortel grabbed a nearby chair and deliberately snapped one of its legs. Then she looked at the broken chair with an exaggerated sigh. Oh no, this chair can't possibly be sold anymore. What a shame. I suppose I'll just have to give it away. Ed calmly took a sip of his tea and thanked Lortel. She quietly watched him for a moment before letting out a small sigh. How can someone show absolutely no change in expression? She then sat across from him and slowly leaned closer. I practically made my final move. And even after all that, you still don't see me as a woman. She smiled knowingly. But I see you as a man. And yes, it means exactly what you're thinking. She admitted that even all the help she had been giving him came with ulterior motives. Ed understood exactly where the conversation was heading. I know what kind of answer you're waiting for. Before he could finish, Lortel gently interrupted him. I'm not waiting for any answer. Then she smiled with the confidence of a seasoned merchant. But I've never entered a battle expecting to lose. One day, you won't be able to keep holding back forever. According to her, a merchant's smile should never change. Whether victory was guaranteed or defeat seemed inevitable, a true merchant always smiled the same way. After all, merchants never revealed what they were truly feeling. Later, back at Sylvania Academy, Janica happily greeted Ed. Shall we begin your first lesson? Ed nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. Janica raised one hand and a small flame appeared above her palm. Focus your magic. Try to establish a connection. Ed cautiously reached toward the flame. As the fire flickered, it slowly transformed into a tiny spirit. The spirit immediately introduced itself. It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mug. I'm honored to form a contract with you, Master Ed. Without taking a single breath, Mug continued talking. He enthusiastically explained weekly reports, evaluation meetings, selection records, organizational procedures, and every step that had led to him being chosen. The non-stop stream of information quickly overwhelmed excitement. I swear I'll serve you with all my heart. Listening to the energetic spirit, Ed couldn't help remembering the game. Back then, he had also obtained a spirit companion. They laughed together, celebrated victories together, fought side by side. Their bond had become incredibly strong. Even so, the emotions he felt now were completely different. Looking at Mug, Ed asked, "Why are you trying so hard?" Janica smiled proudly. "You asked for a high-quality spirit, so I selected one with exceptional magical efficiency." The screening process was actually very complicated. Ed looked surprised. "Who organized all that?" Janica answered without hesitation. "Tarkeen." Ed gently picked Mug up. "You're really warm." Janica nodded. "Once you form a contract with a spirit, you'll be able to feel both magical energy and physical warmth. But be careful. If your connection becomes too strong, the spirit will become extremely hot." Ed immediately began analyzing the mechanics. "So the stronger the connection, the greater the firepower?" Janica laughed. "Firepower is a funny way to describe it, but yes, that's basically how it works." Ed looked genuinely impressed. "So, he's basically a portable heater." Mug's abilities were immediately displayed. Connection level, 2. Excellent spiritual efficiency. Unique abilities, recovery, blessing, and explosion. Elemental affinity, fire magic. Ed carefully reviewed everything. As a talented magic student specializing in intermediate elemental spells, obtaining a spirit like Mug dramatically improved his chances of survival. After all, he no longer needed to worry about gathering firewood. Seeing his excitement, Janica smiled warmly. "I'm happy you're happy. You always look so serious. If you ever need help, just ask." She also promised to teach him how to strengthen his connection with Mug and improve his spiritual senses before their morning classes. According to her, mastering those fundamentals would allow him to grow much faster. She also wanted to begin teaching him spiritual combat. "I'll make time for it. I already have the right accessories. I'll bring them next time." Then, without warning, her attitude completely changed. She crossed her arms and tried to sound confident. "Actually, I'm a very busy person. Very, very busy. People line up asking me to teach them. So, finding time for you might be difficult." In reality, she was simply following Clara's advice and trying to play hard to get. Nervously, she looked at Ed. "Isn't it asking too much to have me teach you spirit magic?" Ed nodded apologetically. "You're right. I've relied on your kindness too much. I should at least pay you. I don't have much money, but I can offer something." Janica immediately shook her head. "No, you're already struggling just to survive. I won't accept your money. It would honestly make me sad. We're closer than that. This isn't a business transaction." Ed looked confused. "But you're the one who mentioned compensation. So what kind of compensation did you have in mind?" Janica instantly turned bright red. I was just playing around. A friend told me that I'm too generous. They said I shouldn't always act like that." Ed smiled. "You have a good friend." Janica nodded. "I'm not like this with everyone. Anyway, I'll explain next time. We'll meet at the training grounds. Bring your textbook, and don't forget the accessory." She waved goodbye. Ed simply nodded. "All right." Later that evening, Ed finally achieved another breakthrough. After carefully studying the magical engineering equipment Lortel had provided, he successfully mastered the advanced magical engineering skill. Examining the intricate components on his workbench, he couldn't help smiling. The design is surprisingly simple. The equipment had given him exactly the knowledge he needed. Turning toward Mug, he gave his first order: "Light the fireplace." Watching the flames rise, Ed quietly joked to himself, "If I run out of firewood, I'll use the fireplace." With the cabin finally warm and comfortable, he felt an enormous burden lift from his shoulders. His shelter was becoming more stable every day. Looking outside, he realized it had already grown very late. He considered checking the hunting traps he had set throughout the forest. After seeing how dark it was, however, he decided to leave them until morning. At that very same time, someone else was wandering through the forest. Claire. Even late at night, she continued investigating the Ophilis dormitory incident. She had become convinced there was another mastermind behind everything, and her greatest suspect was Ed Ruth Taylor. Everyone directly involved in the incident had either been students or dormitory staff. Ed alone had no official connection to Ophilis dormitory. If Willen was removed from consideration, only one suspicious person remained: Ed. Claire had heard rumors that he frequently visited the forest. Still, she couldn't imagine any reason someone would be wandering there in the middle of the night. Then she witnessed something unbelievable. Quickly hiding behind a tree, she watched silently. Ed emerged from the darkness, carrying the body of a freshly hunted deer. Sitting comfortably on his shoulders was Lucy. Claire's eyes widened. "What? am I looking at? According to everything she knew, even Director Obel, a legendary figure comparable to an archmage, would have needed his full strength to confront Lucy Merrill, yet here she was, peacefully riding on Ed's shoulders. Claire became completely convinced. Her theory had been correct all along. The true mastermind behind the Ophilis dormitory incident was Ed Ruth Taylor, and the mysterious girl accompanying him could only be Lucy. Proud of her deduction, Claire quietly followed them. She observed every detail: a cabin, a campfire, a furnace. Ed casually dropped the deer's body onto the ground before carrying it inside. Lucy wandered into the cabin as though she lived there. Ed sighed. I probably should have done this tomorrow morning, but there's too much to do. I can't afford to waste time. Watching from outside, Claire made up her mind. I have to rescue Lucy. She quietly approached the cabin. Suddenly, Lucy attacked. Startled, Claire immediately stopped. Lucy stared directly at her. Who are you? Claire quickly introduced herself. I'm an assistant professor at the academy. Even as she spoke, one question continued bothering her. How did she get back inside by herself? Lucy silently grabbed a piece of dried meat. Without saying another word, she flew away. Watching the entire scene unfold, Claire became even more convinced that her investigation had uncovered the truth. She immediately returned to her office. Bursting inside, she declared, I figured it out. It was Ed Ruth Taylor. She looked toward Professor Glass. Do you know the student who was expelled by his own family? Glass didn't even bother looking up. I don't waste time remembering the names of trash. Claire refused to give up. What about Lucy? Ed has completely subdued Lucy Merrill. She can't even use her power properly around him. I've been investigating him this entire time. To Claire, every clue pointed toward the same conclusion. Ed Ruth Taylor was hiding far more than anyone realized. Professor Glass looked over Claire's report and frowned. This entire story is a mess. Claire immediately defended her investigation. I used a spell to access the memory log from the first floor of Ophilis dormitory. Glass slowly looked up. Did you have permission to do that? Claire awkwardly smiled. No, but I already prepared an apology report in advance. She quickly continued. I saw Ed in those memories. Glass remained expressionless. Did he clearly state that he was the mastermind behind everything? Claire hesitated. No, I only saw him carrying Lucy. Glass shrugged. Lucy could have simply been asleep. Claire paused. She hadn't considered that possibility. Without another word, Glass ordered her to leave the room. Although Claire left, the professor continued reading the report by himself. As he reviewed the events, something began bothering him. Those memories had also recorded Ed's battle. Ed had attempted to stop Taylor and the others, yet they broke through his defenses almost immediately. Taylor was a swordsman born with extraordinary talent. Alvira possessed remarkable talent in alchemy. Against opponents like them, someone as ordinary as Ed shouldn't have been able to delay them for even a moment. Something didn't add up. Meanwhile, deep inside the forest, a tremendous explosion echoed through the trees. The blast came from a new magical weapon Ed had created. It was a ceremonial explosive dagger infused with Mug's explosive fire ability. Watching the weapon detonate, Ed couldn't help feeling proud. He had relied on this dagger ever since he started living alone. Now, seeing its full destructive power, all his hard work finally felt worthwhile. Mug floated excitedly beside him. The spiritual formula bonded with the weapon very easily. The longer an owner uses a piece of equipment, the greater its efficiency becomes. Then Mug became even more excited. We should celebrate. I'll sing a joyful song for you, Master Ed. Before he could begin, Ed casually grabbed him. Mug immediately panicked. I'm sorry, I'll never do it again. I was being disrespectful. Ed sighed. Forget all the formalities. The story then explains how low-ranking spirits function. Spirits that abandoned their physical forms and became low-level spiritual beings could gradually evolve by forming contracts with spiritual mages. That was exactly why minor spirits desperately searched for contractors, especially someone like Janica. Ed looked at Mug thoughtfully. Janica must have promised you something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have agreed so easily. So, tell me the truth. Mug immediately straightened his posture. I have nothing to hide from you, Master Ed. My loyalty isn't based only on obedience. It's also driven by my own selfish ambition. He honestly admitted that contracting with Ed allowed him to receive refined magical energy from Janica. That magical energy dramatically accelerated his own growth. Ed nodded. What else? Mug hesitated. I heard rumors that you're a little strict, so I thought being extra polite might calm you down. Ed couldn't help smiling. I understand. If I were in your position, I'd probably act the same way. Mug lowered his head. The hierarchy among spirits is incredibly cruel. I've gone through terrible experiences. Ed quietly understood. I know that feeling. I also do whatever I have to, just to survive. Even so, Moog gently shook his head. I still can't abandon proper etiquette. It simply makes me feel more comfortable. Life gradually returned to normal. Each day, Ed continued improving himself. He spent hours chopping wood. Although his combat abilities improved slowly, his physical endurance had increased tremendously thanks to his harsh life in the forest. His storage room was now filled with meat, vegetables, spices, and every other supply he needed. He no longer slept outdoors. He no longer went hungry. With enough patience and repetition, he found himself mastering even difficult academy lessons. Rather than relying on talent, he simply forced every lesson into his memory through relentless practice. To Ed, every single day felt like an endless march forward. His life hadn't been easy, but compared to the beginning, things were much better now. Eventually, exhaustion caught up to him. He fell asleep. Sometime later, Janica gently shook his shoulder. Ed, wake up. He slowly opened his eyes. Sorry, I got distracted thinking. Janica smiled with concern. You're pushing yourself too hard. Working hard is important, but you have to take care of yourself too. Ed nodded. Then he looked toward the 3 letters lying on his desk. One had arrived from the academy. Another came from the Merchant Association. But it was the 3rd letter that truly mattered. It contained proof that the story itself had already begun changing dramatically. The central event of the 2nd act was supposed to be the negotiation for the purchase of the sealed grimoire. Originally, that negotiation involved only 2 sides, Sylvania Academy and the Merchant Association. However, Alte's unexpected downfall had completely changed the future. The original client who wanted the grimoire, Krepen Rothschild, the patriarch of the Rothschild family, had now entered the negotiations personally. The situation had transformed into a 3-way struggle between the Academy, the Merchant Association, and the Rothschild family. Krepen intended to use the sealed grimoire to research immortality. As the situation deteriorated, he decided to oversee the negotiations himself. That alone terrified Ed, because Krepen wasn't supposed to appear until Act 4. By then, he would have become so overwhelmingly powerful that almost nobody could challenge him. Ed immediately reached a conclusion. No matter what happens, I have to remove him from the board. If Krepen successfully obtained the sealed grimoire, he would simply leave without causing any immediate trouble. The real disaster would come later. By Act 4, his strength would become so absolute that defeating him would be practically impossible. The entire story would reach a dead end. The mysterious letter contained detailed records of Krepen's recent movements, along with several suspicious clues surrounding his activities. For some reason, it had been delivered directly to Ed. Meanwhile, back at Sylvania Academy, someone reported to Princess Phinia, the letter has been successfully delivered to Ed Ruth Taylor. Phinia nodded with satisfaction. Excellent work, Claire. She quietly reflected on everything Director Obel had recently told her. The Academy's financial situation had become dangerously unstable. Normally, she couldn't simply provide assistance out of goodwill. If the crisis continued, the Merchant Association would almost certainly purchase the sealed grimoire first. That was exactly why Director Obel had secretly requested her help. Even so, something still bothered her. Why did Krepen Rothschild suddenly decide to participate personally? Claire considered the question. Perhaps Ed reported the information himself. He might have heard rumors. If I were trying to return to my family, I'd probably do the same thing. Before Phinia could respond, another voice interrupted. I seriously doubt that. Lortel quietly entered the room. With a graceful smile, she looked toward the princess. Would someone of my humble status be allowed to enjoy tea with your highness? Phinia looked genuinely surprised. I thought you hated me. Lortel laughed softly. That's a rather unfair accusation. If I hated you, why would I come all this way to offer sincere advice? She immediately explained the truth. Krepen's involvement has nothing to do with Ed. It began with your father. Phinia frowned. My father? Lortel nodded. From the very beginning, Krepen asked Alta to purchase the grimoire. I didn't know about it at the time. Even after your father lost his position, Krepen never abandoned that plan. Phinia quietly considered the new information. This doesn't make sense. It doesn't look like Krepen wants the grimoire for the Rothschild family. It feels more like he's planning to hand it over to someone else. If that's true, then why are the Merchant Association and the Rothschild family competing against each other? Lortel calmly answered. Because I have no intention of selling it to the Rothschild family. After everything that's happened, I'd rather avoid every business connection linked to my father. Phinia looked directly into Lortel's eyes. Then why tell me any of this? Lortel smiled. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You also benefit from keeping the Rothschild family under control, and in the end, we all want the sealed grimoire. She hesitated briefly before adding one more reason. Besides, I don't want Ed to suffer because of all this. I'm simply looking out for him. Phinia carefully studied her expression. You're actually worried about that boy? Lortel nodded. He already left his family behind. He's living an entirely new life. He has nothing to do with the Rothschild family anymore. Phinia quietly reflected on those words. Perhaps that's true, but Ed could still become extremely useful during these negotiations. If I approached him personally, he might be willing to help. She paused. If I don't, Lortel immediately interrupted. Then what? Phinia answered without hesitation. Then I'll have no choice. I'll use him. For the first time, Lortel's expression visibly changed. She laughed quietly. So, we're talking about lies and exploitation. Then she looked directly at the princess. But tell me, who is really exploiting whom? One of the royal knights immediately stepped forward in anger. How dare you speak to Her Highness like that? Ignoring him completely, Lortel calmly stood up. Regarding this matter, only the two of us can truly become allies. As she prepared to leave, she offered one final warning. Don't use Ed carelessly. Because if you do, you'll be the one who ends up being used. Claire was visibly frustrated, but Princess Phinia calmly told her to settle down. I still don't fully understand what's happening, Phinia admitted. I don't know what Ed Ruth Taylor is trying to accomplish, and I don't know why Krepen Rothschild is suddenly so involved. She paused for a moment before adding, but perhaps the person I should truly be wary of is Lortel herself? Phinia had never once seen Lortel hesitate or lose confidence. No matter how difficult the situation became, she always seemed to know exactly what to do. At that moment, someone called out from nearby, Hey, Lortel. It was Janica. Meanwhile, Ed sat quietly, exhausted, wondering how his life had become so complicated. Later, at the Alte Merchant Association branch inside the academy, Lortel was surprised to see Janica arrive alongside Ed. She had only prepared 2 cups of tea. Janica smiled. That's all right. I'm sure you have plenty more stored in the warehouse. Without hesitation, Ed pushed his own cup toward Janica. You can have mine. I'll just drink cold water. Lortel then reminded Ed to collect the magical engineering equipment she had prepared for him. When he looked toward the shelves, he was stunned. Every single tool looked brand new. Not a speck of dust could be found anywhere. Janica looked at the equipment suspiciously. Everything here is completely new. I thought giving things away for free went against your business ethics. Lortel casually picked up one of the tools. See this tiny scratch? That already counts as a serious defect, so I can't sell it anymore. I have no choice but to give it away. Janica frowned. You scratched it on purpose. Lortel simply smiled. In the end, what matters is that Ed gets the equipment, and that it helps him. Feeling guilty once again, Ed sincerely thanked her. Still, he couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. This was already the 4th time someone had practically given him expensive items for free, and he still hadn't paid anything back. Lortel waved the concern away. It's enough if you keep visiting to renew our contract. Janica immediately suggested a simpler solution. Why not just let him pay everything now and end the contract? Lortel calmly looked at her. I'll discuss that directly with Ed. Not with you. Meanwhile, Ed had completely stopped listening. His thoughts drifted elsewhere. Lately, it felt as though he were floating underwater. The constant overwork had left his mind exhausted. He still needed to monitor Krepen Rothschild's movements before the Grimoire negotiations began. There were only 2 weeks left. At the same time, he needed to buy a proper bed and mattress for his cabin. He also had to prepare the Syro creature he had captured, clean the cabin, and purchase more dried meat for Lucy. Only when someone called his name did he finally return to reality. Elsewhere, Princess Phinia sat alone, quietly reflecting on recent events. Perhaps she had judged Ed too quickly. His calm decisions during the camp incident, his precise commands during the Glaskin invasion, those weren't the actions of an ordinary student. Maybe his terrible reputation throughout the academy meant nothing at all. Maybe her opinion of Ed had been completely wrong. She decided she needed one final confirmation. For that reason, she ordered Ed to visit the royal residence. Turning toward Claire, she asked, When is Ed Ruth Taylor scheduled to arrive? Claire looked uncomfortable. It seems he won't be able to come. Phinia frowned. This is a royal summons. He can't refuse. Claire quietly delivered the news. Ed Ruth Taylor collapsed from overwork. He developed the status effect known as exhaustion. He'll need proper rest before he can recover. Meanwhile, Ed slowly opened his eyes. His entire body felt incredibly heavy. Everything around him was pleasantly warm. As his vision cleared, he immediately discovered the reason. Lucy was sleeping directly on top of him. She was completely passed out. So, you were just sleeping here? Ed couldn't help thinking how unbelievably light she was. She barely felt human. Unfortunately, his own body was still too exhausted to move her. Looking around, he realized he was inside his cabin. Then something caught his attention. He didn't recognize the blanket covering him. Just then, Lucy slowly opened her eyes. I'm hungry, Ed sighed. Do you ever do anything besides sleep and eat? Lucy ignored the question. You finally woke up. She placed her hand against his chest and quietly cast a spell. After examining him for a moment, she spoke. Your mana is a mess. You overtrained your spiritual magic. You've been repeating it for months. That's why your body ended up like this. Ed looked surprised. Did you stay here the entire time while I was unconscious? Lucy nodded. It was just boring, so I slept too. She explained that she had watched over him carefully. Although it had been troublesome, the other 2 girls understood that she needed to remain there. Then she looked directly at him. Don't get sick. People die from that. Those simple words reminded Ed of Lucy's own story. Her grandfather had died in bed after a long illness. Quietly, Ed smiled. Thank you for taking care of me. At that moment, someone entered the cabin. So you're finally awake? It was Ziggs. His appearance had changed noticeably. Looking around, he explained, I didn't know whether it was all right to light a fire inside, so I made one outside instead. Lucy gave Ed one final glance. She placed her hat on her head, then casually climbed through the chimney and disappeared. Watching her leave, Ziggs looked back at Ed. How many times has this happened already? He scratched his head thoughtfully. I've heard it's normal for some men to have multiple partners. Would this count as polygamy? Ed completely ignored the joke. Why are you here? Ziggs explained that Janika had gone to attend an appointment outside the academy. As for Lortel, she had already returned to work because she couldn't postpone her business any longer. Ed noticed something else. Your hair got longer. Ziggs casually nodded. It's autumn. Then he began helping Ed eat. Looking at the bland food, Ed frowned. Eating this is depressing. Ziggs shrugged. In your condition, you can't handle anything heavier. Honestly, it would have been better if Elka or Clara were taking care of you. But Lortel specifically said women weren't allowed to feed you. While eating, Ed suddenly remembered another rumor. I heard there was an incident involving alchemy students secretly mass-producing mandrakes. Ziggs immediately nodded. Yeah. That was entirely Elvira's fault, but Taylor and Clavius cleaned everything up pretty quickly. Ed silently recognized it. That had been Scene 5 of Act 2. He asked another question. I also heard rumors about a monster entering the academy through the sewers. Ziggs nodded again. Taylor and I handled that too. Ed immediately identified it. Scene 7. That meant only one major event remained. The battle for the sealed grimoire. How long was I unconscious? Ziggs answered casually. Counting today, 10 days. Ed nearly dropped his bowl. He had assumed he'd only slept for a day or two. 10 days had completely disappeared. Everyone at the academy had probably assumed he wouldn't wake up anytime soon. Ziggs continued explaining that Janika was currently busy at the academy, while Lortel had an extremely important negotiation scheduled for the following day. Hearing that, Ed immediately grabbed the bowl and drank the remaining soup in one gulp. There wasn't a second to waste. Looking at Ziggs, he urgently said, I need you to send a message to Lortel. Right now. Ed knew exactly what tomorrow was. Scene 10 of Act 2. The battle for the sealed grimoire. 3 powerful factions would participate. Princess Phinia, Lortel, and the one person who should never have appeared this early, Krepen Rothschild, the future final boss of Act 4. The following day, negotiations finally began. Krepen politely greeted Princess Phinia. It's good to see your highness healthy. It's been quite some time. He lowered his head respectfully. I never had the chance to properly apologize. I heard that an irresponsible member of my family caused you considerable trouble. As you requested, that person was disowned. But even so, I still wish to apologize personally. Phinia calmly shook her head. You needn't concern yourself with that matter. Outwardly, Krepen appeared every bit the dignified patriarch admired throughout the empire. Wise, noble, respected by everyone. But Phinia's unique perception revealed something very different. Behind that elegant smile, Krepen was unmistakably evil. Soon afterward, he approached Lortel. So, you're representing the Merchant Association? Lortel politely bowed. My name is Lortel. It is an honor to meet you. Krepen smiled. I know you're not Alte's only daughter. I've heard many stories praising your father's wisdom. Lortel answered calmly. Merchants simply go wherever profits exist. We've always followed the scent of money. Krepen laughed softly. I understand. Then the negotiations officially began. Each faction was instructed to form its own negotiating team. First, everyone would share lunch together. Then they would inspect the sealed grimoire. Finally, the auction would begin. Whoever submitted the highest bid would obtain the grimoire. Phinia quietly reflected on the situation. The sealed grimoire was one of Sylvania Academy's greatest treasures. The Academy desperately wanted to avoid making its sale public. For that reason, Director Obel had arranged a confidential auction. Princess Phinia would serve as the official royal witness. Vice Director Rachel would quietly conduct the bidding on the Academy's behalf. The rules were simple. One sealed bid, no second chances. The highest offer wins. Phinia had already researched the prices of similar magical books. The Book of Order had sold for 8,000 gold coins. The Book of Similarity had sold for 67,700 gold coins. The Magic Travel Journal had sold for 7,000 gold coins. The sealed grimoire's value depended on far more than its magical power. Its academic significance, its rarity, even its status as a luxury collectible. All had to be considered. She knew Lortel had undoubtedly calculated every one of those factors already. The real problem was Krepen. If anyone won this auction, it would almost certainly be him. Vice Director Rachel collected the sealed bids before thanking everyone for their participation. Phinia quietly analyzed the situation. In auctions like this, victory depended on accurately estimating your opponent's financial limit. Lortel's primary goal was profit. Logically, she couldn't afford to bid much beyond 8,000 gold coins. Anything higher would erase her earnings. If Krepen simply bid slightly above Lortel's maximum, the sealed grimoire would become his. Then the bids were revealed. Krepen's offer, 85,500 gold coins. Princess Phinia quietly watched Krepen leave the negotiation hall. She couldn't believe a man like him would willingly visit Sylvania Academy. There was only one reason for his presence: the sealed grimoire. When the auction results were announced, everyone was stunned. Lortel's bid was only 9,400 gold coins. With that surprisingly modest offer, the Merchant Association successfully purchased the sealed grimoire. Phinia couldn't understand it. Why would Lortel willingly abandon such an enormous profit? As Krepen calmly prepared to leave, Phinia continued thinking. Had Lortel intended from the very beginning to prevent the grimoire from falling into the hands of someone as dangerous as Krepen? Almost immediately, she rejected that idea. Lortel was not someone driven by justice. Even if Krepen was infinitely more sinister, she would never sacrifice profit simply because it was morally right. No, there had to be another reason. A hidden motive. Perhaps someone had asked her to do it. Someone who already knew the true nature of the Rothschild patriarch. Her thoughts immediately drifted toward Ed. She remembered Lortel's earlier words. Ed had completely severed his ties with his family. Despite being abandoned, cast out into the wilderness, and forced to survive alone, he had endured everything through sheer determination. Even after escaping his family's influence, he still found himself confronting the darkness of his own bloodline. Ed Ruth Taylor. Phinia quietly trembled. Only now did she begin realizing what she had done to him. Guilt filled her heart. Yet, at the same time, perhaps their misunderstanding had unexpectedly become a blessing. Meanwhile, Lortel held the official certificate transferring ownership of the sealed grimoire. A satisfied smile spread across her face. I'm just going to sell it to Krepen. He had been willing to pay 85,500 gold coins. She had purchased it for only 9,400. That meant a profit of 76,100 gold coins. That had been her real objective all along. She never wanted the grimoire itself. She only wanted the ownership certificate. With that single document in her possession, she could now negotiate directly with Krepen. She could demand almost anything she wanted in exchange. Earlier, Ed had already written to her saying he didn't care whether she resold the grimoire or not. Lortel laughed softly. How could you possibly say something like that to a merchant? Then she smiled to herself. Giving Ed such favorable terms for only 900 coins, what an incredible bargain. With this certificate, I can ask for absolutely anything. If Phinia had seen Lortel's expression at that moment, she probably would have been disgusted. Back at the forest camp, Ziggs excitedly reported the results. In the end, Lortel won. You should have seen the look on her face when she read your letter. Ed quietly reflected on the situation. Lortel had gambled on her ability to charm him. Krepen had probably relied on confidential information. Thinking about what was going to happen next, Ed almost felt sorry for both of them. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed through the forest. Someone came running toward the cabin. Ed. It was Janica. She arrived completely out of breath. Ziggs looked surprised. Why are you here already? It's not even lunchtime. Janica had walked all the way from the academy to the camp. I finished my morning classes. I can always do the rest of my work tonight. Ed smiled apologetically. Sorry for making you worry. Ziggs laughed. Looks like you caused everyone a lot of trouble. Janica immediately shook her head. It wasn't any trouble at all. Ziggs couldn't resist teasing her. When you ran back to the academy crying, everyone thought you'd gotten your heart broken. Janica's face instantly turned red. Shut up. She immediately summoned one of her spirits, ordering it to drag Ziggs away. Moments later, Mug suddenly appeared. The little spirit rushed straight toward Ed. I'm so sorry. I had no idea you'd been working this hard. I wanted to apologize immediately, but I was afraid I'd disappear. So I borrowed mana from Miss Janica. Ed sighed. Why are you making this so dramatic? Just then, Ziggs returned after chasing Mug around and smacking the tiny spirit. He nodded seriously. Mug isn't exaggerating. You were unconscious for 10 entire days. Those words finally sank in. 10 days, Ed's expression immediately changed. My stored meat? It must have spoiled. My fishing nets? They're probably ruined. In other words, almost every food source he had built over the past weeks had disappeared. He would have to start over from nothing. Janica looked worried. You're not planning to push yourself again, are you? I'll help. Ziggs also volunteered. I'll take care of the hunting. I'm pretty good at it. Then he casually shrugged. When you've got work to do, the best approach is to deal with things one step at a time. Everything somehow works out. Those simple words struck Ed deeply. Not that long ago, he had been sleeping beneath a crude wooden shelter. He owned nothing. He had no money, no proper food, no one beside him. Night after night, insects bit him while he struggled to survive alone. Since then, he had overcome problem after problem, without even realizing it. He had survived. Looking at Ziggs, Ed quietly smiled. He was right. Somehow, everything always worked out. Meanwhile, Janica was speaking with Marilda, the wind spirit. Marilda quietly observed Ed from afar. He's completely exhausted. But this is your chance. Lortel is busy with negotiations. She can't visit him often. You need to take advantage of that. Marilda admitted Lortel was incredibly clever. If you want to beat her, you'll have to learn from her. Winning a man's heart requires the cunning of a fox. She carefully examined Janica. First, you need to dress better. Right now you look like a country housewife. Then she immediately corrected herself. Actually, that might not be such a bad thing. Men often like women who appear calm, women who can quietly take care of everyday life. She suggested rolling up her sleeves, tying back her hair and presenting herself as dependable rather than flashy. Then she asked, "You're visiting Ed today, right? Go, make some progress." Janica blinked. Progress. Marilda sighed dramatically. When you visited his camp before, what exactly were you planning to do? How were you going to get closer to him? Janica honestly answered, I wasn't really planning anything. Marilda slowly turned toward the sky. Then she let out an incredibly dramatic howl of despair. The other spirits stared at her. What kind of howl was that? Marilda buried her face in her hands. That's hopeless. You've spent all this time beside him, and you still haven't thought of a strategy. Ed keeps growing, but you're standing still. According to Marilda, the best approach during difficult times was simple. Become someone Ed could rely on. Support him. Help him. Expect nothing in return. Janica smiled. Actually, I do have a plan. She leaned over and whispered into Marilda's ear. After listening carefully, Marilda slowly smiled. That's actually a good plan. Later that night, back at the cabin, Ed quietly finished eating the stew Janica had prepared. It was delicious. Maybe he should learn a little cooking from her someday. More importantly, he needed to recover his strength. After receiving so much help from everyone, he couldn't continue looking completely exhausted. Deciding to rest properly for once, Ed prepared to sleep early. Just then, he noticed Janica still standing nearby. She smiled gently. You still look really tired. Ed looked surprised. You haven't gone home yet. Something about her expression seemed unusually playful. What are you planning? Janica simply giggled. I'm not planning anything. She quietly sat beside him. What you're going through isn't only difficult physically. Exhaustion affects the heart too. I know you've been working harder than anyone. When I went through difficult times, many people comforted me. But the person who helped me most was you. You simply stayed beside me. She smiled softly. You've gone through so much too. You've done well. Ed awkwardly looked away. I don't really need to hear that. Janica gently shook her head. Yes, you do. You've worked so hard. It's okay to admit you struggled. Didn't you go through painful times too? Ed quietly fell backwards onto his pillow. After a long silence, he finally sighed. Yeah, I really did. Hearing those honest words, Janica slowly rested her head against him. Neither of them said another word. The next morning, Ed woke up to discover that Janica had fallen asleep beside him. He couldn't help smiling. For the first time in quite a while, he felt completely recovered. Opening his status window, he checked his newest skill, magical engineering. Its proficiency had only reached 2 points. He hadn't made much progress during the last 10 days. Being unconscious had left him with no opportunity to train. Still, he understood just how valuable advanced crafting skills truly were. Unlike ordinary abilities, magical engineering greatly improved his core attributes while offering incredible versatility. The biggest obstacle wasn't training, it was recipes. Most advanced magical engineering blueprints were obtained only through major story events. Since Ed wanted to avoid interfering with the main scenario whenever possible, acquiring them naturally would be difficult. Fortunately, Taylor didn't seem interested in magical engineering at all, probably because recipes alone weren't enough. Most advanced equipment required materials that wouldn't even appear until much later in the original story. Ed, however, had one enormous advantage: someone capable of searching for rare materials anywhere in the world. At that exact moment, Lortel appeared outside the cabin. She smiled with obvious relief. I'm glad you're feeling better. Even so, she looked terrible herself. Dark circles surrounded her eyes. Her hair had become dry. Her skin looked rough. The constant workload had left her suffering from chronic fatigue. Sitting beside Ed, she quietly sighed. He looked at her. If you're this busy, why come all the way here? Lortel smiled tiredly. I needed a little rest, and I wanted to talk about the company. The Alte Merchant Association no longer exists. I'm renaming it. From now on, it'll be called the Trade Exchange Company. I'm restructuring everything. She then explained everything the new company needed. Employee management, inventory organization, product distribution. In short, she needed someone to help oversee the entire operation, a co-executive. Looking directly into Ed's eyes, Lortel smiled. And naturally, I was thinking of you. Lortel smiles as she imagines a future where Ed wakes up every morning and heads to work in the company building right beside hers. She tells him he would enjoy countless benefits, and if they were married, they would even share the company's profits. With a playful smile, she admits she might be getting ahead of herself. Ed looks at her and asks if she doesn't find it strange that she has done so much for him. Lortel calmly replies that he simply doesn't understand. She says she already knows what is going through his mind. He is probably wondering why she keeps helping him and believes she has some hidden motive. More than anything, he likely wants to keep their relationship strictly professional until the very end. Ed silently admits that she is absolutely right. However, Lortel explains that the reason he thinks that way is because he has never lived her life. She has spent years in a world where hundreds of gold coins change hands every day, and where betrayal is always lurking around the corner. In that world, wealth means nothing if there is no one you can truly trust. The most valuable person is someone who will never betray you, someone who stays by your side even after every last coin disappears. Ed realizes that, for some people, such a person is family. For others, it is a lover, and for a lucky few, it is a lifelong friend. But Lortel has watched countless wealthy merchants rise to greatness only to lose everything. The fear that the same fate could one day befall her never leaves her heart. She quietly asks Ed if he can't be that person for her. Ed immediately replies, telling her to at least say something like that without trying to hide a laugh. Lortel finally gives up the act and laughs, admitting that her little performance failed. She says she almost managed to fool him. Even so, she reminds him that she is only human, and pretending forever is difficult. She asks whether for even a moment he felt the urge to protect her. Usually whenever she makes that vulnerable expression, people's hearts soften instantly. Although she admits it is unfortunate that it didn't work on him, she quietly adds that not everything she said was a lie. An awkward silence settles between them. Eventually, Ed breaks the silence. He explains that although he intends to graduate from Sylvania Academy, he has no plans to leave until he secures a stable future for himself. Lortel answers that she is willing to wait until he graduates, but Ed knows reality is far more complicated than that. As Lortel holds the special pass in her hands, she smiles and says she is simply happy to see him again after such a long time. Meanwhile, Ed cannot shake the feeling that he has done something terrible. Just imagining what may happen in the future fills him with guilt toward her. Lortel is having similar thoughts. She realizes how dangerous that conversation truly was. Her original plan had been to make Ed feel as though he now belonged to her, but the moment she saw his sincere expression, everything fell apart. Had she hesitated for even one more second, she would have exposed her true feelings completely. She even brought the remaining payment from the magical engineering products she had purchased. Feeling too embarrassed to face Ed again, she decides to simply leave the money at his cabin. Unfortunately, the moment she reaches the cabin, Janica walks outside carrying a pillow. Janica cheerfully asks whether Ed went down to the river because she is about to prepare a snack for him. The two girls stop in front of each other. Lortel asks why Janica is coming out of Ed's cabin. Without missing a beat, Janica fires back by asking why Lortel is coming from the river. That brief exchange marks the beginning of yet another disaster, especially for the unfortunate Ed. Sometime later, Ed is walking through the forest with Mug. Mug lectures him seriously, telling him to drink plenty of water and eat properly. If Ed collapses again, he may not survive the next time. For Mug's own peace of mind, he begs Ed to start living a healthier life because he wants them to stay in touch for a long time. Ed realizes Tarkin must have already scolded Mug over the incident and apologizes for causing everyone so much trouble. As he reflects on recent events, he realizes that Ziggs and Janica have provided him with enough food and firewood to last for quite a while. Thanks to Lortel, he can finally furnish his cabin properly as well. The only things occupying his thoughts now are the 3 letters waiting for him. The first is from Lortel, warning him to stay cautious because no one can predict what Elte might do next. The second is from Princess Phenia, containing confidential information regarding Krepen's recent movements. The third comes directly from the Academy. Its sender is Professor Glast. Glast had requested a meeting with Ed immediately after the conference, but at the time, Ed was unconscious from severe exhaustion. The moment Ed reads the letter, an unpleasant memory resurfaces. Professor Glast is the final boss of Act 2. That means the final chapter of the second act has already begun. Ed remembers Glast's ideals clearly. The professor always believed that only a select few individuals blessed with extraordinary talent possessed the power to change the world. To revive the great sage Sylvania, Glast began researching aspect magic, a forbidden branch of magic capable of distorting the very laws of reality. However, completing his research required one crucial artifact, the sage's sealed grimoire. When the Academy refused to support him, desperation drove Glast into madness. He stole the sealed grimoire and attempted to implant Sylvania's spirit into Aaliyah, whose natural affinity for aspect magic made her the perfect vessel. It was the tragic story of a brilliant man who had completely lost his sanity. Naturally, the protagonist, Taylor, stepped in to save Aaliyah. He overcame every trap inside the secret laboratory and the spiritual library before ultimately destroying Glast's plan. After everything collapsed around him, Professor Glast stood atop the magic tower and made one final announcement before falling to his death. Although he had always dreamed of advancing magical knowledge and discovering new talent, Ed can no longer remember the professor's final words. Regardless, Glast's conquest war marks one of the biggest turning points in the entire story. It is the moment when ownership of the sage's sealed grimoire changes hands. It is also when the connection formula itself changes. Everything begins with Glast kidnapping Taylor's close friend, Alia. At that very moment, Alia is imprisoned inside a cell while Glast shows her the terrifying waterway demon. He calmly asks whether the creature frightens her. Alia screams that everything happening is his fault. She tells him she hates him. However, the man standing before her is no longer Professor Glast. He is Ed Ruth Taylor. Ed protests, asking if she is not being a little too harsh. After all, he was kidnapped alongside her. Why would he ever want to hurt anyone? Only then does Ed realize something horrifying. This scene was never supposed to happen. The final battle of Act 2 has already begun, but somehow he himself has become part of the scenario. 3 days earlier, Ed had finally caught up on everything he had been unable to do during the 10 days he spent unconscious. Unfortunately, losing all that training time dealt a severe blow to his progress. With Glast's conquest war about to begin, he regrets not improving his magical engineering skills further. Advancing that field requires rare blueprints and specialized materials, both of which are extremely difficult to obtain. While thinking through possible solutions, he suddenly remembers something important. The final chapter of Glast's conquest war consists of 4 major stages. Among them, the 3rd stage, the secret laboratory, is by far the most difficult. Its boss is Librarian Reina of the Spiritual Library. She is so overwhelmingly powerful that clearing the stage without using Taylor's Sword Saint form is practically impossible. Fortunately, that problem belongs to Taylor, not Ed. What interests Ed is something entirely different. The Spiritual Library contains over a dozen priceless magical engineering blueprints, including 2 designs for legendary-grade equipment. The mission will undoubtedly be dangerous. Still, as long as he doesn't enter alone, Ed believes the risk is worth taking. Later, during Professor Glast's lecture, the professor announces that starting next semester, Adele from Class B and Aaliyah from Class 100 will officially transfer into Class A. According to Glast, their exceptional talent alone justifies the promotion. Even though they are joining midway through the curriculum, he assures everyone they possess more than enough ability to keep up. Lortel quietly observes the class. Originally, Class A had only 3 students, but with the addition of Adele and Aaliyah, the number will increase to 5. Considering that Glast rarely accepts disciples, the decision makes perfect sense. She also notes that although Aaliyah lacks combat ability, her natural affinity for aspect magic is extraordinary. Suddenly, Ziggs reluctantly stands and remarks that talent should not be the only factor considered. Hard work can sometimes allow ordinary people to bloom in unexpected ways. Professor Glast immediately questions whether Ziggs is suggesting that he underestimates his students or intentionally ruins their futures. Ziggs quickly denies any disrespect. Glast then coldly states that the fastest way to destroy someone's life is to place blind faith in vague talent and nurture it irresponsibly. Listening from her seat, Lortel quietly sighs. Long before enrolling, she had thoroughly investigated every professor at the academy. She knows Glast's obsession with talent is deeply hypocritical, and the reason lies with his daughter. His only daughter, Murray, was nothing more than an average mage. Nevertheless, Glast firmly believed she possessed extraordinary potential. At first glance, that seemed like nothing more than a father's confidence in his child. But Miri herself eventually realized the truth. It was not the love of a father, it was the blind obsession of a professor determined to prove his own beliefs. Driven by that misplaced faith, Miri was forced to confront dangerous monsters long before she was ready. She died while still very young. From that day onward, Professor Glast became consumed by the idea of proving the existence of true talent. Although the Academy believed he had devoted himself entirely to researching the mysteries of aspect magic, those who knew his past understood the truth. The magic itself was never his real objective. The one he had always been searching for was the creator of aspect magic. Professor Glast was known as the greatest sage in history, second only to the legendary sage Sylvania herself. Perhaps that was why he had personally brought Aaliyah into his class. As the lecture continued, Glast suddenly looked toward Lortel as if he wanted to say something. However, after a brief pause, he shook his head and told her to forget it. It had nothing to do with today's lesson. Instead, he would speak with her tomorrow. Lortel immediately understood what he wanted to discuss. He was interested in the sage's sealed grimoire. Unfortunately for him, she no longer cared what he had to say. Whatever argument he planned to make would be meaningless. The connection ceremony that would officially transfer ownership of the grimoire to her was about to begin. Meanwhile, in Professor Claire's class, Ed quietly reviewed his own plans. The ceremony was almost here, and he had barely managed to prepare everything in time. His strategy was surprisingly simple. He would follow directly behind the protagonist Taylor into the secret laboratory. After Taylor cleared each area, Ed would quietly collect every valuable item left behind. He had already made a detailed list of everything he wanted, especially the magical engineering blueprints. At the very top of that list were two legendary artifacts. The first was Glock's Eye, an item capable of temporarily increasing both mana and proficiency with every ability. The second was Delheim's Hourglass, which could reverse all physical effects on the user for several precious seconds. Normally, gathering the materials required to craft these legendary items was nearly impossible until the final stages of the story. As a result, Taylor would have little use for them during this arc. That made them perfect prizes for Ed. While following Taylor, Ed also planned to observe how the protagonist conquered the fifth phase of the dungeon, allowing him to complete every objective at once. According to the original story, Glast's conquest war began on the exact same day as the Grimoire connection ceremony. To avoid raising suspicion, Ed had told Janica that he had accidentally dropped an important item into the underground waterways and asked if she would help him search for it. He had expected her to complain. Instead, she happily agreed without hesitation. Her enthusiasm made Ed feel slightly guilty. She worried about him far more than he deserved, but there was no denying that she was an incredibly dependable companion, especially during dangerous situations. Everything seemed to be going perfectly. Then Professor Claire approached him with unexpected news. Professor Glast wanted to see him immediately. Ed found the summons strange. Janica had recently visited his cabin, and apparently that visit was exactly what Glast wanted to discuss. Something about the timing felt completely wrong. At this moment, Glast should have been occupied preparing for the connection ceremony. Even so, Ed decided to go. The last time Glast had invited him to meet, Ed had been unconscious in a coma and never had the chance to respond. Since the professor was calling him again, it was probably something important. Later, after arriving at Glast's office, Ed was surprised to find Alia already waiting there. The moment she saw him, fear filled her eyes. Nearly 10 months had passed since the incident where Ed had once attempted to attack her. Even after all that time, her fear remained completely understandable. Still, one question lingered in Ed's mind. Why was she here? At first, he assumed this was the beginning of Alia's kidnapping. Then another thought struck him. If Alia was meant to be captured, why had Glast summoned him as well? Immediately, Ed began searching through the papers scattered across the office. To his surprise, none of the documents had anything to do with the grimoire. Instead, he searched for evidence that the future had somehow changed, that something had slipped beyond his knowledge. Then he found it, a file labeled with his own name, Ed Ruth Taylor. Instantly, everything became clear. Professor Claire must have reported what she had witnessed inside Ed's cabin. Glast had probably connected that report with everything that had happened during the Ophilis dormitory incident. But what exactly was the professor planning? Before Ed could think any further, his instincts suddenly screamed at him. He immediately drew his dagger. The office door slowly opened. Standing there was Professor Glast himself. Alia rushed toward him in panic, desperately shouting that Ed had gone insane. Without even looking at her, Glast calmly cast spectral magic. Time prison. The spell instantly froze Alia in place, trapping her within suspended time. Glast then turned his attention toward Ed and launched an attack. Ed reacted instantly. His dagger intercepted the strike while Mug activated at the same moment, creating a massive explosion that shook the office. Rather than becoming angry, Glast smiled with admiration. He praised Ed's quick judgment, saying that he had analyzed the entire situation with remarkable clarity. Simply by reading the documents, Ed had already figured out his intentions. Ed calmly asked why he also needed to be captured. After all, Glast only required Alia because of her affinity for aspect magic. Ed even offered to remain silent. He promised not to reveal anything to anyone. Glast gently shook his head. He explained that he had a goal he absolutely had to achieve and asked Ed not to think too poorly of him. Ed couldn't help but sigh. At the very least, he thought the professor owed him an explanation. Was that really too much to ask? As he observed Glast's behavior, Ed realized something important. Despite everything, Glast still cared deeply about his reputation. If Ed escaped, he could expose the professor's crimes to the entire academy, ruining the scenario before it could unfold. Then another idea crossed Ed's mind. If he allowed himself to be captured, Glast would personally transport him straight to the secret laboratory. It would be like receiving a free ride to the very place he wanted to infiltrate. After weighing the advantages, Ed quietly decided that being kidnapped might actually be the better option. Glast looked directly at him and asked whether he intended to fight. Instead of answering, Ed simply stood still. Seeing no resistance, Glast cast Time Prison once again. This time the spell succeeded only because Ed willingly allowed himself to be captured. As the professor approached him, he admitted that he had always been slightly suspicious of Ed. Claire had once told him that Ed consistently achieved outstanding academic results despite living alone deep inside the forest. It almost seemed as though the young man somehow had 48 hours in every day. Claire herself had even called Ed a hidden genius, although she admitted she had never expected such incredible performance. Glast also remembered watching Ed fight through a crystal ball. Ed's combat style fascinated him. He wasn't naturally powerful. Instead, he relied entirely on careful planning, intelligence, and every available advantage to defeat stronger opponents. To Glast, that proved one thing. Ed was not the product of talent. He was the product of relentless effort. As he observed Ed's calm expression, Glast was suddenly reminded of someone from his past. His daughter. She had once proudly declared that she would bring honor to the family through her own achievements. The memory shook him deeply. Meanwhile, although Ed himself remained trapped inside time prison, Mug managed to escape through a nearby academy window. The tiny companion rushed all the way back to Ed's cabin. There, Janica was busy preparing a pot of stew. She wondered why Ed was taking so long to return. At the same time, Lucy sat quietly atop the roof of Ed's cabin, lost in thought. Her mind drifted toward her grandfather. He had traveled across countless lands, uncovering the deepest truths of magic, and eventually earning the title of the Great Mage. His own master had been none other than the legendary sage Sylvania. She had died while still young. Even after living an incredibly long life, his grandfather never forgot her beautiful face. The pain of losing her haunted him forever. There had even been a time when he wished to shatter reality itself if it meant seeing her one final time. Eventually, however, he accepted a painful truth. What is lost can never truly be recovered. In the final pages of his book, he left one last message for Lucy. He told her to become strong. Those words became both the conclusion of his book and the final sentence of his own life. Sitting quietly on the rooftop, Lucy found herself overwhelmed by that same loneliness. She believed that more than anyone else, her grandfather had truly accepted death without fear or resistance. Even so, she wondered whether the pain of losing someone precious could ever completely disappear. At that moment, she absent-mindedly reached for her pouch of dried meat. Perhaps a simple snack would make her feel a little better. She gave the pouch a shake. It was completely empty. Looking down, she spotted Mug frantically running toward Janica, who was already beginning to grow irritated with the little creature. Confused, Lucy wondered what in the world was happening. Meanwhile, inside Trix Hall, the grand meeting chamber of Sylvania Academy, the Grimoire Connection ceremony had officially begun. Professor Glast personally oversaw the ritual that would transfer ownership of the sage's sealed grimoire to Lortel, the head of the merchant company that had purchased it. Every eye in the hall focused on the ceremony's representatives. Lortel and Academy Director Obel Forcius. Lortel couldn't help comparing the director to Krepen. The two men appeared to be around the same age, yet their personalities were completely different. As the ceremony progressed, Lortel remembered the conversation she had recently shared with Krepen. Immediately after the grimoire transaction, he had privately asked her to hand the artifact over to him. Coincidentally, that was exactly what she had intended from the very beginning. She had no desire to create unnecessary conflict. The enormous amount of money she had earned was more than enough to justify every lie she had told Princess Fenia. She had deliberately quoted an outrageous price, 12,000 coins, or rather, 1,000 coins for the grimoire itself. To her surprise, Krepen accepted the deal without hesitation. He even warned her that Elt had hired a group of mercenaries who were already heading towards Sylvania Academy. He urged her to make sure nothing went wrong during the ceremony. Although Lortel found Krepen to be an unpleasant man, she admitted that the valuable information she extracted from him made the meeting worthwhile. Now, everything was finally ready. As the connection ritual began, Professor Glast initiated the transfer ceremony. Lortel smiled to herself. Once the ownership certificate was complete, she would secure permanent possession of the grimoire. More importantly, she would also guarantee the free pass she intended to use alongside Ed. But just as the ritual reached its climax, dark, ominous spectral magic suddenly spread throughout the entire hall. The moment the connection ceremony reached its climax, a gigantic magic circle suddenly appeared in front of the sage's sealed grimoire. At the same time, countless golems materialized throughout the hall. Lortel's eyes widened in horror. Before anyone could react, Professor Glast stole the grimoire right before everyone's eyes and vanished without a trace. Watching the artifact disappear, Lortel felt as though all of her plans had crumbled along with it. More than losing the grimoire, she believed she had also lost the future she had envisioned with Ed. Even without Ed Ruth Taylor present, the story continued moving forward. Meanwhile, deep inside Professor Glast's secret laboratory, Alia couldn't understand why she had ended up imprisoned alongside Ed of all people. Ed, however, remained unusually calm. The only thing on his mind was whether Glast had already succeeded in stealing the grimoire. Before either of them could speak further, a voice interrupted them. Someone told them to keep quiet before they woke the monster. The speaker was a chubby researcher named Kuhn. He explained that the two of them were actually fortunate. Professor Glast had ordered that neither of them be used in the experiments, because they were still considered indispensable talents. Ed silently agreed. Kuhn observed Ed carefully and commented that he was far calmer than someone in his situation should have been. After saying he needed to review the ongoing research, he instructed the guards to keep a close watch on both prisoners before leaving. Once he was gone, Ed realized there was nothing else he could do for now. All he had to do was wait. Taylor would eventually arrive to rescue Aaliyah, just as he had in the original story. By now, the protagonist had probably already passed through the ruined spiritual library. Ed's own objective was simple. While Taylor dealt with the enemies, Ed intended to collect every magical engineering blueprint and replica artifact left behind. For the moment, there was nothing else he could accomplish. The only thing bothering him was the fact that he had to spend all this time trapped together with Aaliyah. She remained on guard every second. The moment Ed took a single step toward her, she immediately threatened to scream. She warned him to stay away and even declared that she would rip out his tongue if he dared come any closer. Ed sighed. He calmly explained that he had no intention of hurting her. If he truly wanted to harm her, he could have done so long ago. Aaliyah refused to believe him. She reminded him that he was Ed Ruth Taylor, the Academy's infamous villain. Ed told her to stop saying such ridiculous things and simply stay quiet. He assured her that if they waited patiently, Taylor would eventually come and rescue her. Hearing Taylor's name only made Aaliyah angrier. She demanded to know how someone like Ed could even speak that name. Ed replied that there was no reason he couldn't. He even apologized for what had happened during the entrance examination, admitting that he had his own reasons for acting the way he did. He also reminded her that he had helped everyone during the battle against Glaskin. Whether she trusted him or not didn't matter. She trusted Taylor, and Taylor was surely already on his way. Aaliyah stared at him in complete surprise. Had Ed really just apologized? Suddenly, Mug came rushing into the room. The little spirit was covered in scratches as it frantically called out to Master Ed, asking if he was all right. Ed quickly grabbed Mug and checked on him instead. Despite his injuries, Mug cheerfully replied that he could still see, hear, and move without any problems. Ed praised him for somehow figuring out where he had been imprisoned. Watching the exchange, Aaliyah looked completely confused. She asked whether Mug was actually a spirit. Did Ed really possess a spirit companion? Ed dismissed the question, saying it was none of her concern. Aaliyah immediately argued that if he truly had a spirit, he could have sent it to call for help. Ed quietly thought otherwise. Introducing more people into the situation would only create new variables capable of changing the future even further. Then Mug proudly interrupted. He announced that Ed no longer needed to worry. He had already delivered an emergency signal. Someone was definitely coming to rescue them. He vividly remembered Janika's furious expression as she rushed toward the academy. That fiery-haired merchant was coming as well. Even the tiny witch wearing the pointed hat was on her way. According to Mug, an entire army was marching to save Ed. The moment Ed heard those words, his expression completely changed. Furious, he grabbed Mug and threw him against the cage. Then he shouted for Kun. He loudly declared that he had changed his mind and no longer wanted to stay imprisoned. Kun immediately returned, irritated by all the noise. He warned Ed to keep his voice down unless he wanted to wake the demon sleeping nearby. Calling him nothing more than a troublesome student, Kun ordered him to remain quiet before leaving once again. Aaliyah looked at Ed in complete confusion. Only moments ago, he had insisted they remain silent and wait patiently. Why was he suddenly causing such a commotion? Before she could question him further, Mug returned carrying the keys to the prison cells. Ed couldn't help sighing. Mug always seemed to create unnecessary complications. Even so, he accepted the keys and unlocked the cell door. To Aaliyah's surprise, Ed didn't set her free. Instead, he stepped outside and immediately locked her inside again. He sternly instructed her to stop talking. From now on, she was only allowed to answer with yes or no. Ed explained that the laboratory was filled with dangerous demonic experiments. If anyone discovered he had escaped, they would begin searching for him immediately. As long as she remained safely inside the cell, he promised that no harm would come to her. Besides, even if she escaped, she wouldn't get very far. Aaliyah tried to argue. Ed immediately interrupted her. No explanations, only yes or no. After a brief silence, Aaliyah reluctantly nodded. Yes. Satisfied, Ed reminded her to remain silent no matter what happened before running out of the room. As he hurried through the laboratory, Ed reflected on everything that had already changed. The second act of Sylvania Academy was experiencing one major twist after another. Small changes were manageable. With enough knowledge and preparation, higher skill levels allowed him to solve many unexpected problems. However, there were variables beyond even his control. The conflict between Janika and Lortel was troublesome but still manageable. Other situations were far more dangerous. Veteran players had spent hundreds of hours mastering every possible route through the game, yet even they admitted that some scenarios had no solution. One of the worst examples was bad ending number 27, Lazy Lucy. Ed hadn't paid much attention to that ending while playing, but he clearly remembered its trigger. If Professor Glass and Lucy met after this incident, that bad ending became unavoidable. No matter what happened, Ed absolutely had to prevent those two from meeting. Otherwise, everything would fall apart. Meanwhile, back at the Ophilis dormitory, Taylor was already asking Ziggs for help. He needed to rescue Aaliyah. The first phase of the final chapter had officially begun. Just like in the original story, Glast had escaped, and Taylor immediately began pursuing him. Everything unfolded exactly as expected. Lortel remained inside Trix Hall. Janica headed into the underground waterways. The spiritual library was temporarily empty, and inside the Demon Studies laboratory were Ed and Aliea. For Ed, walking through the story he once knew as a game, while simultaneously changing it from within, was an incredibly strange experience. Originally, the Demon Studies laboratory became a disaster after Kuhn released every demon imprisoned inside. Fortunately, because events had changed slightly, the demons were still sealed away. That was one problem he no longer had to worry about. Unfortunately, the encounter between Lucy and Professor Glast still seemed inevitable. If that happened, the dreaded bad ending would almost certainly become reality. There wasn't a second to waste. Meanwhile, inside the spiritual library, librarian Reina silently continued her patrol. Ed immediately recognized every movement she made. He had memorized her patrol route long ago. His understanding of combat strategies was excellent, but he also knew that Reina was an essential opponent for Taylor. Halfway through the battle, the protagonist was meant to awaken and rely on his sword saint techniques. Without proper training, clearing this section became nearly impossible. The second act existed precisely to force Taylor's growth. His greatest improvements came from defeating the resurrected demon in the sewer system and overcoming Reina inside the spiritual library. While Taylor followed the intended route, Ed quietly slipped through the shelves, stealing magical engineering blueprints and priceless artifacts whenever Reina wasn't looking. Hidden behind the towering bookshelves, he steadily crossed item after item off his list. Once he gathered everything he needed, he planned to leave immediately. Still, it felt like a terrible waste to abandon so many priceless resources. Thankfully, Moog continued guiding him through the library, constantly warning him whenever Reina changed direction. Everything was proceeding perfectly. Then, without warning, a violent tremor shook the entire library. Ed froze. That earthquake had never existed in the original story. The bookshelf hiding him collapsed onto the floor with a deafening crash. Reina instantly turned toward the noise. The moment their eyes met, Ed realized he was in serious trouble. About 30 minutes before that unexpected earthquake, chaos had already erupted inside Trix Hall. One of the summoned golems attacked Lortel's subordinates. With remarkable composure, Lortel froze the construct solid before shattering it into countless pieces. Afterward, she remarked that if today's negotiations had not been conducted so discreetly, the reputation of Sylvania Academy would already have been destroyed. The fact that the sage's sealed grimoire had been stolen during the official transfer ceremony was nothing short of unbelievable. Academy Director Obelforsis solemnly declared that, no matter how long it took, he would personally take responsibility for recovering the artifact. Even so, he confidently stated that Professor Glast's ambitions would never succeed. Curious, Lortel asked whether the director already knew what Glast was planning. The director nodded. He explained that Glast was attempting to achieve one of the three great taboos. These forbidden pursuits violated the natural order of the world itself. The first taboo was the pursuit of immortality. The second was the resurrection of the dead. The third, and by far the greatest sin of all, was time travel. Lortel immediately asked whether Glast intended to revive someone who had already died. The director answered her question with one of his own. Did she now consider Professor Glast completely insane? He quietly explained that talent had always been the force driving humanity forward. Even the legendary sage Sylvania possessed unparalleled talent. The same was true for Glast's daughter, Murray. Believing too strongly in her potential, Glast pushed her to develop her abilities far earlier than she should have. That blind faith ultimately led to tragedy. His daughter lost her life long before she had the chance to fulfill the future he imagined for her. The Academy director looked at Lortel and asked a simple question. If Professor Glast truly succeeded in completing the resurrection spell, who did she think he intended to bring back? His beloved daughter, or the legendary sage Sylvania herself? Lortel fell silent, unable to answer. Before she could gather her thoughts, the doors burst open. A staff member rushed inside and urgently reported that Professor Glast had been spotted fleeing through the underground sewers. Right behind him was the student Taylor, desperately chasing after him. The messenger continued his report. Not only had Glast stolen the sage's sealed grimoire, but he had also kidnapped two students, the first-year student Aliea and the second-year student Ed Ruth Taylor. The moment Lortel heard Ed's name, her expression changed completely. Ed had really been kidnapped. At that same moment, she heard a deafening roar echo through the academy. Her first instinct was to leave the recovery of the grimoire to the academy director. After all, he was considered the greatest magician of the era. But something inside her refused to remain still. It might have sounded irrational, yet she instinctively knew that the sound had come from the direction of the sewers. Looking toward the source of the commotion, she saw Tarkin charging forward while breathing fire in every direction. Riding on his back was Janica. Her face was filled with panic as she desperately searched for Ed. Without another thought, Lortel made her decision. The director was moving far too cautiously. If she wanted the grimoire back, and if she wanted to save Ed, she would have to do it herself. Immediately, she ordered part of her merchant company's personnel to remain behind while the rest accompanied her into the sewers. She was ready to enter the battlefield herself. Around the same time, another remarkable individual entered the unfolding crisis: Dorothy. Even within the prestigious alchemist society, Dorothy was respected as one of the greatest combat alchemists. As a third-year student and the head of the alchemy department, her combat ability was so overwhelming that even members of her own club struggled to keep up with her. Ironically, despite her incredible potential, Dorothy had never truly displayed her full talent during the first act of the story. Professor Glass alone had recognized that hidden potential. He had personally guided and mentored her for years. However, there had always been another motive behind his actions. Dorothy faithfully followed every one of Glass's instructions, until one day, she finally declared that enough was enough. As she continued through the underground passages, she suddenly encountered Tarkin and the furious Janica. Janica immediately demanded to know where Ed had been taken. Before Dorothy could even answer, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, foam gathering around her mouth. Janica blinked in confusion. She looked toward Tarkin and repeated the directions he had supposedly given her. Second left, then right, then left again. The more she repeated them, the more obvious it became that she had completely lost her way. She even began wondering whether Dorothy had collapsed because of something she had done. Despite her confusion, Janica couldn't simply abandon her. She carefully moved Dorothy to safety before continuing her search. It was at that exact moment that Lortel arrived. After observing the scene for only a few seconds, she reached a frightening conclusion. Excluding Lucy, Janica was undoubtedly one of the strongest students in the entire academy. If Ed's life were truly in danger, Janica would have no hesitation destroying the entire sewer system just to reach him. As Lortel imagined that possibility, another thought suddenly entered her mind. She pictured Janica rescuing Ed. She imagined Ed waking up in Janica's arms. She imagined the two of them growing closer, falling in love, eventually getting married. The mere image drove her nearly insane. Lortel had always considered herself a calm and rational woman, but when it came to Ed, she realized she might even commit a crime. Immediately, she approached Janica with a convincing smile. She calmly lied. Ed had already been rescued. He had suffered serious injuries and was now resting safely at the camp. According to her story, he had specifically asked for Janica. Inside her mind, however, Lortel admitted the truth. She absolutely intended to rescue Ed, but before that, she needed to get Janica out of the way. Janica narrowed her eyes suspiciously. She had rushed straight to the sewer entrance as fast as she could. No one could possibly have carried Ed past her without being noticed because she had been the first person to arrive. Lortel simply pretended she had no idea what Janica was talking about. Realizing there was no time to argue, Janica changed the subject. She asked whether Lortel had already organized a proper search party. For the first time, Lortel stopped thinking about herself. Janica was right. Ed truly was in danger. Janica explained that she had even asked Lucy for help. Lucy had merely yawned and casually replied that she was going for a walk. As a result, Janica had been searching entirely on her own. Lortel nodded. This was no longer the time for personal rivalry. She ordered her employees to remain where they were. Then she proposed a plan. Janica would search the eastern side of the sewer network. Lortel would cover the western passages. Whoever found Ed first would signal the other. Without another word, both girls sprinted into the darkness. Each was determined to rescue Ed before the other could. Meanwhile, Ed had run into serious trouble. Reina had already discovered him. Caught completely off guard, he prepared himself for an unavoidable battle. Then, without warning, the ceiling suddenly shattered. Massive chunks of stone crashed directly onto Reina, burying her beneath the debris. Watching the scene unfold, Ed couldn't help thinking that if this had merely been an ordinary earthquake, things would actually have been much simpler. Reina lay motionless beneath the collapsed rubble. Standing above her was the unexpected savior, Lucy. She casually explained that she had gotten bored, so she decided to come save him. Just like that, the competition between Janica and Lortel was already over before either of them even arrived. Elsewhere, the academy headmaster quietly observed the chaos spreading across the campus. A staff member asked whether he truly intended to remain standing there while doing nothing. The headmaster calmly replied that the situation was certainly dangerous, but it also presented an invaluable opportunity. Flowers bloom only after old leaves have fallen. The staff member worried that such overwhelming pressure might break the students instead of helping them grow. The headmaster smiled. He had complete faith in this generation. In all of the academy's long history, he believed these students were unlike any that had come before. Every class contained remarkable individuals whose potential shone like countless stars scattered across the night sky. It almost felt as though fate itself was preparing them for the trials yet to come. Talent alone would never be enough. Only immense pressure could transform ordinary stones into diamonds. Meanwhile, the story finally revealed how Lucy had managed to appear inside the library so suddenly. Rather than following the underground passages like everyone else, She had simply crossed the mountain, dug a tunnel straight through it, and accidentally dropped directly on top of Reyna. Ed stared at the scene in silent disappointment. Only Lucy could solve a complicated situation in such an absurd way. Completely ignoring the unconscious librarian, Lucy looked at Ed and asked a far more important question. Did he still have any jerky? Ed couldn't believe what he was hearing. Did she honestly expect him to carry dried meat while imprisoned inside a secret laboratory? Hearing that there was none left, Lucy immediately announced that she wanted to go back. She also needed somewhere comfortable to take a nap. Ed quickly stopped her. Now was definitely not the time. Everything was already becoming increasingly chaotic. Based on the current timeline, Yannicka and Lortel were probably racing toward this very location. As long as Taylor defeated the remaining bosses while skipping Reyna, the overall scenario should still remain intact. For now, everything was barely under control. The real problem wasn't Reyna. It was Lucy. If she encountered Professor Glast, bad ending number 27 would begin. Determined to prevent that outcome, Ed looked directly at Lucy. He nervously asked her to stay with him for a while. Someone had once told him that the greatest gift in the world was having someone willing to remain silently by your side. Lucy was incredibly powerful. Simply knowing she was nearby made him feel safe. Her presence alone was enough. He asked her to remain with him until they escaped together. Lucy continued sniffing around in search of jerky. Ed reminded her once again that there wasn't any left. Then he simply asked her to stay. Lucy agreed. She added that if he wanted to leave, she could easily carry him out. Ed smiled awkwardly. There were still a few things he needed to do before escaping. Lucy accepted his answer. In return, she asked for one small favor. Without waiting for permission, she climbed onto Ed's back, curled up comfortably, and immediately fell asleep. Ed let out a helpless sigh. His new plan was straightforward. On the way back, he would pass through the spiritual library one final time, collect every remaining magical engineering blueprint he needed, reunite with Yannicka and Lortel, and finally escape from the underground. As Lucy peacefully slept on his back, a swarm of bats suddenly emerged from the darkness. Ed instantly activated his ignition magic. Flames erupted through the corridor, incinerating every monster in seconds. With each defeated creature, his elemental magic proficiency increased. His mana resonance improved. His overall experience continued rising. He realized he was unintentionally farming experience. Feeling slightly guilty, he silently apologized to Taylor. He promised he wouldn't take too much. At the same time, Lortel discovered something unusual inside the sewers. She sensed an extremely sophisticated concealment spell. Its magical resonance was unlike anything she had ever encountered. Only Professor Glast had ever recognized her unique talent for detecting such distortions. Unlike Yannicka, whose specialty lay in communicating with spirits, Lortel excelled at tracing magical signatures. Within moments, she discovered the hidden path. As she continued running, an unexpected realization struck her. For the first time in her life, she genuinely wanted to help someone without expecting anything in return. It was a feeling money could never purchase. A relationship built entirely on sincerity. Her heart grew strangely warm. Somehow, the feeling seemed familiar, as though she had experienced it once before. She could almost hear the sound of her own heartbeat echoing inside her chest. Then, the wall beside her exploded. Covered from head to toe in magical equipment, Ed casually stepped through the dust. Looking completely exhausted, he greeted her as though nothing unusual had happened. "I was looking for you." He let out a sigh before casually explaining that he had been kidnapped. Then, without giving Lortel any time to process the situation, he pointed toward the enormous pile of magical artifacts stacked behind him. With complete seriousness, he asked only one thing. Could she help him carry all of it? Lortel stared at the mountain of magical artifacts in front of her. Every single item was worth an unimaginable fortune. The collection in Ed's possession represented wealth that most people could never hope to obtain in an entire lifetime. Yet instead of asking about the treasures, she looked at him with genuine concern. "Weren't you in serious danger?" Ed answered as casually as ever. "I was. I just managed to escape somehow." Only then did Lortel notice Lucy standing beside him. Her expression immediately darkened. Everything was becoming far more dangerous than she had expected. In her mind, she couldn't help comparing herself to Yannicka. She had always thought Yannicka was too timid to take real risks. Lortel, on the other hand, had always been willing to act first. She had even been bold enough to kiss Ed without hesitation. Yet now, standing before him with another girl calmly by his side, she found herself unable to stay composed. She remembered returning home that day completely out of breath, nearly setting the forest ablaze because of her own racing emotions. How was Ed able to behave so naturally after everything that had happened? Completely unaware of the storm inside her heart, Ed got straight to business. He explained that he needed someone trustworthy to safeguard the magical engineering scrolls he had recovered. If the merchant company could also obtain the materials listed inside them, he would return later to collect everything. He even casually added that if Lortel wanted to purchase anything from him, she could simply let him know. Lortel told herself she needed to regain control of the conversation. She should pressure him. She should maintain the upper hand. Instead, Ed stepped closer without the slightest hesitation. Then he quietly said something that completely shattered her composure. "I can only trust you." Those simple words struck far harder than any attack. In that instant, Lortel felt that Ed had crossed a line she wasn't prepared for. His earlier words echoed repeatedly inside her mind. Desperately trying to hide her embarrassment, she forced out a sarcastic smile. "So do you want a receipt?" Deep inside, however, she admitted a painful truth. She was far too weak when it came to him. Before the awkward atmosphere could continue, one of Lortel's subordinates came running toward them. He had finally found her. Something major had happened. Meanwhile, elsewhere inside the underground canals, Taylor and his companions continued advancing cautiously. Taylor reminded everyone not to let their guard down. Clavius nervously asked whether they really had to keep moving forward. Alida immediately scolded him, reminding him that they still had to rescue Alia. Clavius grumbled that he had never liked Alia very much in the first place. He also couldn't understand why they were risking their lives to save Ed Ruth Taylor as well. Taylor calmly replied that whether they liked him or not, Ed was another victim. They couldn't abandon him. Ziggs stepped in and encouraged everyone to stay positive. Giving up now wasn't an option. At that moment, Adele suddenly pointed toward one of the branching tunnels. As the Academy's gifted seer, she could sense an overwhelming magical presence. Something incredibly dangerous was waiting in that direction. The instant she pointed toward the left corridor, a massive explosion echoed throughout the tunnels. Out of the smoke emerged Tarkin. In his grasp was someone desperately begging for mercy, insisting they knew nothing. It was Professor Claire. The poor professor immediately fainted. Moments later, Janica wandered into the area. Looking completely confused, she admitted that she had gotten lost and no longer knew the way back. She turned around to greet everyone, only for the entire group to freeze. Behind Janica floated an enormous army of spirits. While Ziggs casually greeted her as though nothing unusual had happened, everyone else wore expressions of absolute terror. Taylor immediately recognized the overwhelming pressure filling the tunnel. He had fought Janica before while she was commanding countless spirits. He knew better than anyone that defeating her offered no guarantees. Even so, he prepared himself to fight if necessary. Janica looked around in confusion. She couldn't understand why everyone was staring at her. Had she done something wrong? Maybe she had accidentally frightened Professor Claire into fainting. Ziggs noticed Taylor's tense expression and casually told him to relax. Before anyone could react, a familiar voice echoed through the tunnel. "That's enough." Everyone turned toward the right corridor. Ed calmly walked into view. The entire group stared at him in disbelief. What was Ed Ruth Taylor doing here? Janica immediately rushed toward him. She anxiously checked him for injuries, repeatedly asking whether he was all right. Taylor and Elvira silently observed the reunion. Both of them had already witnessed Ed's combat abilities. Despite relying on little more than basic magic and clever tactics, he had successfully fought opponents far stronger than himself. The real problem wasn't Ed alone. It was the powerful allies surrounding him. Ever since the Ophilis dormitory incident, Taylor had become convinced that Ed had grown significantly stronger. If he only had to fight Janica, victory might still be possible. But if Ed joined the battle, his chances dropped to almost zero. To everyone's surprise, Ed simply walked straight past Taylor. Without hostility or hesitation, he calmly told him to hurry. Alia was still waiting to be rescued. As Ed continued walking, he quietly reminded himself that it was finally time for everyone to fulfill their assigned roles. Taylor would remain at the center of the story. Meanwhile, Ed would handle the unexpected variables. His next objective was clear: capture Elte. Earlier, one of the merchant company's employees had revealed that Elte's mercenaries were already operating nearby. That meant the opportunity had finally arrived. In the original timeline, Elt, the Gold King, and the mid-boss of Act 2 had been completely defeated before he even had a chance to react. This time, however, events had unfolded differently. Elt had escaped. Lortel already knew he was planning a counterattack. Unfortunately for him, he had made one fatal mistake. Many of the merchant company's personnel were absent. At the same time, Ed had already secured priceless magical engineering blueprints and crafting diagrams. Still, if someone asked Ed what his greatest weapon truly was, his answer would never be magic, nor equipment. It was his knowledge of the future. The current story was already moving toward the second confrontation with Professor Glaskin. Nothing about that destiny had changed. If Elte was destined to serve as the mid-boss of Act 2, then he had to be defeated before the act came to an end. Ed quietly concluded that he was finally ready. Turning toward Ziggs, he explained that continuing along this path would eventually lead them to a safe route. Afterward, all they needed to do was rescue Alia and hear the full story directly from her. Then Ed looked at Taylor. He knew that in the end, only the protagonist could resolve the scenario. Taylor still needed to master every one of his unique abilities. Only by overcoming this ordeal could he become strong enough for the battles waiting beyond it. Far more terrifying enemies would soon appear. This chapter still held countless unresolved problems. Soon afterward, Glast's summoned demons would cover the skies with dark magic. Even harsher trials awaited everyone in the future. After saying all that, Ed paused. Then he simply wished Taylor good luck. On second thought, he realized someone like Taylor probably didn't need encouragement. Leaving the rescue mission behind, Ed departed with his own group. As they moved through the tunnels, Lortel explained their next objective. The merchant company needed proof that Elt had deliberately manipulated the collapse in jewelry sales that ultimately caused his downfall. Ed immediately suggested reporting the invading mercenaries to the Academy's administration before doing anything else. Before anyone could agree, Janica stopped him. She quietly asked him to wait. Pressed for time, Ed insisted they had to keep moving. There wasn't another second to lose. Janica refused to back down. She softly reminded him that he had only just escaped captivity. He had already collapsed from exhaustion only a few days earlier and spent 10 days unconscious. Now he was preparing to throw himself into danger once again. She didn't know every detail. She only knew that he had been kidnapped, imprisoned, and barely escaped alive. She couldn't bear to watch him get hurt again. Ed silently admitted she was right. Strictly speaking, the merchant company's problems weren't his responsibility. But experience had taught him that ignoring dangerous variables always came back to haunt him later. If they hoped to capture Elta, they would need either Lortel or Janica. To his surprise, Lortel agreed with Janica. She admitted that involving Ed directly had been arrogant on her part. He deserved to rest somewhere safe. Ed appreciated their concern. He genuinely did. But staying behind simply wasn't an option. He thanked both of them for worrying about him. Then he quietly reminded them that Lortel's business ultimately wasn't anyone else's responsibility. Janica looked completely confused. She asked what he meant. Ed immediately ended the discussion and urged everyone to continue moving before they ran out of time. Inside, however, he regretted his own words. He hadn't intended for them to sound so cold. Looking at Janica's expression, he realized she was genuinely hurt. She quietly asked herself whether she truly had no place in his problems. Ed sighed. After watching her reaction, he admitted that she had been right all along. She really was incredibly perceptive. No wonder she ranked among the Academy's best students. As the group continued forward, Ed suddenly noticed signs of a recent battle. The area looked completely devastated. At first, he jokingly wondered what terrible thing Taylor had done to whichever unfortunate upperclassman had been here. A second later, he realized the culprit had actually been Janica. Embarrassed, Janica hurriedly explained that it had all been an accident. She insisted she wasn't the kind of person who lacked compassion. Ed smiled awkwardly and suggested they discuss everything after escaping. Lortel agreed. First, they needed assistance from the Academy. Their carriage should still be waiting at the entrance. Unfortunately, when they finally arrived, the carriage had already been destroyed. Every one of Lortel's subordinates lay defeated. Lortel immediately understood how serious the situation had become. Then she saw the man responsible, Elte, her own father, the infamous Gold King. Elte calmly reminded her that he had personally taught her everything she knew about managing records and financial accounts. No matter how thoroughly anyone investigated, finding evidence against him would never be easy. However, Lortel herself still possessed weaknesses. Stepping forward, one of her own subordinates appeared beside Elte. The man had betrayed her. Smiling coldly, Elte looked directly at his daughter. He told her she should smile. After all, it had taken him a very long time to see that expression on her face. Then his smile became even colder. If the final piece of evidence against him, Lortel herself, were destroyed through torture, no one would ever be able to expose him again. Lortel's defeated subordinates suddenly sprang back into action and charged straight toward Ed, who was standing at the front of the group. As expected, Lortel reacted instantly. A powerful magical barrier materialized in front of Ed, blocking the attack before it could reach him. She had already anticipated that Elt wouldn't come alone. Just like before, he had hired mercenaries based on their abilities, and she suspected Professor Glast had known about the arrangement from the very beginning. Elte, however, calmly smiled. This time was different. Instead of ordinary mercenaries, he had assembled the finest soldiers for hire on the entire continent. Without hesitation, he issued a single order: leave Lortel alive. The rest can die. Finish this quickly. The mercenaries immediately unleashed a devastating rain of arrows. Before the barrage could reach them, Janica raised a massive wind barrier. With the aid of her contracted spirits, the powerful gust scattered every arrow before it reached the group. Even Janica couldn't help admiring the enemy's discipline. The mercenaries moved with incredible coordination. Elt merely laughed. Spirit mages were certainly troublesome opponents. But this battle was different. Slowly, he revealed a legendary magical engineering artifact, the Belarus Suppressor. It was an incredibly rare single-use device capable of nullifying every form of magic within the surrounding area for 10 full minutes. The moment Ed saw it, his expression became serious. Although it could only be activated once, its price was astronomical. Its performance even surpassed the night butterfly flower potion that Elvira had once used to restrict magic. The Belarus Suppressor wasn't perfect. It required time to activate, and its preparation was easy to notice. Even so, once activated, it became an incredibly dangerous weapon. To make matters worse, Elte possessed the numerical advantage. Every soldier under his command was a trained mage. Lortel immediately understood the danger. If the suppressor activated successfully, everything would be over. Ed looked directly at Elte. He asked him whether he had truly considered the consequences. How did he intend to take responsibility for everything he had done? Elte answered without hesitation. Anything was preferable to losing his own life. Hearing those words, Ed couldn't help reflecting on the strange twists of fate. A third-rate villain who should have disappeared near the beginning of the story had somehow survived long enough to create an enormous butterfly effect. Ironically, the same could be said about Ed himself. If Elte continued living beyond his intended role as the mid-boss of Act 2, the entire future would begin changing in unpredictable ways. In the original story, the Gold King eventually met his end after Lortel struck him from behind before leaving the scene. Elte had murdered Lortel's biological parents. He had climbed to power through betrayal, manipulation, and murder. He was undeniably a villain. Yet Ed understood one thing. Elte held no hatred in his heart. Everything he had done was driven by one simple desire. He wanted to survive. Just like Ed. Even so, Ed had no intention of backing down. Perhaps it was selfish, but this was his story now. He refused to let someone else decide how it ended. Turning toward Lucy, Ed quietly called her name. He asked her to wake up. She grumbled that everyone was making far too much noise. Still half asleep, she slowly opened her eyes. Then, she released her magic. A brilliant light erupted from her body. The moment her power awakened, the atmosphere itself changed. At that point, the story revealed a piece of Lucy's past. Near the end of his life, the great mage Glocht had written a book titled The Memories of Glocht. Few people realized that such a legendary figure had spent his final years living alone inside a small cabin. Almost no one knew the truth, except Lucy. She had lived beside him. Her grandfather constantly reminded her that she possessed a rare blessing, the blessing of the stars. However, he also warned her that talent alone meant nothing. She still had to study. She still had to remain humble, most importantly. She had to beware of loneliness. The greater the power someone possessed, the more isolated they inevitably became. Before his death, Glocht made Lucy promise him 3 things. The very first promise, never kill. No matter the circumstances, even accidentally. As long as she remained an academy student, she must never stain her hands with blood. Meanwhile, every mercenary on the battlefield stood completely frozen. None of them could move. It wasn't because of magic, it was instinct. Every fiber of their bodies screamed that taking another step meant certain death. The overwhelming pressure pouring from Lucy alone was enough to paralyze experienced warriors. Simply witnessing that light made them unconsciously decide, stopping here was the only way to survive. Elte looked around in confusion. He demanded to know why nobody was attacking. One mercenary desperately convinced himself that it must simply be some kind of illusion spell. Ignoring his own fear, he charged directly toward Lucy. He never reached her. Lucy wasn't a magician who specialized in precision. She had no elegant techniques, no refined control. Her magic was nothing but overwhelming power compressed into pure destruction. The instant she reacted, a terrifying explosion erupted. The unfortunate mercenary was launched high into the air before disappearing into the distance. Her magic wasn't graceful. It was violence itself. Elt glanced toward the Belarus suppressor. It still needed a little more time before activation. Lucy slowly walked toward him. She calmly concluded that he appeared to be the leader. If she captured him, everything would immediately be over. Before she could move another step, Ed stepped in front of her. He quietly told her that was enough. There was no need to continue. At that exact moment, the entire battlefield shook violently. A tremendous tremor spread through the surrounding land. Everyone instinctively looked toward the sky. Gigantic bolts of black lightning tore across the heavens. Ed recognized the spell immediately. Hell's Ascension. Professor Glast had finally activated one of the highest-level spells in existence. It was magic capable of defying the natural order itself. Above the academy, 10 enormous magical towers stretched toward the sky. Together they formed the stage for the climax of Act 2. The final battle had begun. Seeing the spell appear at precisely the same moment as it had in the original game, Ed quietly relaxed. The timing was perfect. Taylor had almost certainly defeated the underground monster by now. That meant he had acquired the essential ability required for the final confrontation. He also possessed every companion necessary to defeat Glast. Although the battle would continue for a while longer, Taylor now had everything he needed. The appearance of Hell's Ascension at exactly the proper moment proved that the main storyline was still progressing correctly. Everyone stared upward in complete disbelief. Even Janica and Lortel couldn't comprehend what they were witnessing. Only Lucy understood. She calmly explained that each of the 10 magical towers absorbed a different category of superior magic. Although she couldn't be completely certain, the spell resembled a resurrection ritual. Hearing those words, Ed remembered something from the game's epilogue. Originally, after the entire incident ended, Lucy would wake up from her nap and casually explain how Hell's ascension functioned. That happened because, in the original story, she slept through the entire crisis on the roof of Ed's cabin. But things had changed. This time Lucy had awakened before the first phase of the event. If she encountered Professor Glass now, everything would change. Glass wouldn't ask for Sylvania's resurrection. Instead, he would tempt Lucy with something even more personal, the resurrection of her beloved grandfather, the great mage Glocked. If Lucy accepted that offer, she would betray everyone. Bad ending number 27. Ed remembered it perfectly. Lucy Merrill wasn't an opponent players were meant to defeat. Even after hundreds of hours of gameplay, countless experiments, and endless strategies developed by veteran players, nobody had ever beaten her. The unexpected variables had already begun changing the story. There was no longer any perfect solution. Ed could only improvise. At that very moment, Elte finally completed the Belarus suppressor's activation. The artifact burst to life. An enormous wave spread across the battlefield, suppressing the surrounding magic. Its entire effect concentrated on Lucy. Elte immediately ordered every mercenary to attack. Now that magic had supposedly been sealed, victory should have been guaranteed. Instead, Ed drew his weapon. Even without relying on magic, he launched a wind blade that instantly cut down one of the charging mercenaries. Elte stared in disbelief. How could Ed still use magic? Only then did he realize the truth. The Belarus suppressor was pouring all of its power into restraining Lucy alone. Even legendary artifacts had limits. One could scoop water from the sea forever, yet the ocean itself would never run dry. Lucy calmly stepped forward. "I'll open the path." With one effortless movement, she shattered the Belarus suppressor into pieces. Then she quietly announced that she needed to go somewhere else. Even Ed couldn't help admiring Elte. The Gold King possessed the instincts of a veteran mercenary. He had survived countless life and death battles. Yet now, for the very first time, he could clearly sense his own death approaching. Lucy calmly began gathering even more magical power. Ed immediately stopped her. If she continued, people would die. Lucy quietly admitted that she already knew. Ed gently reminded her of something far more important. If she truly wished to keep her promise, she needed to stop now. After all, never killing anyone was the very first promise she had made to the person she loved most. Ed looked directly into her eyes. For several silent moments, neither of them spoke. Then Lucy slowly dispersed all of her magic. She turned around. "I understand." Ed quietly asked where she intended to go. Lucy answered without looking back. Everything she needed to do here was already finished. Now, she simply wanted to leave. Ed asked one final question. Would she regret walking away? Lucy lowered her head. She remembered the final page of the Memories of Glocked. What is lost is forever lost. The one left behind must become stronger. That is why you must become the strongest. Those were the last words Glocked had dedicated to his granddaughter, Lucy Morel, before leaving this world forever. Still looking down, Lucy softly replied that she would never regret her decision. The next instant, she quietly vanished from before Ed's eyes. Later, Janica confirmed that every mercenary had retreated from the battlefield. Relieved, Ed immediately ran off, leaving Elte's fate unresolved. From this point onward, dealing with Elt and the remaining mercenaries would become Lortel's responsibility. Even though his body was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion, Ed forced himself to keep running. His destination was the tallest building in the academy, Trix Hall. It was the place where everything had begun. This was where Professor Glass had stolen the sage's sealed grimoire, and where Taylor had first begun chasing him. Although the academy staff were busy treating the wounded, Ed never imagined he would find himself returning to this place again. Without realizing it, he had come full circle. The secret laboratory, Trix Hall, the stolen grimoire, every scattered piece of the story had finally fallen into place. This was where his journey had truly begun. And perhaps it was also where everything would finally end. As Ed opened the doors to the rooftop, he found exactly who he had expected, Lucy. Ed remembered that one of the buildings Janica had accidentally destroyed during the recent chaos was Glocked Hall. He also recalled that the scholarship allowing him to attend Sylvania Academy had been funded by the Glocked Foundation. The legendary great mage Glocked had lived a humble life despite his immense achievements, donating his entire fortune to the academy before his death. Sitting beside Lucy, Ed realized that his grandfather's legacy was scattered throughout every corner of the academy. That was why he had known she would eventually come here. From the top of Trix Hall, the entire academy stretched out beneath them. To Lucy, this place was the greatest relic her grandfather had left behind. After a long silence, Lucy asked the same question she always seemed to ask. "Do you have any dried meat?" Ed sighed. He reminded her that he had already told her several times that he didn't have any. Then he asked why she had come here. Lucy quietly answered that she was thinking about the old days. Looking over the edge of the tower, Ed remarked that falling from such a height would certainly be fatal. Lucy barely reacted. Instead, she softly admitted that there had once been something that made her cry endlessly. Back then, the pain had been unbearable. But eventually, the sadness faded. Ed asked her why. Lucy smiled faintly. The answer was simple. Time had passed. A very long time had passed. She had finally realized that reopening old wounds accomplished nothing. Even if someone somehow succeeded in reviving another person with sacred magic, that person would still leave again someday. From the very beginning, Glock had accepted his own death. Lucy quietly admitted that if someone actually succeeded in resurrecting him, her grandfather would probably be furious. To bring back the great mage Glock against his will would be nothing short of blasphemy. Deep down, she had always known that. Trying to resurrect the dead was nothing more than a selfish wish. Ed gently asked whether she truly felt all right now. He knew he wasn't really qualified to ask such a question. He had never experienced the same kind of loss she had. Even so, he couldn't stop himself from asking. At first, Lucy had desperately wanted to revive Glock, but she had abandoned that wish. Ed feared that if she changed her mind once more, something terrible would happen. Lucy quietly looked at him. She started to ask something. Ed interrupted her halfway, mistakenly assuming she was about to ask for dried meat again. Instead, Lucy shyly asked if she could rest her head on his shoulder. She slowly leaned against him. Then, almost immediately, she drifted off to sleep. Ed couldn't help smiling. Sometimes he wondered how he had ended up in situations like this. In the end, it simply felt like destiny. Looking toward the distant magical towers, Ed reflected on Professor Glast. It would be difficult to find another scholar who devoted himself to researching sacred magic with such passion. Even the study of resurrection magic would disappear with Glast's death. The dead remain dead. What has been lost cannot truly be recovered. Everyone experiences loss differently. But eventually, loss comes for everyone. That is precisely why people must learn to accept it and cherish what remains while they still can. With silent tears running down her face, Lucy had finally reached that same conclusion. For a long while, the two of them simply remained there together, without speaking, watching the enormous pillars of magical energy stretching across the night sky. The stars above them were breathtaking. Unfortunately, their brief moment of peace did not last. Far below, a gigantic golem suddenly rose into the sky, protecting the sacrificial ritual at its core. The final battle had begun. Taylor and his companions had finally reached Professor Glast. Standing before them was the ancient magical weapon Glast had created. At its center, trapped inside as the power source, was Alia herself. This magical golem represented Glast's final trump card. The climax of the second act of the Failed Swordsman of Sylvania had finally arrived. Everything now depended on rescuing Alia from the heart of the colossal construct. One of the golem's devastating attacks erupted in a massive explosion. Zig stepped forward and single-handedly blocked the overwhelming force, creating a narrow opening. Taylor seized the opportunity immediately. Using the golem's enormous arm as a pathway, he sprinted toward Glast at full speed. Watching Taylor charge toward him, Glast quietly reflected that his eyesight had become much worse. Without his glasses, everything appeared blurred. Before he could react further, Taylor's attack struck him across the shoulder. As he staggered backward, Glast's thoughts drifted toward the life he had spent as a professor. Day after day, he buried himself beneath endless books written by ancient sages. He researched sacred energy, reviewed academics' curriculum. Outside his office window, the seasons continued changing. When winter snow covered the academy, eager first-year students would visit him, asking to learn intermediate magic. Whenever heavy rain fell, the academy's youngest professor would appear to apologize for yet another accident. On windy mornings, even the former academy director would stop by for tea before beginning work. Years passed. Eventually, Glast himself became director. Yet nothing around him truly changed. He remained trapped inside the same office. Surrounded by papers, surrounded by memories, deep inside he wished those painful memories would simply disappear. That was why he stole the sage's sealed grimoire, suddenly snapping back to reality. Glast unleashed a powerful counterattack. Taylor was hurled backward, his sword shattered into pieces. Using a small-scale time reversal spell, Glast instantly healed the wound in his shoulder. Even so, no amount of sacred magic could erase the memories tormenting him. As the magical golem prepared another devastating attack, Clavius looked up in terror and asked what that monstrous thing even was. Glast calmly responded by casting an even stronger spell, multiple time reversal. Time itself began to freeze. Ziggs was blasted away. Then even he became trapped inside suspended time. Taylor barely remained standing despite fighting with a broken sword. Glast's blurred vision continued worsening. He could barely distinguish the battlefield before him. All he truly saw were the countless things he had lost throughout his life. He knew he was nearing his limit. Yet Taylor stood once again. Glast begged them to stop, to surrender, to stop resisting. Instead, a brilliant surge of magical energy suddenly erupted from inside the golem's core. Its entire body shattered into countless fragments. Even Glast couldn't understand what had happened. Taylor had awakened, wielding the divine sword of death. He had activated his transformation. Desperate, Glast immediately reversed time once again. The shattered golem rebuilt itself. The battlefield itself began returning to its previous state. He was willing to sacrifice everything, even the lives of everyone around him. Resistance, he declared, was meaningless. Before he could finish his spell, an enormous spear of ice pierced through the battlefield. Ziggs had recovered. His attack struck Glast directly, opening another opportunity. Taylor wasn't fighting alone. Ziggs had created another opening. Under relentless pressure, Glast realized that every decision he had ever made had led him to this single moment. The magical golem finally exploded completely. When the smoke cleared, Taylor emerged from within, divine sword in hand, Aliyah safely in his arms. The battle was over. Professor Glast quietly admitted defeat. His body tumbled from the summit of the towering magical structure. His vision remained blurred. His thoughts remained fixed on his daughter until the very end. Just before striking the ground, he activated one final sacred spell, a time reversal teleportation enchantment. His body disappeared before impact. It was the final emergency measure he possessed. Although he had escaped immediate death, he was gravely wounded. Bleeding heavily, his survival seemed almost impossible. According to the original story, nothing significant happened after this point. Professor Glast's fate was already sealed. He was destined to die from his injuries. There were no alternate outcomes, no hidden route, no second chance. But this time, something changed. Ed appeared before him. Seeing the young man, Glast quietly remarked that it was already past curfew. Ed ignored the comment. There was still one thing he wanted to confirm before everything ended. An hour earlier, Lortel had already received reports that Janica had driven away the mercenaries, and that Elta had been captured by the merchant company. Every major threat had been neutralized. As long as Ed was safe, everything would be fine. Following those reports, Lortel finally found him. To her surprise, Lucy was standing beside him, gently holding onto the edge of his sleeve. The unexpected sight immediately put Lortel on alert. Soon afterward, Claire and Dorothy also arrived, both looking utterly exhausted. Ed wondered why the two women looked as though they had been crying. Before anyone could answer, Claire and Dorothy noticed something that left them completely speechless. Standing calmly beside Janica was Tarkin, the very creature that had defeated both of them earlier. Janica immediately turned toward Ed. She wanted to confirm something. Had he really said that the magical tower was being powered by a sacred weapon? Although the situation had now become deeply connected to Ed, Janica explained that her original reason for investigating had nothing to do with him. She only wanted to protect the northern forest where the spirits lived. A few days earlier, Tarkin had sensed the exact same mysterious magical energy deep within that forest. It was unmistakably spectral magic. There was no doubt that Professor Glast was responsible. But one question remained unanswered. There were no magical towers anywhere inside the northern forest. So, what exactly had Glast been doing there? Ed quietly reflected that, since no major accidents had occurred after the battle, perhaps there was nothing more he needed to do. Then Dorothy collapsed once again. Watching her fall reminded him that, although Elte had been defeated, the consequences of everything that had happened were still impossible to predict. The future had already changed too many times. That was why Ed wanted to confirm one final thing. And that was why he now stood before Professor Glast, whose life was slowly slipping away. Janica looked at the wounded professor and asked what he was doing there. With a faint smile, Glast gazed up at the moon. "I'm just looking at the moon," he replied. "It's strangely funny. No one else found anything amusing." Everyone silently looked at the dying professor. Glast himself understood how pitiful his situation had become. Ed finally broke the silence. He asked whether Glast realized that he had failed. The professor calmly nodded. He admitted that failure had been inevitable from the very beginning. He had acted recklessly. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that his own students would defeat him. Even if they hadn't, the academy director would eventually have stopped him anyway. Perhaps the director had delayed intervening only because of the feelings he still held toward an old colleague. Looking directly at Ed, Glast admitted something else. Ed had been a far better student than he had ever imagined. Unfortunately, he had realized it far too late. Ed then asked the question that had been bothering him all this time. Why had Glast kidnapped him? The professor explained that Ed possessed an extraordinary ability. At first, he believed Ed could become an important part of his plans. However, Ed unexpectedly collapsed from exhaustion before Glast could make use of him, causing his original strategy to fail. When Glast returned later to retrieve him, Ed had already disappeared. A faint smile appeared on the professor's face. He quietly accepted that dying alone beneath the moonlight was simply the price of his sins. Considering everything he had done, it wasn't an unfair exchange. Then his thoughts drifted toward his daughter. The 17 years they spent together had never been lonely. They had felt incredibly long while he lived them. Yet looking back, they had passed in the blink of an eye. Ed gently changed the subject. He asked whether Glast and Professor Claire had known each other for 17 years. 4 years during her undergraduate studies, then another 5 after she became a professor. Adding everything together, the number matched almost perfectly. Ed quietly mentioned that he had met Claire earlier. She had been crying. According to her, Professor Glast was the kind of person almost anyone would dislike. He was strict, petty, grumpy, selfish, arrogant, the sort of person people had to make a conscious effort to appreciate. Even so, Claire still believed he was the greatest scholar she had ever known. Those words left everyone speechless. In that moment, they all realized something. Professor Glast had always known exactly how his story would end. Dorothy lowered her head. No matter what had happened in the end, Glast had been the person who discovered her hidden potential. He had guided her when no one else believed in her. Even so, he had crossed a line that could never be ignored. He had taken Luna hostage. He had abandoned the righteous path. No one could deny that. Glast quietly laughed at himself. He believed he would die completely alone. Ironically, that wasn't true at all. Claire had become one of the Academy's youngest assistant professors because of his guidance. Dorothy had risen to lead the alchemy department despite never possessing extraordinary talent. Although Glast constantly claimed that people without talent had no value, his actions had always contradicted those words. Again and again, he patiently searched for hidden potential within ordinary students. He nurtured them, supported them, believed in them. Perhaps, deep inside, he had only been trying to convince himself that his own daughter had possessed value as well. In the end, he spent years chasing an impossible dream. Yet despite all of his mistakes, he had still become a mentor to many, a companion to others, someone who quietly left his mark on countless lives. Professor Glast had suffered from severe nearsightedness for years. Eventually, his eyesight deteriorated so badly that without his glasses he could barely see anything at all, not even his own reflection. After a long silence, he told Ed something unexpected. Before casting demonic advent magic, he had visited the Library of Souls. He admitted that he had worked tirelessly to obtain the legendary magical engineering blueprints hidden there, but in the end, none of it had mattered. Confused, Ed asked what he meant. Without answering directly, Glast reached into his pocket. He slowly removed a key. Placing it into Ed's hand, he smiled faintly. "You impressed me. Now, clean up this entire mess yourself." Ed stared at the key in confusion. Glast explained that from this moment onward, the spiritual library belonged to Ed. Unable to understand, Ed asked why he was entrusting something so valuable to him. Glast quietly answered that perhaps doing so might make Ed hate him just a little less. He then revealed one final secret. Beneath Librarian Reyna's desk was a hidden vault. Ed should retrieve everything inside before the Academy began its official investigation. Finally, Professor Glast turned toward Lucy. His last request was surprisingly simple. He asked her to pay more attention to the world around her. Ed silently thought those were wise words. Lucy stood outside his field of vision. He couldn't see her expression, but he felt her fingers tighten around his clothes. With his final words spoken, Professor Glast gently closed his eyes. Leaning peacefully against the tree beneath the moonlight, he looked less like a fallen villain, and more like a tired old professor who had simply fallen asleep. For a long time no one moved. Everyone quietly remained there beside him. Later rumors spread throughout the Academy. Students whispered that Ed Ruth Taylor had somehow become involved in every major incident. First, the Ophilis dormitory crisis, then Professor Glast's rebellion, then the theft of the sage's sealed grimoire. No matter what happened, Ed always seemed to be there. People even started calling him a magnet for misfortune. "It's always Ed Ruth Taylor." Again and again, Ed heard the same words repeated throughout the night. When it came time to submit his official statement, however, Ed kept everything incredibly simple. He reported that Professor Glast had kidnapped him. He had attempted to escape. He searched for help. Eventually, he met up with Taylor and the others. That was the entire story he provided. Nothing more, nothing less. Later during questioning, Ed couldn't help wondering whether the Academy director had finally decided to behave like a proper headmaster. The director carefully reviewed his written statement. Then he looked directly at Ed. According to the report, Ed had supposedly escaped by himself. But there was one problem. Why had he abandoned Aliyah, who had been kidnapped alongside him? Ed calmly explained that Aliyah had been restrained. More importantly, she hadn't trusted him enough to follow. The director quietly nodded. Then he admitted something. He had become extremely suspicious of Ed. In his opinion, Ed constantly acted as though he knew nothing, pretending to be nothing more than an unlucky bystander. Yet somehow, he always seemed to know far more than he should. Ed simply smiled. Oddly enough, he considered that a compliment. The director chuckled. He remarked that Ed possessed an exceptionally cunning personality. Even so, both during the Ophilis dormitory incident and during Glast's rebellion, Ed had ultimately been another victim of the Academy's own failures. Listening to the director, Ed wondered whether the man had actually read his statement carefully, or whether he was simply judging everything based on Ed's outstanding academic record. The director finally concluded the meeting. He acknowledged how hard Ed had worked. Considering everything he had accomplished, he deserved to be rewarded. After leaving the headmaster's office, Ed found Janica waiting outside. The moment she saw him, she smiled. "So you're finally done?" Ed immediately asked whether she was all right. He had been genuinely worried about her after everything that had happened. Janica smiled reassuringly. She told him not to worry. She was perfectly fine. Just then, Charisse quietly whispered something into Janica's ear. After a brief hesitation, Janica awkwardly admitted the truth. She wasn't completely fine after all. While protecting Ed, she had suffered several injuries. Fortunately, they were only scratches. Ed immediately asked whether they hurt. Pouting slightly, Janica rubbed her back and dramatically complained that it hurt terribly. It was obvious she was exaggerating just to tease him. Ed couldn't help smiling. Then his expression gradually became serious. After everything that had happened, he had finally realized something important. No matter what obstacle appeared before him, Janica had always been there to help him overcome it. Now, he finally felt comfortable saying those words aloud. Watching her get injured because of him, and witnessing Professor Glass's tragic end, had made him understand that there was no point regretting things only after they were over. Looking directly at Janica, Ed quietly confessed that he hated being a burden to her. She always ended up getting hurt because she tried to protect him. For that, he sincerely apologized. Again and again. Janica immediately shook her head. She insisted that Ed was mistaken. She hadn't really been hurt at all. After teasing him for a moment, she apologized for making him worry. Ed smiled, but something else suddenly caught his attention. He asked if Janica's dormitory was Dex Hall. When she nodded, he quietly mentioned that he might be moving there next semester as well. Janica's eyes widened. She asked if he was really planning to transfer into Dex Hall. Ed smiled awkwardly and admitted that she probably wouldn't know how to react to hearing that. As they talked, Ed reflected on everything that had happened. So much had taken place, yet it all seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. The second act had unfolded almost exactly as it was supposed to. According to the academy headmaster, Ed had finally earned the right to put that difficult chapter of his life behind him. From now on, he could return to living as an ordinary academy student. As proof of that trust, the headmaster approved Ed's return to the academy dormitories. Walking back toward his cabin, Ed quietly looked around the campsite. Part of him wanted to reinforce the cabin, build a proper fence, and start growing crops nearby. But another part of him wondered whether any of that was worth the effort. Perhaps his life at the camp was finally coming to an end. Just then, something suddenly fell from the roof. Lucy landed in front of him with a terrified expression. Moments earlier, Lucy had been dreaming. She found herself back in the northern Lamelon mountain range, reliving memories from her childhood. She couldn't understand why she was dreaming about those days again. Since it was only a dream, she decided to search for her grandfather. Sure enough, he was there, sitting peacefully in his usual chair. Relieved, Lucy walked toward him. But the moment she stepped into the room, everything changed. Her grandfather slowly turned around. Instead of the kind old man she remembered, a rotting corpse stared back at her. Its hollow voice asked a single question. "Why didn't you save me?" Lucy immediately realized she was trapped inside a nightmare. Calmly, she forced herself awake. One of the maids immediately approached her bedside and cheerfully informed her that it was time to prepare for school. Lucy ignored her completely. Without saying a word, she activated advanced spatial magic and instantly escaped into the forest. She arrived just as Ed was returning to his cabin. The moment she saw him, an inexplicable sense of relief washed over her. Looking up at the sky, she quietly wondered if it was going to rain. Then she overheard Ed saying that his life at the camp might soon be over. The words struck her like lightning. She lost her balance, slipped from the roof, and crashed to the ground. For the first time, Lucy looked genuinely panicked. Watching her reaction, Ed suddenly remembered something one of his old professors had once taught him. When dealing with someone who behaved like a cat, the best strategy was to pretend they didn't exist. According to that professor, the more attention someone gave a cat, the less attached it became. Ignoring it, however, often made it grow much closer. He even joked that earning a cat's affection was harder than getting a girlfriend. The professor in question was Flubben. His lectures were among the academy's most popular. Ed had struggled badly in his classes at first. Determined to improve, he devoted himself to studying until eventually almost no one could outperform him. After one lecture, Professor Flubben called Ed into his office. He asked whether Ed knew about the Academy's scholarship work program. Ed replied that it was the system where students received tuition assistance in exchange for helping with various academic duties. Flubben smiled. That opportunity, he explained, suited Ed perfectly. Curious, Ed asked what kind of work he would be assigned. The professor explained that there would be many different responsibilities. However, his primary task would be assisting Professor Claire. Since Professor Glass's disappearance, Claire had inherited nearly all of his administrative work and had become completely overwhelmed. Although Ains was an exceptionally capable student, even she couldn't handle everything by herself. By the end of the semester, Ed would likely help evaluate academic reports, During winter break, he might even organize conference schedules and assist with assigning new students to their classes. Hearing that new students would soon arrive, Ed immediately remembered someone else. That person would probably be arriving too. Meanwhile, Lortel quietly examined the sage's sealed grimoire. She couldn't help admiring Ed's incredible magical intuition. At the same time, she wondered whether she should really sell the grimoire to Krepen as originally planned. Ed had insisted so strongly that she purchase it. Perhaps he actually wanted to prevent Krepen from obtaining it. Even so, Lortel had bought the grimoire with the intention of reselling it. Too much money was involved for her to ignore the opportunity. She needed to make the smartest business decision possible. Then she suddenly remembered the free pass Ed had jokingly given her. Her face immediately turned bright red. Smiling to herself, she decided that this would be her final transaction. After this, she would stop. Lortel also wondered who would replace Professor Glast as the Academy's instructor. At least she no longer had to worry about Ed living alone at the camp forever. By the end of the semester, everyone would become busier. Janica and Ed would have far less time to meet. As for Lucy, Lortel believed her daily life probably wouldn't change very much. Even so, an uneasy feeling refused to leave her heart. She couldn't explain why. Something simply felt wrong. Back at the cabin, Lucy quietly pointed out that their supply of firewood was almost gone. There wouldn't be enough to survive the coming winter. Ed looked at the nearly empty pile and agreed. She was absolutely right. Lucy then asked why he hadn't gone hunting recently. Ed stared at her in surprise. For once, she had actually said something genuinely practical. He realized he had neglected the camp because his thoughts had been occupied by the possibility of moving into Dex Hall. If that happened, he would naturally spend less time with Lucy. Perhaps creating some distance between them would make everything more stable. Just then, Janika came running toward the cabin full of energy. Ed smiled and asked whether she had already finished class. Janika happily explained that Professor Marie's afternoon lecture had been cancelled. Since she suddenly had free time, she decided to visit the camp. Smiling warmly, she admitted that once winter vacation arrived, Ed probably wouldn't be living there anymore. Because of that, she wanted to spend as much time with him as she could, while she still had the chance. She confessed that she would genuinely miss the simple life at the camp. She loved coming there. Although it made her sad that those days were ending, she understood that Ed also needed to think about his own future. If moving into Dex Hall was what he truly wanted, she promised to help him however she could. While Janika continued talking, Ed quietly reached into his pocket. He touched the key Professor Glast had entrusted to him. Soon it would be time to unlock the hidden vault. Before he could dwell on that thought any longer, Janika handed him an envelope. Ed immediately recognized it. It was the registration form for Dex Hall. Janika nodded. If he waited until the deadline, he might lose the opportunity altogether. She suggested he keep the application until he made his final decision. Ed sincerely thanked her. Smiling happily, Janika admitted that she had already completed her own registration. If he decided to move, they could submit their applications together. Just as the two prepared to fill out the paperwork, Lucy suddenly stepped between them. Looking more anxious than Ed had ever seen her, she loudly told them to stop. Then she desperately begged Ed not to accept the application form. Looking back later, Ed realized everything truly began on that day. Sometime afterward, Ed continued practicing spirit magic. Watching him train, Mug commented that his growth had been astonishing. Janika happily agreed. She praised Ed, saying his improvement had been unbelievably fast. His spiritual sensitivity already surpassed that of many apprentice spirit mages. Even his mana sensitivity had improved dramatically. Then Janika looked toward Lucy. Something immediately caught her attention. Normally, thanks to the maids at Ophilis dormitory, Lucy always appeared perfectly dressed. Today, however, she had run all the way to the camp wearing nothing but her pajamas. Ed silently acknowledged that his own mana sensitivity had indeed increased tremendously. His next goal was finally learning intermediate magic. Unfortunately, the moment he started practicing, reality hit him. Intermediate magic was vastly more difficult than he had expected. Even after training all day, he barely managed to grasp the fundamentals. Throughout the entire session, Lucy refused to leave his side. She sat comfortably in his lap while he practiced. Later at the cafeteria, she clung tightly to his back. Janika looked completely bewildered. She quietly apologized, wondering whether she had somehow upset Lucy. Ed quickly realized the truth. Lucy wasn't angry, she was afraid. More specifically, she seemed afraid of Janika, though mastering intermediate spells remained frustratingly difficult. Just then, Lucy called out to him. Her expression was unusually serious. She quietly asked what she was supposed to do if Ed really left the camp. Ed gently answered that he already had somewhere else to live. Winter was approaching. He still needed to repair the fireplace because the nights were becoming dangerously cold. If he moved into Dex Hall, he wouldn't have to worry about those problems anymore. Before leaving, however, he wanted to finish everything at the camp properly. Lucy called his name once more. This time, her eyes held unmistakable determination. "I want to go with you." Those words caught Ed completely off guard. A short while later, he climbed down a rope into the underground chamber that Lucy herself had accidentally created by blasting a hole through the ceiling. Looking around, he wondered why she had ever come to this place in the first place. Lucy casually pointed out that she could have simply carried both of them down with spatial magic. Ed smiled. He wanted to test whether he could still climb up and down on his own. When he finally reached the bottom, he froze. The chamber was overflowing with magical engineering equipment. There was far too much to carry in a single trip. He would need to return several times. As he cleared away the remaining rubble, he quietly laughed to himself. Who would have guessed that a hidden vault really existed beneath the library? He couldn't understand why Professor Glast had guarded the key until his dying breath. Then, he opened the vault. The overwhelming magical energy pouring from within instantly answered his question. Later, while climbing back up the rope, Ed remembered that it was almost time to send the magical materials Lortel had requested. Before making another trip, however, he decided that asking someone to build a proper ladder would be much easier than climbing ropes every day. Curious, Lucy asked what exactly the mysterious treasure was. The system immediately identified it. It was a legendary artifact, the Golden Phoenix Ring of Glast, a ring capable of distorting the timeline itself by drawing magical power from the future into the present. Ed carefully examined the legendary ring in his hand. Theoretically, the artifact allowed its user to borrow magical power from their future self, making it possible to cast advanced magic long before reaching that level naturally. However, such power came at a terrible price. If he borrowed too much mana, the backlash would temporarily incapacitate him. The ring was an emergency tool that should only be used as a last resort when death was unavoidable. Outside of combat, though, it had another incredible use. With enough borrowed mana, Ed could theoretically form a contract with a high-level spirit. Normally, beginner spirit mages like him possessed only 2 available spirit slots and could communicate only with lower-ranked spirits because of their limited mana reserves. Janica was completely different. She could command several spirits simultaneously, not only because of her extraordinary spiritual sensitivity, but also because of the enormous amount of mana she possessed. If the ring temporarily increased Ed's maximum mana capacity, then, in theory, he could force a contract with a powerful spirit. It was an incredibly dangerous gamble. Lucy quietly commented that if they had enough time, perhaps they could experiment with that idea. Ed slowly shook his head. Time had already run out. After searching the entire library, he was convinced that nothing there was more valuable than this ring. Professor Glast had always insisted that encouraging mediocre talent was a sin. A man with beliefs like that would never have hidden such a priceless artifact without reason. Ed realized the truth. The Golden Phoenix Ring had been designed to break through the natural limit of one's mana capacity. It had never been created for Glast himself. It had been made for his daughter. After leaving the underground vault and returning to the surface, Lucy unexpectedly began talking. She remembered the day the last button on one of her sleeves had fallen off. At first, she hadn't even noticed, but once it was gone, the loose sleeve became surprisingly uncomfortable. She spent a long time fixing something that had once seemed completely insignificant. Then she quietly smiled. You only realize how important something is after it's gone. Even small things can become irreplaceable. That, she admitted, was the real reason she had followed Ed. She wanted to ask him one question. Was he really planning to move into Dex Hall? And would he consider not moving there? Ed was genuinely surprised. Those words were unlike anything Lucy would normally say. Even so, he remained calm. Moving into the dormitory would undoubtedly make life easier. Winter was approaching quickly. Living alone in the forest during heavy snowfall was hardly a comfortable choice. Lucy quietly agreed. Then she looked up at the sky. She wondered aloud whether it was going to rain. Ed knew she often predicted the weather simply by observing the clouds and sensing the humidity in the air. This time, however, he smiled. No, it isn't going to rain. Not this time. Lucy continued staring upward. After weeks of constant rain, people naturally expected more of it. Instead, tiny snowflakes slowly began drifting down from the sky. The rainy season had finally ended. Winter had arrived. Ed sighed. He admitted that he had been so busy lately that he hadn't even prepared enough firewood for the coming season. He would probably need help. Lucy immediately remembered reminding him about the dwindling supply herself. Without warning, she suddenly hugged him tightly and tackled him to the ground. Looking up at him, she asked whether he was being serious. Ed laughed helplessly. He admitted that he had grown accustomed to life at the camp. If he improved the cabin just a little more, living there offered many advantages. Then he looked at Lucy's expression. Without realizing it, he slowly lay back on the ground. To him, that moment marked the true ending of the second act. Now, the third act was about to begin. Closing his eyes, countless thoughts flooded his mind. The upcoming battle between Princess Phenia and Lortel for the position of student council, the arrival of powerful new first-year students, dangerous enemies who would soon enter the academy, and finally, the person destined to stand at the center of Act 3, the final boss, Lucy Merrill. Ironically, at that exact moment, Lucy herself was lying on top of him. Ed couldn't help smiling. Nothing about this journey had ever been easy. Still, for now, He decided to set those worries aside. No matter what happened during the next chapter, he believed that both he and Lucy would survive. The expression Lucy was showing him now, he had never once seen it in any route of the original game. That alone gave him confidence. Soon afterward, winter officially arrived. Fresh snow blanketed the academy, creating a peaceful atmosphere. At the same time, accumulating snow also meant accumulating work. Sometime earlier, Ed had promised himself he would stop pushing his body beyond its limits. Unfortunately, there was no time to relax. The very next day, he would begin working as an academy scholarship student. He planned to finish every task that had piled up. He still had to chop firewood, prepare winter supplies. Fortunately, the freezing weather made preserving meat much easier, greatly simplifying food storage. By refusing the comforts of the academy dormitory, he had received a significant reduction in tuition fees. At least financially, things had finally stabilized. He no longer needed to divide every waking hour between endless part-time jobs. That didn't mean he could spend his days sleeping. Ironically, the one currently sleeping in his bed was Lucy. Ed had eventually stopped making her sleep outside. Even though she possessed powerful protective magic, forcing someone to stay outdoors during winter simply didn't feel right. He quietly reminded himself of something important. There would always be time to rest later. The time to take risks was now. Slowly, he picked up the golden phoenix ring. The legendary artifact began glowing. He covered his body with the phoenix's crimson flames. Then he quietly called out, "Marilda, are you listening?" Outside, Sylvania Academy lay completely covered in snow. Meanwhile, Janica sat inside an elegant bakery renowned for its luxurious desserts. The sweets were supervised by a former royal pastry chef, and the flower-filled veranda created an atmosphere worthy of nobility. Despite the bakery's overwhelming popularity, Janica calmly enjoyed her coffee. Across the table sat Clara. Unlike Janica, she decided to get straight to the point. Janica was walking down a very dangerous path. She had completely fallen for Ed Ruth Taylor. Caught off guard, Janica asked how Clara had figured that out. Clara simply laughed. "How could I not?" She admitted that she had once held a poor opinion of Ed. Recently, however, her impression of him had changed dramatically. She had accepted that. The real problem now was Janica herself. Whenever Janica spent time with Ed, her heart raced uncontrollably. Sometimes she became so nervous she couldn't even look him in the eyes. Confused, Janica asked why Clara was suddenly talking about such things. Instead of answering, Clara asked a question of her own. "What do you feel when you're with him?" After thinking for a moment, Janica smiled. She admitted that she didn't feel nervous around Ed, she simply felt comfortable. Clara immediately sighed. That's exactly the problem. According to her, Janica was heading straight toward one of the worst possible romantic endings, the infamous friend zone. Calling Janica hopelessly naive, Clara explained that relationships couldn't be built through one-sided devotion alone. Janica also needed to think about what she wanted. Simply chasing after someone forever while expecting love to appear on its own wasn't romance. It was practically stalking. Even the nearby spirits seemed to agree with Clara's argument. Embarrassed, Clara quickly changed the subject. Winter vacation had finally begun. She would soon return home. Even so, before leaving, she offered Janica one last piece of advice. Instead of trying to act seductive, she should awaken Ed's protective instincts instead. Watching the conversation unfold, Annis quietly reflected that Clara herself didn't seem particularly experienced when it came to romance. Although some of her advice made sense, the biggest reason everyone's opinion of Ed had changed was Clara herself. Janica constantly praised Ed whenever she spoke with friends, professors, and academy staff. As a result, almost everyone had begun trusting him. Annis, however, viewed things differently. She thought about Professor Clare. Despite being scolded by librarians who were technically still students, Clare never displayed the commanding presence expected of a professor. Sometimes Annis genuinely wondered how someone like Clare had managed to earn that position. The veteran professors, however, always gave the same answer. Clare possessed an extraordinary talent. She had incredible luck with people. Throughout her career, she received guidance from legendary scholars such as Professor Glaskin and Professor Flubben. With their support, she successfully completed her doctorate. Now, she possessed the finest assistant anyone could hope for, Annis Halolan, a second-year student from the Department of Magic. Respected not only by students but also by academy staff, Annis was widely regarded as the perfect academic assistant. Thanks entirely to her efforts, Claire's laboratory remained perfectly organized. She gathered information, managed library records, oversaw administrative work at Trix Hall, handled countless responsibilities behind the scenes. If anyone ever discovered just how much influence she truly possessed, it would create enormous complications. Fortunately for her, she always hid everything behind an elegant smile. Very few people knew who Annis really was. Only Janica and Clara understood that the warm personality she showed others was nothing more than a carefully crafted mask. While everyone else waited for refreshments to arrive from the bakery, Annis quietly took the opportunity to study a file resting on the table before her. The subject of the report, Ed Ruth Taylor. a member of the Roth Taylor family, one of the most powerful noble houses in the Clovis Empire. Among the three direct heirs of the family head, Ed was the only son. Annis dismissed the public records as mostly irrelevant. According to the Roth Taylor family history, Krepen Roth Taylor had seized control of the family and become its head during the year Ed was born. At the age of 2, Ed was officially named the family's heir. He received his church baptism when he was 5, began etiquette lessons at 8, and by the age of 12 he should have been studying more advanced subjects. However, his first-year academic records suggested he lacked any remarkable talent. As Annis continued reading, she reflected on her own past. When she first entered the academy, her family had already begun falling apart. Forced to survive on her own, she became both an assistant and a scholarship student. She admired Lord Tell as the perfect example of someone who had learned to survive through intelligence and resourcefulness. Although Annis was nowhere near as gifted with money as Lord Tell, she had still managed to build a stable life through hard work. Returning to Ed's records, Annis discovered that he had grown up under an extremely strict upbringing. Materially, he had never lacked anything, but emotionally his life had been heavily controlled. His poor academic performance suggested a lack of confidence rather than a lack of effort. From everything she had read, she concluded that he probably preferred cheerful and kind-hearted women. After reviewing every detail, she smiled to herself and decided that understanding Ed was actually much simpler than she had expected. She even began rehearsing how she would approach him. Before she could continue, Professor Claire returned to the office carrying several bags from a bakery. She happily offered some pastries to Annis before noticing that tea had already been prepared. True to her usual clumsy nature, Claire immediately dropped her own teacup onto the floor. Expecting Annis to scold her once again, she nervously looked up. Instead, Annis calmly asked whether she had been hurt. After confirming Claire was unharmed, she simply replied that nothing else mattered as long as she was safe. Claire was genuinely touched by such unexpected kindness. Meanwhile, Ed mentioned that washing his own academy uniform had become difficult, so he thanked Belle for helping him. Belle simply replied that cleaning one extra uniform barely increased her workload. In fact, she often found herself helping the very people who were supposed to be serving her. While doing the laundry, Belle had noticed something interesting. Miss Lucy's clothes were covered with loose strands of hair, while Ed's uniform carried Lucy's perfume along with several white hairs. Ed admitted that her observations were accurate. Lucy had indeed been spending far more time around him recently. He could not help but marvel that Belle had figured everything out simply by washing clothes. If she had not become a maid, she would probably have made an excellent investigator. Belle then asked why Ed continued speaking to her so formally. Ed answered that he simply felt more comfortable maintaining proper etiquette. Belle admitted that she preferred a more casual relationship. However, Ed believed the head maid held a senior position among the academy staff. Since he was no longer a noble and no longer lived in Ophilis Hall, treating her respectfully felt natural. Although Belle repeatedly insisted there was no need for such formalities, Ed continued addressing her as Miss Belle, explaining that her responsibilities deserved respect. Belle smiled and told him not to burden himself so much. She reminded him that he already had far more people depending on him than she did. Worrying over every single person would only become exhausting. The young women around him were making their own choices, and he did not need to carry responsibility for all of them. Still, if he ever needed assistance, she promised she would gladly help. Her own work was stable enough that she could afford to do so. Belle also informed him that the repairs to the Phileas dormitory had finally been completed. Ed was surprised they had managed to restore the heavily damaged building so quickly. Belle explained that the academy was preparing to welcome the incoming freshmen, making the renovations a top priority. Among the 7 new residents assigned to the dormitory, one had already completed enrollment and was preparing to move in. Ed immediately guessed the student's identity. Tanya Roth Taylor? Belle nodded with surprise, realizing he already knew. Hearing that his younger sister would soon arrive, Ed sighed to himself. The upcoming holiday was about to become far more complicated than he had anticipated. Back at the camp, Zig informed Ed that he would be returning to his homeland during the vacation. Ed asked whether Elka would be traveling with him, and Zig confirmed that she would. He wanted to spend some quality time with her before returning. When Zig asked about Ed's own plans, Ed replied that he would most likely remain at the academy. His 3rd year was approaching, and if he wished to maintain his reputation, he needed to fully master intermediate magic before classes resumed. Zig reminded him that only a year earlier he had still been learning basic magic. He warned Ed not to push himself so hard that he ended up collapsing into another coma. As Zig observed him more carefully, he frowned. He could not sense any magical energy inside Ed's body. Concerned, he placed a hand on Ed's forehead and asked whether he was feeling sick. Ed explained that he had his own reasons, but for the time being he simply could not use magic. Zig accepted the explanation without asking further questions. Ed quietly appreciated that about him. Zig never forced people to reveal things they wished to keep private. If someone said they had a reason, he simply accepted it and moved on. It made conversations with him remarkably comfortable. Before leaving, Zig remembered something else. Alia had been asking about Ed. Apparently, there had been a misunderstanding, and she wanted to apologize. She had even asked Zig where Ed's cabin was, but he had refused to reveal such personal information. Ed thanked him and said there was no need for any apology. He was neither angry nor holding a grudge. Zig responded that it was not forgiveness but complete indifference. Ed laughed and pointed out that Zig himself was not much different. Before Zig departed, Ed handed him a small pouch containing payment for another favor. Professor Glass had granted Ed access to the underground library, but the place was completely disorganized. He wanted Zig's help cleaning and organizing everything. Zig immediately agreed after hearing there would be payment involved. However, he wondered why Ed needed the underground library in the first place. Ed explained that he intended to convert it into a workshop. Zig looked at him in disbelief. Ed was already managing camp life, training his mana, practicing spirit summoning, learning arc and flash magic, studying magical engineering, and preparing for academy work. Now he wanted to build an engineering workshop as well. Zig remarked that people like Ed usually became the most successful, but warned him not to overwork himself. The warning was justified. Even by scholarship student standards, Ed had taken on an unbelievable number of responsibilities. Later, inside Assistant Professor Claire's office, Annis thanked all of the scholarship students for gathering. Claire attempted to speak as well, but exhaustion prevented her from forming coherent sentences. She had spent the last 44 hours awake while handling conference schedules and finalizing next semester's teaching assignments. Seeing Claire in such a state, Anna stepped forward as head assistant and took charge of the meeting. She explained that the scholarship students would now be responsible for preparing the freshman placement examinations and supervising the tests on the examination day. Ed reflected on the announcement. Normally, Professor Glass oversaw those examinations every year. Since Professor Claire had inherited the responsibility, he had expected something similar, but he was still surprised to see Clavius participating as well. Annis explained that Clavius would retrieve reserve materials from the Trix Pavilion, while another scholarship student named Onyx would assist Professor Claire directly. As for Ed, Annis had entirely different plans. She believed both Claire and Janica had overlooked one important detail. Ed Roth Taylor was constantly surrounded by women, and from appearances alone, he looked like someone who easily attracted them. Now that they would be working together as scholarship students, she intended to test his character personally. After spending the entire previous night studying his background and carefully analyzing his supposed preferences, she believed she had prepared the perfect strategy. If Ed succumbed to her charms, then he would simply be another weak man. She planned to separate him from Janica and create opportunities for the two of them to work alone. Later, the two climbed Mount Oren in the Academy's northwestern region. Annis explained that although the mountain was not especially tall, the snow made it extremely dangerous. One careless step could easily become fatal. After walking for some time, Ed suggested they stop and rest. Annis smiled warmly, thanking him while deliberately complimenting his attentiveness and impressive stamina. She admitted that she had previously misunderstood him. Since she was close friends with Janica, she had worried about seeing her spend time with someone who seemed suspicious. However, she now believed her first impression had been wrong. Ed simply replied that he did not mind. As he quietly reviewed the tasks he still needed to complete, he wondered if Annis had simply become exhausted after carrying the burden of being head assistant for so long. She had probably endured far more pressure than anyone realized. Annis gently wrapped her arm around his. She admitted that everyone around her had helped, but somehow his presence made her feel especially safe. She also revealed that, like Ed, she had effectively been abandoned by her family. After entering the academy, her family's situation had collapsed, yet she had desperately fought to continue studying on her own. It had felt like surviving an endless winter completely alone. Ed believed every word. She truly seemed independent, both financially and academically. She had survived through her own determination. He encouraged her not to become trapped in sadness because she had already accomplished an incredible amount by herself. Annis smiled softly and thanked him, saying they had far more in common than she had expected. Still, something about her behavior seemed unusual to Ed. From what he remembered, Annis had always been emotionally distant and practical. The vulnerable woman standing beside him now felt completely different. Suddenly, Annis stumbled. Ed instinctively caught her before she could fall. She apologized, claiming she had tripped over a stone. However, when Ed glanced down, there was no stone anywhere nearby. Meanwhile, Annis sat down to calm herself. She could feel her heart racing far more than she had anticipated. Left alone for a moment, she quietly analyzed the situation. Ed truly appeared responsible, dependable, and confident, but she still could not determine whether that was merely an act or his genuine personality. She reassured herself that pretending to be someone who had overcome countless hardships had been an effective way to get closer to him. However, she still could not decide whether Ed preferred adorable girls or mature women. In the end, she had deliberately mixed both personalities together, carefully disguising each flirtatious gesture behind seemingly natural accidents. As far as she could tell, every part of her carefully planned performance had unfolded exactly as intended. Even so, Annis began wondering if she had gone a little too far with her act. What truly caught her by surprise was Ed's physique. She had expected him to be a proper, well-mannered noble who looked refined but lacked any real strength. Instead, he was much stronger than his appearance suggested. She had always imagined Ed as nothing more than a spoiled aristocrat with no experience outside his luxurious upbringing. Now, however, she realized he possessed genuine ability. As she studied his face more carefully, she finally understood why Janica had become interested in him. Realizing she was thinking too much about his appearance, Annis quickly caught herself. Suddenly, everything seemed to make sense. This was probably how Ed attracted girls without even trying. Still, she firmly reminded herself that she was different from everyone else. Meanwhile, Ed stood quietly, admiring the breathtaking view from Mount Orin. The scenery was so beautiful that it could make anyone forget their worries, even if only for a little while. Unfortunately, some problems could not be solved simply by enjoying the view. One such problem was named Tanya Roth Taylor. As far as Ed was concerned, his younger sister was nothing less than a noble villainess. Born as the daughter of Duke Krepen Roth Taylor, Tanya possessed extraordinary political instincts. Manipulating people came as naturally to her as breathing. In the original story, she would eventually become the Academy's first student council president, to earn the position during her very first year. Belle had already informed Ed that Tanya had arrived at the dormitory earlier than anyone else, most likely to secure allies before the new semester officially began. At first, Ed believed he could prepare himself for her arrival. However, one problem remained impossible to predict. He had no idea how Tanya viewed him. Tanya certainly knew who Ed Ruth Taylor was, but Ed knew almost nothing about her. In the game's original story, Ed had been little more than a disposable villain who briefly appeared before disappearing forever. Even the game's records barely mentioned him. As a result, Ed genuinely had no clue what kind of relationship Tanya believed they shared. Meanwhile, Tanya arrived at Sylvania convinced that her older brother was nothing but the greatest disgrace of the Roth Taylor family. As she looked around the prestigious academy, excitement filled her heart. Sylvania was home to countless extraordinary individuals. There was the Princess of Cloel, the leader of the Altar Company, a spirit summoner who had formed a contract with a high-level spirit before reaching adulthood, the brilliant alchemist who had created the immortal potion while still a student, the beast who ruled the northern lands, the legendary swordsman of the Nortondale clan, and above them all, the unparalleled magical genius who was said to have received the blessing of the Archmage Glocked. Simply imagining herself studying alongside such legendary figures made her heart race. From this day forward, she would spend her academy life surrounded by living legends. Belle welcomed Tanya upon her arrival and informed her that all of the luggage sent ahead had already been arranged. Her assigned room was the second door on the right side of the third floor. Stepping gracefully out of the carriage, Tanya instructed the servants to complete the remaining admission procedures without her. There was somewhere she needed to visit first. The very first thing she intended to do after arriving at the academy was eliminate the greatest stain upon the Roth Taylor family, Ed Ruth Taylor. Her father's letter echoed through her mind. Krepen Roth Taylor had congratulated her on successfully enrolling at Sylvania and promised to support all of her ambitions. He instructed her to establish a powerful position within the academy and uphold the dignity of the Roth Taylor family. Tanya silently vowed that she would never disappoint him. Her father had also warned her not to become arrogant because of her noble status. Although Sylvania respected social standing, it remained a place of learning above everything else. Even the princess herself showed complete respect toward the academy's professors. Therefore, Tanya was advised to treat every upperclassman as her senior, regardless of family rank. Later, while speaking with an upperclassman, Tanya casually brought up the family's greatest embarrassment. She claimed she knew Ed better than anyone because they had grown up together. The upperclassman sympathized, saying that her childhood must have been difficult. Tanya immediately agreed, insisting that no one else's childhood could compare to hers. She continued speaking without hesitation. According to her, Ed was unbearably arrogant despite possessing neither elegance nor talent. Although he had once been the family's official heir, he had accomplished nothing worthy of the title before being expelled. She believed criticizing another person was one of the fastest ways to build familiarity during a conversation, so she continued listing his flaws. Ed never showed true determination. He always abandoned things halfway through. His pride prevented him from admitting his own shortcomings. He barely understood mana sensitivity, yet behaved as though he were already a master magician. Watching him enter Sylvania had been embarrassing enough, and seeing him expelled from the family had filled her with relief. She confidently remarked that someone of the upperclassmen's experience should already understand exactly what she meant. Only then did Tanya realize something strange. The conversation felt unusually one-sided. Looking around, she discovered she had practically been talking to herself. Her father's advice suddenly resurfaced in her mind. Whenever negotiating or speaking with someone, always respect the other person and never underestimate them. The person standing before her was none other than Lortel, Remembering that her father had recently met Lortel while discussing the purchase of the sealed grimoire of the sage, Tanya quickly realized who she was dealing with. Lortel calmly asked whether Tanya intended to keep talking to herself. An overwhelming pressure instantly settled over Tanya. Trying to remain composed, she awkwardly replied that it had been nothing important. However, she could not shake the feeling that Lortel seemed strangely displeased. Lortel simply smiled and asked why Tanya assumed she was angry. In fact, she admitted she found the entire conversation extremely interesting. Elsewhere, Ed had nearly completed everything on his long list of tasks. He still needed to construct a proper storage building for his materials, expand his cabin, gain 3 additional levels in magical engineering, and master several advanced bow techniques. For now, he focused on reading intermediate magic manuals covering focused explosion and primordial wind. He had borrowed the books from Professor Glast's underground library the previous night, and having unrestricted access without worrying about return deadlines made studying much more convenient. Looking back on the day, Ed concluded that his first official day as an Academy scholarship student had gone surprisingly well. Compared to him, Annis appeared to have far more responsibilities. As evening fell, Ed instinctively tried to light the campfire with magic. Only then did he remember that he still could not use mana. Unable to practice, he decided to concentrate on theory instead. When he entered his cabin, he found someone sleeping peacefully in his bed. Lucy. Ed sighed to himself. At first, Lucy had always appeared in the most unexpected places imaginable. By now, however, he had grown completely accustomed to her strange habits. Without saying much, he pulled away the blanket and calmly asked her to light the fire. Lifting her effortlessly from the bed, Ed was once again reminded of how unbelievably light she was. Lucy obediently cast a spell. The next instant, a massive burst of flames erupted. Ed immediately told her that was more than enough. Satisfied, Lucy prepared to crawl back into bed but quickly changed her mind, deciding she wanted to stay outside with him instead. She soon began dozing off again while sitting beside him. After sniffing the air, Lucy quietly commented that Ed smelled unusually strong today. Ed immediately realized she was probably smelling Annis's perfume after spending nearly the entire day beside her. Lucy then asked whether he had a fever or whether something hurt. Ed smiled awkwardly and asked if it was really that obvious. She seriously warned him not to get sick because people who became seriously ill could die. Then she quietly offered to examine his mana. After casting a spell, Lucy remained silent for several moments before opening her eyes. Ed's mana reserves were completely empty. She immediately concluded that he had done something incredibly reckless. Ed reassured her that he could manage. Lucy simply nodded before quietly saying that once winter ended, she might become much stronger. When that happened, she might ask him for an unusual favor. She wanted him to pat her head. Later that evening, the two sat peacefully beside the fire. Ed continued studying while absent-mindedly stroking Lucy's head. Lucy looked completely content. Their peaceful moment ended when someone approached the cabin. It has been a while. The visitor was Lortel. Ed assumed she had come regarding the request he had previously made and remarked that he could have visited the Merchant Association himself instead. Lortel shook her head. She had not come only because of that request. There were several important matters she wished to discuss, along with a few questions she intended to ask. As she spoke, her eyes remained fixed directly on Lucy. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the academy grounds, Tanya was attempting to recruit allies against her brother. She approached Elka and promised generous rewards if she helped expose and punish Ed. Tanya even offered several valuable books from the Roth Taylor estate. Elka's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Before she could answer, Zig stood up. He asked whether Tanya truly was Tanya Roth Taylor. She nervously confirmed her identity. As Tanya examined him, she immediately noticed his well-trained physique and the immense amount of mana flowing through his body. She silently concluded that someone like Zig would make an outstanding ally. Instead, Zig smiled brightly. "So you're Senior Ed's younger sister." After Tanya nodded once more, Zig enthusiastically handed her a magical artifact. He explained that it generated mana and was required for the mandatory freshman mana sensitivity classes. He then continued giving her several additional supplies while asking Elka whether she had collected the materials from the elementology course. Elka replied that she had, although she had nearly thrown them away by accident. By the time Zig finished helping, Tanya's arms were completely full of equipment. Confused, she finally asked whether he had even heard everything she had said about Ed. Zig admitted that he had. However, he casually remarked that siblings rarely got along, so misunderstandings between brothers and sisters were nothing unusual. Knowing Ed's personality, he believed there was probably far more to the story than Tanya realized. Elka then called Zig over, reminding him that it was time to leave. Before departing, Zig politely introduced himself as a second-year student who happened to be close friends with Ed. He smiled warmly and said he looked forward to getting along with Tanya as well. Finally, he added that anyone fortunate enough to have a relative like Ed had truly been blessed with remarkable luck. After Zig and Elka hurried away, Tanya remained buried beneath the mountain of supplies they had handed her. Unable to keep her balance, she collapsed onto the ground and stared blankly into the sky, wondering what had just happened. Later, back in Professor Claire's office, Claire was on the verge of collapsing from exhaustion. After working tirelessly for nearly 2 full days without sleep, she could barely keep herself awake. Annis reassured her that once the freshman placement examinations were finished, she could finally rest during the academy break. Claire smiled weakly and asked if this was simply what being young looked like. She admitted that Annis's stamina was astonishing. Despite staying awake for a second consecutive day, she still had enough energy to keep working. Annis quietly reflected on the situation. Relying on outside scholarship students like the third-year Onyx or the first-year Clavius had proven far more difficult than expected. Neither of them had completed their assignments properly, forcing her to review and correct everything herself. Ed Ruth Taylor, however, had been completely different. Every document he submitted was perfectly organized, with not a single mistake. His ability to solve practical problems stood out immediately. Among nobles, such competence was extremely rare since most had never needed to handle real work themselves. She honestly had not expected that from someone who appeared to have lived the sheltered life of a spoiled aristocrat. Noticing Annis deep in thought, Claire casually walked over and asked whether she had been spending a lot of time with Ed. She commented that the two of them actually seemed rather similar. Then Claire lowered her voice. She told Annis not to mention what she was about to say to Ed. When Ophilis Hall had been attacked, Claire had investigated him personally. To her complete surprise, she discovered that Ed had built an enormous survival camp deep in the forest. His camp was even larger than her own laboratory. It contained handmade tools, a fully equipped workbench, a campfire, storage racks, drying stations, and even smoking facilities for preserving food. Everything had been built with his own hands. Looking at the camp alone made it obvious how desperately he had struggled to survive. Even while living under such harsh conditions, Ed had still managed to earn some of the highest grades in the academy. Professor Glaskin himself had openly acknowledged the amount of effort Ed had invested. Claire also mentioned that Ed had successfully formed a spirit contract. She admitted she had no idea how he managed to overcome such an enormous hurdle, but she was convinced he must have worked incredibly hard to accomplish it. Listening quietly, Annis finally found an explanation for Ed's unexpectedly refined practical skills. He clearly had not lived the comfortable life of an ordinary noble. Claire smiled and remarked that she and Ed actually had a lot in common. Although surprised, Annis thanked her for what she took as a compliment. The more she learned about Ed, the more her opinion changed. She had initially relied on rumors and other people's judgments, believing Janica might eventually regret getting close to him. However, after spending time beside him herself, she could no longer find anything to criticize. Ed was simply a decent, responsible young man. He was handsome without being arrogant, highly respected by the professors, much kinder than she had imagined, physically stronger than expected, and remarkably dependable. Lost in her thoughts, Annis failed to notice Claire studying her expression. Claire suddenly stood up, opened the office window, and commented that the room had become rather warm. A gust of wind immediately swept through the office, scattering papers everywhere. Claire hurried after the flying documents while asking whether Annis was feeling all right. She reminded her not to push herself too hard after working so much. Annis barely heard her. Inside her mind, panic was beginning to spread. This was bad. Very bad. Then she suddenly remembered something Claire had mentioned earlier. Ed had formed a contract with a spirit. If Janica had been involved in helping him establish that contract, then his contracted spirit was probably intelligent and trustworthy enough to report everything back to her. That realization made Annis even more nervous. Seeing her strange reaction, Claire suggested they celebrate finishing their work with a small snack together. Instead of answering, Annis hurriedly fled the office. Elsewhere, beneath the great tree of Marilda, the values of the Failover family could be seen in Janica herself. Their family motto was harmony and coexistence. Janica's gentle heart, genuine kindness, and constant concern for others had earned her countless sincere friendships. Loneliness had never truly been part of her life. That peaceful image, however, was beginning to crack. Mug informed her that Ed and Annis had recently been growing much closer. At the same time, Tanya was already making her way toward Janica, intending to introduce herself. Lortel had personally told Tanya that Janica was kind, compassionate, and always willing to have an honest conversation. Unfortunately for Tanya, today was not the day she would meet that gentle version of Janica. At that moment, Janica was genuinely angry. Meanwhile, Lortel visited Ed's camp once again. She reported that most of the materials he had requested had already been obtained. However, legendary-grade materials remained extremely difficult to acquire, especially during winter. Despite managing numerous business affairs, she had still gone out of her way to help him. Ed thanked her but pointed out that she should have been resting instead of making the long journey to his cabin. Lortel calmly replied that resting was exactly why she had come. As the quiet winter night settled over the academy, Ed looked up at the moon. Once it had been perfectly round, illuminating the entire sky. Now only a thin fragment remained. Time passed unbelievably fast. Winter covered the world in silence, making everything feel as though nature itself had entered hibernation. Yet every person experienced that silence differently. For Ed, winter represented another trial of survival. Every day was spent preparing for the cold and protecting himself from its dangers. For people without those struggles, however, winter often magnified feelings of loneliness, like walking through deserted streets with no one beside them. Breaking the silence, Lortel glanced at Lucy sleeping peacefully across Ed's lap. She asked why Lucy was lying there. Ed answered with complete seriousness, "Because it's winter." Lortel stared at him for a moment before asking whether that was really supposed to be an explanation. Ed noticed she seemed slightly irritated. Lortel crossed her arms and insisted she had only come to discuss the requested materials. Otherwise, she would never have made the trip. Ed smiled and asked whether she truly had no other reason for visiting. Lortel immediately replied that she obviously did. Then she asked whether he was pretending not to understand. She summoned a magical hologram showing the sealed grimoire of the sage. Ed immediately understood. He asked whether she had truly submitted the bid in the end. Lortel nodded. The hologram transformed into a letter as she explained that everything had turned out to be quite interesting. She reminded Ed of something he himself had once promised. If she succeeded in obtaining the grimoire, he had said he would do anything she asked. As a merchant, she explained, it was only natural to recover the value of every investment. Curious, Ed asked what kind of favor she intended to request. Lortel shook her head. She had no intention of asking for something so burdensome that he would struggle to fulfill it. She wanted only one thing. She wanted Ed to remain by her side. Hearing those words, Ed silently reflected on the future. The story was entering its third act. Soon, the political struggle between Princess Phinia and Lortel would truly begin. Lortel had already recognized the approaching conflict and was quietly preparing for the coming battle of influence and strategy. Princess Phinia Elias Cloel, known as the Princess of Benevolence, was destined to become Lortel's greatest rival. According to the original story, Phinia would eventually become student council president, using that authority to strengthen her influence throughout the academy. Later, during the fourth act, she would become the central figure responsible for uncovering the dark secrets hidden within the Roth Taylor family. Lortel quietly stated that the day would eventually come when everyone at the academy would have to choose a side. When that moment arrived, she wanted Ed standing beside her. Ed thought she did not yet realize one important fact. In the end, the person who would truly determine the outcome of the conflict was neither Phinia nor Lortel. It was the real protagonist of the story. Ed honestly admitted that even if he supported her, he doubted it would make much difference politically. Lortel calmly agreed. Although Ed's reputation within the academy had improved significantly, his influence alone would not dramatically change the balance of power. Ed laughed and remarked that she had said that rather bluntly. Lortel simply asked what was wrong with being honest. To her, his value was never about politics. It was something entirely different. Ed accepted the request without much hesitation, saying it was hardly difficult to promise something like that. Satisfied, Lortel burned the letter. Watching the flames consume the paper, Ed once again realized how mysterious she truly was. She constantly shifted between different expressions and personalities, making it impossible to predict what she was really thinking. Then, for just a brief moment, Lortel smiled with pure happiness. It was a gentle expression Ed had never seen before. The following morning, Ed woke early despite the academy being on vacation. There were no classes, and for the first time in quite a while, he also had no scholarship duties to perform. He had intended to enjoy a peaceful morning and sleep late. Unfortunately, habit woke him before sunrise. He asked Lucy to light the campfire, and while she obediently did so, he found himself thinking about everything Lortel had told him the previous night. One thought refused to leave his mind. Lortel had mentioned that Tanya had been walking around the academy introducing herself to everyone. She wondered whether Tanya truly viewed Ed as an enemy or whether it was simply an exaggerated case of sibling rivalry. She had even found Tanya's determination rather adorable and predicted that she would soon come looking for him as well. Ed suspected she was right. Tanya was the biological younger sister of the body he now inhabited. Unfortunately, he knew almost nothing about the relationship they had once shared. Until he understood more, there was little he could do. Before long, Tanya finally arrived at his cabin. She looked unusually nervous. After hesitating for several moments, she quietly greeted him, saying it had been a long time since they had last seen each other. She awkwardly explained that she had even brought him a gift after so many years apart. Watching her carefully, Ed noticed that although she appeared tense, uncomfortable, and even somewhat frightened, one thing was immediately clear. She did not seem angry at him. At that moment, Ed finally understood why Tanya was acting so cautiously. The Ed who had lived in the Roth Taylor mansion must have treated her terribly. Realizing that, Ed felt guilty for having misunderstood her behavior. As he stood up, Tanya instinctively flinched. A painful memory resurfaced in her mind. Years ago, the former Ed had thrown a plate of food onto the floor before mocking her for being able to eat alongside filthy servants without feeling disgusted. He had even stepped on a maid's head while Tanya, trembling with fear, desperately begged him to stop. The old Ed had only looked at her coldly. He questioned why she cared about people who were nothing more than tools, and claimed that anyone who pitied servants could never become a true noble. Those memories were impossible for Tanya to forget. Yet the person standing before her now behaved completely differently. Ed thanked her sincerely for the gift, saying he would put it to good use next semester. He also reminded her that technically they were no longer siblings in any official sense. Since he had been disowned, she had no obligation to visit him or bring him anything. That made her kindness even more meaningful. He politely asked her to stay where she was and avoid sitting too close to the fire. Although he was running low on medicinal herbs, he still intended to prepare tea for his guest without cutting corners. When Tanya noticed Lucy nearby, she became slightly nervous. Ed calmly reassured her before calling Lucy over and asking her to give Tanya a little personal space. A short while later, he returned carrying 2 cups of freshly brewed tea. While handing one to Tanya, Ed mentioned that he had heard she had been exploring the academy and meeting many new people. Tanya nodded. She admitted that she had heard quite a lot about him. Surprised, Ed wondered who could possibly have been talking about him. He did not know many people at the academy besides Zig and Janica. The moment Janica's name came up, Tanya visibly stiffened. Ed smiled and remarked that, of everyone he knew, Janica was undoubtedly the kindest person. Tanya forced a smile. Yes, she's very kind. Then she awkwardly added that Janica was also incredibly strong. She had summoned a massive fire spirit and nearly thrown it at Tanya's servants as though they were toys. Ed blinked in disbelief. She really did that, realizing what she had just admitted. Tanya immediately panicked. No, that's not what happened. She was very kind. She simply encouraged me to focus on my studies. Her desperate attempt to cover up the truth only confirmed Ed's suspicions. Something about this entire situation felt strange. The Tanya he remembered from the original story had never been this timid. Meanwhile, Tanya found herself increasingly confused. Every person she met who knew Ed seemed to admire him. Ed quietly looked at his younger sister before speaking honestly. He explained that he was trying his best to become a better person and asked her not to judge him solely by who he used to be. He admitted that being disowned had been the punishment for the countless mistakes he had made in the past. There were things he could never undo. Even so, he sincerely apologized. He also mentioned hearing about her ambition to become student council president. Although he doubted he would be able to help much, he genuinely supported her dream and wished her success. Deep down, Ed already knew how the story was supposed to unfold. Tanya would never become student council president. She existed in the original narrative only to emphasize Princess Phinea's rise. Even so, Tanya held a special place in Ed's heart. She was the very first member of his new family's bloodline he had met since arriving in this world. Looking into her uncertain expression, however, Ed realized he had absolutely no idea how to repair the broken relationship between them. Later, after returning to Ophilis Hall, Tanya's legs still felt weak. She was convinced she knew exactly what kind of monster her older brother had once been. Yet everything she experienced today contradicted those memories. When she had spoken badly about Ed earlier, Janica had reacted with genuine fury. For a brief moment, Tanya had honestly believed she might be burned alive by Janica's summoned fire spirit. The anger in Janica's eyes had been completely real. She trusted Ed without the slightest hesitation. Tanya could not understand it. Sylvania Academy was filled with extraordinary individuals. Among them was Lucy Morel, the greatest magical genius of the age. Surely, in a place overflowing with such talented people, Ed's true nature would eventually be exposed no matter how carefully he hid it. As she walked through the luxurious dormitory, Tanya suddenly realized that Lucy's room was located directly beside her own. That made perfect sense. Only the Academy's finest students lived in Ophilis Hall. She concluded that Ed had probably become acquainted with Lucy through sheer luck. Just then, Lucy stepped out. She quietly asked whether Tanya was Ed's younger sister. Before Tanya could answer properly, Lucy casually said that if she ever needed anything, she only had to ask. With that, Lucy returned to her room as though nothing unusual had happened. Tanya stood frozen. Only the Academy's highest-ranking students were allowed to have golden nameplates displayed outside their rooms. She had just spoken face-to-face with Lucy Morel herself, the legendary prodigy, the greatest mage of her generation. Completely overwhelmed, Tanya admitted to herself that she no longer understood anything anymore. Elsewhere, inside the Academy's rose garden, Annis approached Belle with an unexpected request. She asked Belle to introduce her to a suitable man, preferably someone tall, handsome, successful, and dependable. Since Belle worked around so many influential people, Annis assumed she would know someone fitting that description. Belle smiled knowingly. She pointed out that Annis was not the kind of woman who pursued relationships casually. Then she teasingly asked whether Annis had ever even experienced romance before. Embarrassed, Annis immediately became flustered. Belle quickly apologized, assuring her she had not meant any offense. She simply knew how busy Annis always was. Her life revolved around work, much like Ed's now that he was entering his third year. Thinking about it more carefully, Belle realized the two of them actually had a surprising amount in common. Then Belle suddenly paused. She looked directly at Annis. "Were you talking about young Master Ed?" Unable to hide it any longer, Annis admitted the truth. She confessed that she had been speaking about Ed all along. She explained that although she had heard countless terrible rumors about him, the real Ed was far better than she had ever imagined. Belle smiled knowingly. "So, you're interested in young Master Ed?" After a brief silence, Annis nodded. She admitted that she had genuinely become attracted to him as a man. However, instead of celebrating those feelings, she viewed them almost as good news. If even she had found herself attracted to Ed, then Janica must have chosen someone truly worthwhile. She only needed to stop seeing him that way herself. Eventually, those feelings would disappear. If Ed had truly been a terrible person, at least she would have realized it before things became complicated. Besides, he was hardly the only man in the world. Belle then asked whether Janica had noticed Annis's growing feelings. Annis sighed. Meeting someone like Ed felt almost like discovering hidden treasure. She admitted the comparison sounded disrespectful, but what she truly wanted was to find love herself and finally bring this emotional struggle to an end. The previous day, she had happened to pass through the professor's wing and seen Janica there. The two of them had not even exchanged greetings. Janica had looked deeply saddened. Next week, Annis and Ed would be supervising the placement examination together. The thought alone filled her with guilt. She felt as though she were betraying her own friend. Belle gently comforted her. Perhaps the situation was not as terrible as she imagined. It might even lead to something positive. She explained that Janica had always been kind, honest, and sincere with everyone around her. Both Annis and Claire had spent years trying to protect someone so gentle. However, Belle believed Janica's greatest weakness was that she always tried to be perfect. Sometimes, showing flaws made a person feel even more genuine. Imperfections often awakened the desire in others to protect them. Hearing those words, Annis remembered Claire's earlier comment that Ed naturally attracted women. Perhaps appealing to that protective instinct was exactly what she needed. For the first time all day, her thoughts became much clearer. Belle's encouragement eased the guilt that had been weighing on her heart. By the end of the conversation, Annis could only laugh at herself. Then she suddenly realized something. Whenever Janica became confused or emotionally overwhelmed, there was always one place she chose to visit. Sure enough, as evening approached, Janica arrived at Ed's camp. At that very moment, Ed was gathering materials for the storage shed he planned to build. He wanted to expand the camp and create much more space before winter ended. When he looked up, he immediately noticed Janica standing quietly before him. One glance was enough to tell that something was wrong. Without asking questions, Ed prepared a warm cup of tea for her. Looking at the falling snow, he quietly remarked that winter seemed determined to linger a little longer. Snow had already begun piling up around the camp. He gently told Janica that if something was troubling her, she was welcome to talk about it. Janica lowered her eyes and apologized. She admitted there were things she simply could not bring herself to discuss. Ed nodded understandingly. If she did not want to speak, then she did not have to. Seeing her shiver in the cold, he quietly wrapped a warm blanket around her shoulders. As they sat together beside the fire, Ed found himself thinking that he often forgot Janica was carrying burdens of her own. Despite always smiling for others, there were moments when she resembled a frightened little animal backed into a corner. It was impossible not to worry about her. Outside, winter continued its slow march. Yet somewhere beyond the endless snowfall, spring was gradually drawing closer. For a while, neither of them spoke. They simply remained together in the warmth of the fire. Elsewhere, Tanya reflected upon her childhood. The Roth Taylor estate had once been peaceful while the family head remained occupied with affairs of the kingdom. Everything changed after the death of the eldest daughter and rightful heir, Arwen Roth Taylor. Following her death, Ed inherited the position of heir. From that day onward, the mansion became a place ruled by fear. Tanya remembered Ed as someone whose true personality emerged only after gaining authority. He behaved as though everyone belonged to him simply because he had inherited a fraction of the family's power. One memory remained especially vivid. Ed had suddenly flipped over a table before demanding to know why Tanya kept staring at him. Then he coldly declared that he would kill her. Terrified, Tanya had picked up a dagger. She bitterly remarked that Arwen was already dead, and perhaps that had been exactly what he wanted. Instead of reacting with fear, Ed had grabbed her wrist and thrust the dagger back toward himself. "If you're going to kill me, then do it," he had said. "The heir's position will become yours. So what are you waiting for?" Unable to move, Tanya had collapsed to the floor. Moments like that had become almost routine. More than anything, she remembered those cold, emotionless eyes. Although Ed had never physically struck her, his presence alone had dominated everyone in the mansion. Every family member had lived beneath his shadow. Only after he was finally disowned had Tanya truly felt free. Now she had only one goal left. She would prove her own worth. Winning the student council presidency represented the greatest opportunity of her life. The upcoming class placement examination would also play an important role. Finally, the day of the examination arrived. As preparations began, Anna silently begged Ed not to come any closer. His pleasant scent and calm, charming presence were making it far too difficult for her to stay composed. Meanwhile, Claire gathered everyone together and announced that all necessary instructions had already been explained. Now, all that remained was to head upstairs and prepare for the examination itself. The freshman placement examination was finally about to begin. As Ed looked over the preparations, he noticed several major differences from the previous year's exam. Last time, the test had been held in the northern forest under Professor Glass's supervision. This year, however, Professor Claire was in charge, and she had redesigned the entire examination. Instead of searching for hidden magic orbs, the freshmen would now collect magic stones scattered across Mount Orin. Unlike the previous test, the stones were not deliberately concealed, nor were there any differences in their point values. The objective sounded simple: find a magic stone and place it on the exchange altar. Anyone who accomplished that would qualify for Class A. At first glance, the examination appeared much easier than the previous years, but just as one would expect from Professor Claire, the real challenge lay elsewhere. To even reach the altar, every student had to fight through countless magical beasts and wild animals. Only those capable of surviving the journey would earn a place in Class A. The examination was brutally difficult. In fact, according to the original story, not a single freshman that year would successfully enter Class A. Ed knew this outcome was intentional. It was an essential part of the story's scenario. The complete failure of the freshman class would trigger an important event later in the narrative, meaning history had to unfold exactly as originally written. Because of that, Ed chose not to question the absurd difficulty of the exam. Fortunately, despite looking like a deadly survival test, no freshmen were actually in danger. The monsters roaming Mount Orin were merely illusionary beasts created by magical engineering devices known as illusion discs. The scholarship students' responsibility was to install the discs throughout the mountain and ensure everyone's safety. Among all of them, one device was particularly important: the purple illusion disc. Ed knew that this single disc was the real reason nobody managed to reach Class A in the original story. As preparations continued, he admired everyone's hard work. Unfortunately, Annis was clearly struggling to carry the heavy purple disc by herself. Naturally, Ed stepped forward and offered to help. The unexpected gesture startled Annis so badly that she instinctively stepped backward. She lost her balance and nearly fell. Ed quickly caught her before she hit the ground. However, the sudden movement caused her bag to slip from her shoulder. The purple disc rolled across the floor and began tumbling down the stairs. Clavius reacted instantly. He caught it before it could smash against the ground and warned everyone to be more careful. If that disc broke, the consequences would be disastrous. Ed breathed a sigh of relief. Just as expected from the Academy's strongest combat student, Clavius had saved the day. Or so he thought. The next instant, the purple disc suddenly crumbled apart inside Clavius's hands. It disintegrated into fine dust. Even the object Clavius had been carrying in his other hand broke apart as well. Staring at the ruined artifact, Clavius could only ask one question: what do we do now? Realizing the situation, Ed immediately released Annis without thinking. She promptly fell onto the floor as he rushed toward the shattered remains. Ed sighed. Things had been going far too smoothly. He should have known something would go wrong. The broken disc threatened far more than the placement examination itself. Ed remembered another major event from the original story. During the previous year's joint combat exercise, the failed noble Ed Ruth Taylor had unexpectedly picked up a sword for the first time and defeated Lucy. Although he ultimately lost the battle, the incident dramatically altered the flow of the first act. This year's joint combat exercise was another critical event. The talented first-year students would challenge the upperclassmen. What began as simple practice would quickly spiral out of control as the freshmen fought with everything they had. In the original story, one senior stood alone and stopped every single one of them: Taylor. After an entire year of relentless training, he had become powerful enough to overwhelm every challenger, astonishing the entire academy. Among the spectators was St. Clarice. Concealing her true identity, she quietly watched Taylor's performance. That battle marked the beginning of her relationship with him. As one of the game's four main heroines, Clarice's introduction was absolutely essential. For that scene to happen correctly, the freshmen first had to fail the placement examination. Only then would their frustration push them into recklessly challenging the upperclassmen. If students actually managed to enter Class A this year, the entire story would begin collapsing. Now the purple disc was destroyed. Panic immediately spread among the staff. Professor Claire examined the shattered artifact and quietly admitted that the damage was severe. The other scholarship students began losing hope. Annis blamed herself for the accident and sincerely apologized. Ed immediately stopped her. Regretting what had already happened would not repair the artifact. More importantly, if they failed to recreate the purple disc's effect, far too many freshmen would reach Class A. That absolutely could not happen. Ed confidently declared that he could repair the disc, at least enough for it to function. He grabbed Clavius before the confused senior could ask any questions and dragged him away to begin working. Meanwhile, at the starting point of the examination, Tanya stood alongside the other incoming freshmen. Although Sylvania Academy educated princes, princesses, nobles, ministers, and children from the greatest families in the kingdom, everyone wore the same uniform. Inside the academy, everyone was supposed to be equal. There was only one exception: Saint Clarice. As the spiritual guide worshipped by millions of believers, she naturally commanded everyone's respect. Seeing the students bow before her, Clarice smiled warmly. She thanked them for their courtesy but insisted such formalities were unnecessary. If everyone constantly worried about proper etiquette around her, academy life would become exhausting. She hoped they would treat her like any other student. Tanya respectfully introduced herself. She declared that she was Tanya Roth Taylor, the future head of the Roth Taylor family. Clarice smiled thoughtfully. She remembered that Duke Krepen Roth Taylor had once received her blessing during his youth, although the memory had become rather distant. Tanya considered those words an incredible honor. She proudly stated that she also hoped to receive the saint's blessing after coming of age. Clarice happily replied that she would be waiting for that day. Tanya silently celebrated. Simply meeting the saint could greatly benefit her future political career. Before the conversation could continue, fireworks exploded across the sky. The placement examination had officially begun. Immediately, every freshman sprinted toward the mountain. Everyone wanted to earn a place in Class A. The rewards were extraordinary: complete tuition exemption, residence in prestigious Ophilis Hall, unlimited access to every academy welfare facility, and the honor of belonging to Sylvania's most elite class. It was every student's dream. As the crowd surged uphill, Tanya quickly picked up one of the scattered magic stones. Looking around, she noticed countless identical stones covering the mountain. Simply collecting one clearly was not enough. There had to be another mechanism determining who truly deserved Class A. Just then she heard someone shout nearby. Following the voice, she discovered a barefoot girl happily standing in the snow. Concerned, Tanya asked whether she had slipped or injured herself. The girl cheerfully shook her head. She simply wanted to know what it felt like to walk barefoot through fresh snow. Confused, Tanya wondered why anyone would suddenly decide to do something like that during an important examination. The girl smiled brightly. The snow felt much softer than she had expected. Tanya stared at her in complete confusion. For a moment, she genuinely wondered whether the girl had hit her head. Trying to regain control of the conversation, Tanya introduced herself. She explained that she was the second daughter of the Roth Taylor family and guessed they would probably become classmates. The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. She had heard the Roth Taylor family was one of the kingdom's greatest noble houses. Tanya forced an awkward smile. She admitted that not every member of her family deserved such praise. No matter how prestigious the family became, there always seemed to be someone who turned into complete trash. As she spoke, memories of Ed resurfaced. Although he had seemed different during their recent meeting, the fear he had planted inside her throughout childhood still refused to disappear. The girl admitted she came from a remote eastern territory. Since Tanya belonged to such an important noble family, she wondered whether she should act more respectfully. Tanya quickly dismissed the idea. At Sylvania Academy, social status meant very little. The girl laughed. She agreed completely. Here, everyone was simply a student. She finally introduced herself. Her name was Kylie Acme, and she came from the small eastern city-state of the Duchy of Touraine. She shyly admitted that she knew very little about the outside world and apologized in advance if she accidentally behaved strangely. Tanya smiled. Since they were classmates now, there was no need for excessive politeness. Besides, they needed to continue the examination. Kylie simply shrugged. She admitted she did not care very much about her grades. Joining Class A would only place unnecessary attention on her, and she preferred avoiding the spotlight altogether. Tanya found that answer completely unexpected. Without warning, Kylie suddenly grabbed Tanya's hand. She excitedly suggested they work together. That way they could become friends. Before Tanya could respond, Kylie began running across the mountain while pulling her along. Laughing happily, she admitted it was the first time she had ever made a friend her own age. Tanya quickly warned her not to behave so casually with everyone. If she had grabbed the hand of a princess or even the saint like that, she could have landed herself in serious trouble. Still smiling, the two girls continued toward the examination grounds together. 30 minutes after the examination began, one freshman believed victory was already within reach. He had almost reached the summit. Then disaster struck. A gigantic beast suddenly appeared. It was Clavius. Without hesitation, he punched the overconfident student square in the head, sending him flying. Watching from nearby, Clavius admitted the method looked dirty, cowardly, and hardly worthy of an upperclassman. Ed simply replied that it was acceptable under the circumstances. When asked whether Clavius alone would defend the summit, Ed calmly revealed the full plan. A massive explosion echoed across the mountain. Clavius would guard the southern route. Annis would block the northern approach. Their job was to stop every freshman from reaching the exchange altar. Determined to make up for the accident with the purple disc, Annis promised to give everything she had. Meanwhile, Onyx, the Academy's master of flight magic, took responsibility for aerial surveillance and rescue operations. He reminded Professor Claire that changing the examination so drastically would require an official report afterward. Claire nodded sleepily. As long as she did not fall asleep halfway through writing it, while Claire began drafting the report, Onyx reviewed everyone's assignments one last time. He would oversee rescue operations. Clavius would secure the south. Annis would defend the north. Then he turned toward Ed. "What about you?" Ed calmly answered that he would remain beside the exchange altar itself. Professor Claire frowned. She could barely sense any mana coming from him. Concerned, she asked whether he was truly all right. Ed simply smiled. He already had a plan. While chaos unfolded across Mount Orin and Onyx continuously rescued students from dangerous situations, Ed examined the damaged purple illusion disc. He had managed to repair part of its internal structure, but countless cracks remained. Completely restoring it was impossible. To make matters worse, his own mana reserves had not fully recovered. Fortunately, the examination's magic stones contained enormous amounts of magical energy. Like everything else at Sylvania Academy, they were exceptionally valuable. Ed placed one of the stones onto the exchange altar. Using the altar's magical properties, he slowly began restoring his depleted mana. A familiar spirit named Mug suddenly appeared and greeted him. Because his mana remained unstable, Ed could barely understand what Mug was saying. Even so, he smiled. It was good to see the spirit again. Confident that Clavius, Annis, and Onyx could hold the freshmen back for a while longer, Ed focused entirely on his own mission. He possessed enough magic stones to gradually restore his strength. His objective was simple. No one would be allowed to pass the altar. With that resolve, Ed summoned his spirits. He was finally ready. Meanwhile, across the mountain, the freshmen found themselves completely overwhelmed by the impossible examination. Tanya soon encountered one of the illusionary guardians blocking the path. To her surprise, the enemy was none other than Clavius. Without showing any hostility, Clavius simply told her to hurry up and finish the battle. Before either of them could make another move, a massive explosion echoed across the mountain. Clavius turned toward the sound and wondered whether Annis had unleashed one of her spells. Taking advantage of that brief distraction, Tanya grabbed Kylie's hand and escaped. Meanwhile, Annis found herself confronting another freshman. Although she was only slightly stronger than the average upperclassman in direct combat, that alone placed her well above ordinary first-year students. None of them should have been capable of defeating her, except one. Standing before her was Joseph Whitefelt. He was Dorothy Whitefelt's younger brother, but unlike his hardworking sister, Joseph had been recognized as a genius since childhood. He had become the youngest person in history to earn the title of researcher from the Magic Association and was already capable of casting intermediate-level magic with ease. He was widely considered one of the strongest candidates to become the Academy's top freshman. After forcing his way past her, Joseph politely told Annis not to feel discouraged. Surely she excelled in other areas. Annis shook her head. He had misunderstood. She was frustrated, but not because she had been defeated. Without another word, she stepped aside and allowed him to continue. As Joseph disappeared into the distance, Annis lowered her head. She had always tried to present herself as flawless and dependable. Yet, when a serious problem arose, she had accomplished nothing. She had accidentally caused the destruction of the purple illusion disc. She had failed to stop Joseph. And once again, Ed had quietly stepped forward without complaining. He immediately organized the situation, proposed a solution, and took responsibility for fixing everything. The image that first appeared in Annis's mind whenever she thought about solving problems was no longer her own. It was Ed's calm and reliable face. Meanwhile, Joseph finally reached the exchange altar. Ed was already waiting for him. Calmly, Ed remarked that Joseph had become the first challenger to arrive. The rules were simple. Place the magic stone onto the altar. Unfortunately, Ed had no intention of allowing that to happen. Joseph found the entire examination rather strange. If he defeated Ed and claimed Class A, then who would stop the next freshman? Ed simply answered that such matters were not his concern. Joseph nodded. He suspected Ed already had a solution prepared for that problem as well. In reality, Joseph was not asking out of curiosity. He was buying time. While talking, he carefully analyzed every detail of the battlefield. His eyes quickly landed on the damaged purple illusion disc. Unlike ordinary illusion devices, this one was an improved model. Joseph immediately concluded that Ed belonged to the Academy's Magical Engineering Division. However, something else caught his attention. Despite standing directly before him, Ed possessed surprisingly little mana. Joseph had already noticed the consumed magic stones lying nearby. Using magical batteries before the very first battle could only mean one thing. Ed's mana reserves were dangerously low. Disappointed, Joseph silently wondered whether the Academy had truly chosen someone this weak to guard the altar. Without hesitating further, he unleashed his first spell, Focused Explosion. The concentrated blast rushed toward Ed with incredible speed. Joseph believed the attack was impossible to dodge. Instead, Ed slipped past it with remarkable ease. Joseph immediately realized his opponent possessed genuine combat experience. Ed calmly began preparing a spell of his own. Joseph recognized the magical formula immediately. It looked like a simple fire spell, probably ignite. Expecting nothing more than an ordinary beginner's attack, Joseph calmly prepared his defensive barrier. The moment Ed cast the spell, however, an enormous wall of flames erupted before him. Joseph's eyes widened. The spell's power far exceeded what a basic ignite should have produced. Even so, his magical barrier successfully blocked the attack. He calmly pointed out that no matter how strong ignite became, it would never penetrate his defense. Confident in his superior mana reserves, Joseph believed victory was inevitable. Mage battles usually came down to endurance. If both combatants continued exchanging spells, Ed would inevitably exhaust his mana first. Joseph also assumed Ed lacked real experience in magical duels. Once his mana disappeared completely, the battle would end. Before Joseph could continue his calculations, Ed suddenly rushed straight through the flames. Closing the distance instantly, he grabbed Joseph by the collar. Then he drove his knee directly into Joseph's face. As Joseph staggered backward, Ed calmly explained that magical barriers blocked spells. They did not stop physical attacks. He then asked Joseph whether he honestly believed every mage only fought other mages. Shocked, Joseph struggled to regain his footing. He could not understand how Ed had crossed the burning flames unharmed. Still refusing to panic, Joseph immediately switched to intermediate-level ice magic. Meanwhile, Ed continued casting nothing but ignite. Joseph frowned. Was he seriously planning to rely on the same spell repeatedly? He assumed Ed intended to create steam and obscure the battlefield. Confident in his versatility, Joseph immediately countered with combustion magic. An instant later, the entire battlefield disappeared beneath raging flames. What Joseph did not know was that Ed currently possessed the blessing of flame. For a short period, fire itself could not harm him. Protected by the blessing, Ed charged straight through the inferno without slowing down. Even so, Joseph managed to reinforce his own body with physical enhancement magic. As the two exchanged blows, Joseph could not hide his growing confusion. His spellcasting speed remained superior, yet Ed completely overwhelmed him in close combat. Then Ed deliberately embedded his dagger into Joseph's magical barrier. Quietly, he called out to Mug. The spirit immediately obeyed. A massive explosion erupted. Joseph was blasted high into the air before tumbling violently down the mountainside. Bruised and battered, he forced himself back onto his feet. He realized something important. Ed had not surpassed him through ordinary magic. This was spirit magic. Ed had combined spiritual blessings, conventional spells, and magical engineering into a seamless fighting style. He had even concealed the activation of his spirit techniques with an ordinary fire magic. Joseph stared at him in disbelief. Just who was this senior? Finally accepting defeat, Joseph tossed his magic crystal toward Ed. However, he used that moment to launch one final surprise attack. An enormous ice spear shot toward Ed. Ed effortlessly dodged it. Joseph immediately followed with a desperate punch. Ed remained completely calm. Someone who had spent his entire life studying magic was hardly intimidating in hand-to-hand combat. The instant Joseph's punch connected, another blessing activated. The blessing of the storm. Anyone striking Ed directly would be violently launched away. Joseph became the victim of his own attack. His body shot backward like a cannonball, tearing through trees and rocks before finally crashing into a shattered tree trunk. Completely defeated, he could only admit his loss. The magic crystal in his possession shattered. Ed quietly praised him. He had fought well. His decision to keep searching for victory until the very end had been admirable. Barely conscious, Joseph looked up at his opponent one final time. He weakly asked for the senior's name. Ed introduced himself. Ed Ruth Taylor. At that exact moment, Onyx arrived to retrieve the defeated freshman. Elsewhere, Zig was traveling in a carriage with Elka. Curious, Elka asked why Zig had chosen to specialize in magic. If he had entered either the combat or alchemy divisions instead, he probably would have become the Academy's best student. Zig simply shrugged. He had never cared about becoming number one. Perhaps he could have achieved that title in alchemy. Combat, however, was another matter. The current strongest combat student was Clavius Nortondale. Ironically, at that very moment, Clavius himself was being overwhelmed in battle. Watching the distant explosion, Zig wondered what had just happened. Nearby, a worried freshman asked Clavius whether he was all right, or whether the holy magic had been too powerful. Onyx calmly told everyone to continue the examination. He would handle the situation himself. With only 20 minutes remaining before the exam ended, Tanya and Kylie finally reached the summit. Before them stretched a shocking sight. The ground was covered with defeated freshmen. Every path to the altar had become a battlefield. Looking toward the center, Tanya quietly asked whether the man standing there represented the final trial. There stood Ed, the brother she had once feared, the brother she had once hated. Ed looked at the exhausted freshmen before calmly telling them to surrender.